My name is Monica Rena. I work with SEWA Bharat, and heartily welcome you all to this important side event of G20 T20, just titled as Women as Active Participants and Propellers of Economic Growth, focusing on livelihood and care infrastructure. So without further ado, we'd like to go forward with today's proceedings. But before that, as you would see on the agenda, or we usually, as most of us also do, and it's a tradition in SEWA, to start with a prayer. And this is actually a multi-religion prayer, one stanza for each religion. But because in the interest of time, we've shortened it. And हमारे साथ मीना बेन है, who is a member of SEWA, and I encourage all of you to join her as she leads us through this prayer. मीना बेन, आप यहाँ आ जाएंगे.
नमस्ते सभी को. मैं एक सर्वधर्म प्रेयर करने जा रही हूँ. प्लीज़ आप सभी मेरा सहयोग कीजिएगा. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, ऐसे हो हमारे करम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से टले, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, ये अंधेरा घना छा रहा, तेरा इंसान घबरा रहा, हो रहा बेखबर, कुछ ना आता नजर, सुख का सूरज छिपा जा रहा है, तेरी रोशनी में जो दम, तू अमावस को कर दे पूनम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से टले, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, जब जुल्मों का हो सामना, तब तू ही हमें थामना. वो बुराई करे हम भलाई करे, नहीं बदलेगी वो भावना. पढ़ उठे प्यार का हर कदम, और मिटे बैर का ये भरम, नेकी पर चले और बदी से टले, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, बड़ा कमजोर है आदमी, अभी लाखों है इसमें कमी, पर तू जो खड़ा है दयालु बड़ा, तेरी कृपा से धरती थमी. दे दिया है जो तूने जन्म, अब तू इसको कर दे सफल, नेकी पर चले और बदी से टले, ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम, सर्वथा सो सुखी थाओ, समता सो समाचरो, सर्वत्र दिव्यता व्यापो, सर्वत्र शांति विस्तारो. ओम शांति 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 शांति. धन्यवाद सभी को.
धन्यवाद मीना बेन. Thank you. So we'll start our proceedings with the inaugural session, and I'll request all our eminent speakers for this session to come on the dais. Request the chair of the session, Professor Chaturvedi, please come up. Ms. Renana Jhabwala, Renana Ben, Gargi Ghosh, and Ambassador Chinoy. And Dean Sonobe, of course, has sent a video recorded message, which we'll play I'll request to start with Ms. Renana Jhabwala. Renana Ben has been active for decades in organizing women in the informal economy into trade unions, cooperatives, and financial institutions in India, and has been extensively involved in policy issues relating to poor women and the informal economy. Currently, Renana Ben, amongst a whole lot of other things, is also the chairperson of SEWA Bharat, which is one of the partners of this event today. And and her writings on issues of women in the informal economy have been much published and received several accolades. Without further ado, I'll ask Renana Ben to welcome and set the tone for the event today. Renana Ben.
Let me first welcome, on behalf of, we are 4 organizations organizing this. Of course, RIS, UN, whose hall we are sitting in, and SEWA Bharat, and ADBI. And on behalf of all 4, I'd like to welcome everybody who has joined us now. I'd especially like to welcome Ambassador Chinoy, who is the chair of T20, and we hope who will be taking our messages further. What I wanted to say today as we start is that for the first time, I think in a presidency, we have a priority theme, one of 4 priority themes as women-led development. And it's what I'd like to think about is what is women-led development? And given the fact that women are actually at the bottom of the economic pyramid, they're mostly in the informal economy and so on. Where does women-led development go? What do we mean by it? So in a way, women-led development is beyond women's economic empowerment, because if you get that you need to be empowered before you can lead. And given our economy as it is, where I think in the world, 60%, or at least in the developing countries, 65% of women are in the informal economy, and more than 60% are in agriculture. Can women really lead development? And I think if you think about it, then perhaps in this particular type of economy, which is rapacious actually, and greedy, perhaps women won't lead. But if we are thinking about a different type of economy, an economy which is more people-centric, the concept of life, where the environment is looked after, the concept of a nurturing economy. If we can move towards such an economy, which was envisaged by the SDGs, if we think of such an economy, yes, then women should be the leaders of such an economy. So I think it's a vision that women can lead this rather rapacious economy into a more nurturing one. And that, I think, is the vision of a women-led economy. Now, what do we want to do in this particular workshop? I don't think we can formulate a vision here. What we can do is look at, well, where are women now? Where are women in the economy, in the informal economy, in agriculture, in home-based work? In so many, actually, women are in almost every sector. And in every sector, often they're kind of in the base of the pyramid. Where can we first empower? Can we move them out of the base? And if we need to do that, what should we do? And as women get empowered, they will lead. So I think what we are talking about here is, let's look at women's work in the economy and see where we can, or what should be the kind of policies and actions that are needed to move closer to the SDGs, to move closer to an empowerment situation. And of course, the big issue is care. So it's women who do elderly care, women who do childcare, women who do all the chores of the household, which is water, sanitation, all the cooking, all the cleaning. And unless we decide what to do with care, we cannot think about women being very active or leading in the economy. And then, of course, there's a whole care economy developing, where women, again, are more or less at the base and they raise more in the care economy. So what we are going to be talking about is the women in the economy. How do we change their positions? How do we empower and help them lead? And we'll also be talking about care, because there is not much discussion on care, and we really need a very good care infrastructure. So that's the aim for today. At the end of the workshop, we hope to have 3 different things. The first is a set of asks, which Ambassador Chunai will be bringing to you to be put into the T20 communique. The second is, of course, we'll have a workshop report, which we will send around to you. And the third will be policy briefs, which we'll be doing with ADBI. The other thing that we would like, and I'd like to welcome our friend from Turkey, from Brazil, and from Ghana. And we will have online, of course, Dean Sonobe, and we'll have Margot from the US. So we would like this concept of women-led development to go from India to the next, which is Brazil, to the next, which is South Africa, and of course, onwards. And I think that's one of the larger, more ambitious aims. So once again, welcome. And we hope that you will participate fully in the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renana Ben, and for reminding us about the nurturing economy, and of course, reiterating the principles of women-led development. Next on, I'll like to request Professor Chaturvedi, who's a chair of the session, to give his remarks. Professor Chaturvedi is a Director General of the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, a New Delhi-based think tank. He's also one of the core group members of the Think 20 engagement group for India's G20 presidency. He works on issues related to development economics, including development finance, SDGs, as well as trade and investment. Actually, a disclosure here, we can't do justice to all our eminent speakers and the work they've done and the accomplishments they have because of, in the interest of time. So with the conference proceedings, we will send you their detailed bios, which we have with us. But for now, just brief, introducing them in brief. So over to you, Professor Chaturvedi. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Ambassador Sujan Chenoy, Chair of T20 in India, eminent commentator on global affairs, and as you know, he has been prolific in his contributions on how we see T20 presidency. It's a great privilege for RIS to partner with SEWA and with Renana Jhabwala for her very dynamic leadership at SEWA Bharat, and also in terms of how we take forward SDG Goal 5 and bring in sharp focus issues which are of great significance, as Prime Minister has given a call for women-led economic development, and beautifully she explained what is actually meant by this. And I think her own work and work of SEWA, which began a couple of decades back, has contributed immensely in terms of how action on these frontal areas are important for all of us to have an inclusive and respectful, balanced society in our country. So that, I think, is speaking for itself, the work that SEWA has done. So RIS has great privilege. I am thankful to my own colleague, Dr. Beena Pandey, and Rena ji, your team to partner and to shape this event of today. We are also extremely privileged to have Ms. Gargi Ghosh with us, who has been providing leadership at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and bringing in not only the extremely important facet of our development with gender perspective, but also trying to see what new development paradigm we need to address and how that can actually be nurtured over the next few years as we take this forward. I'm also grateful to Radhika Kaul Batra for partnering and providing support for this event, and we look forward to having the video that would be played for Dean Sonabesan. Friends and colleagues, I think we all are very keen to hear Ambassador Chinoy and Gagi for their perspectives. I would just make three very quick points in terms of how we are going to take this idea forward. As you might have heard, the G20 presidency, as Renana Ji mentioned, has identified as one important component of women-led development, and she gave some component of that strategy which Government of India has already spelled out. I would also very much like to draw your attention on what Finance Minister said in her budget speech, which is, I think, testimony to our consistent commitment in terms of financial inclusion. So women empowerment, women participation, women-led economic development is not possible until unless we have women's participation in the way we manage our finance, in the way we accelerate access to finance, and is determined in a way that enables them to have a larger say. As you might have noticed, Finance Minister in her budget speech, there was one full paragraph in the speech on self-help groups, and she tried to connect that with the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, in which it was envisaged to have the self-help groups, SHGs, which are led by women all across the country, and lakhs of them, they to be turned into unicorns. So when we talk about SHGs to be turned into unicorns, there are several important steps that are needed for us to give it a shape and also see how the several dimensions of SHGs, where women's participation in giving shape to the program that PM launched with the One District, One Product, ODOP. And these ODOPs, now several SHGs are very closely involved in this. A huge market is being created. The connectivity that is happening now is opening up doors for SHGs to become far more operationally active, far more enriched with financial savings, and the savings are being channelized through investment opportunities which are giving new returns and new dividends. So that, I think, is the first point that I wanted to make in terms of access to finance, facilitating that opportunity, leveraging that opportunity for financial inclusion, and taking the whole idea forward with new opportunities that are there for connecting with the market. So that, I think, is something which is extremely important. The second dimension is more in terms of how we enable women to have that financial literacy, or bring in the new instruments that are available to them. And that's where I suppose much more task is to be done for us to see how relevant educational components are strengthened, for which greater efforts are needed. And this is when the international financial institutions and the G20 have much bigger role to play, not only through UN Women, but also through other relevant agencies, where we can bring in the dimensions that are needed for SHG bank linkages project that have come up across. So first is the access to finance, enabling them to have finance. But second is the component where the skills come in, where the component of knowledge comes in, and that, I think, requires SHG BLP programs to be intertwined in our development strategies that are needed. possible and should be taken forward. In the countries where democratic institutions are there, where third tier democratic institutions are there, strong civil society is there, and fortunately G20 has entered in a phase where subsequent presidencies from the global south are going to shape. We have much more to share with Indonesia, with Brazil, with South Africa, and many of our partner countries in Africa, where civil society is extremely strong, where they bring in new energy to the democratic process for financial inclusion. I think it would be far more important for us to see how that new energy can come in, particularly in the economies where growth and development are still major challenges. So the financial literacy would also be a step towards making the economic growth process far more inclusive, and that's where the skills and the knowledge base for women would come in. The third and the last point that I want to mention is in terms of having gender-friendly technology inclusions that are possible. And this, I think, is something where course correction is needed. The emphasis on literacy, the emphasis on we turning out to be graduates, I think that era for education is almost over. We are seeing that technology is setting its new benchmarks that are important, and we need not be going for the kind of education strategy that we adopted. So how goal 4 and goal 5 are interlinked? In what way we see SDG goal 4 and SDG goal 5 to speak to each other? So education levels and our development strategy, our strategy for women-led economic development, that's where we would have to devise new strategies that are needed. The dimensions that are needed in terms of we focusing on programs like PM Awas Yojana, the success that we are seeing with PM Mudra Yojana, they all are going in that direction, where technology, where capability leveraging for economic development, making that part of the whole process, I think are absolutely important in terms of enabling women to have that leadership role in all decision-making processes. And this is what is going to open up the way we are seeing this being addressed. We are seeing how almost 19 million women are serving in Indian administration, civil administration. We are seeing 17,000 women contributing to the Panchayati Raj system that we have, and almost 10,000 women in India are serving in the defense forces. So this, you see a large spectrum that is coming up as part of their inclusion in the administrative system, in the defense system, in the financial architecture that we are talking of. And some of these new schemes have given the dimensions where most of the state governments now are introducing the ownership of houses in name of women. And that, I think, has in a major way changed the way we look at things. Even PM Awas, at least 50% of the ownership is with women. So you find this new wave of empowerment of the empowered, and we have been hearing, thinking, and going in that direction. Pamela is here. Her leadership, her writings have shaped our narrative, not from the dissenting pedestal, but more in terms of how we take that empowerment, more in terms of making the society balanced and inclusive in terms of how we go forward. So we are keenly looking forward to two of our speakers and one video message. So without further ado, let me hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi, and thank you for reiterating the message that women-led development and women's empowerment is cross-cutting. It's links to so many different things: finance, education, and we hope to carry on this narrative. I'd like to call upon Ms. Gargi Ghosh to give us her remarks, and just to briefly introduce Ms. Gargi Ghosh is the President, Global Policy and Advocacy in Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. where she oversees government affairs, economic policy, advocacy, and philanthropic partnerships in support of the Foundation's goals around the world. She's also responsible for the Foundation's regional offices and strategic presence. And we're very happy to welcome Ms. Ghosh to this event. And over to you.
Good morning. Thank you first to my esteemed colleagues for inviting me. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with all of you. I come to the conversation first as a woman, as a daughter and a mother and a sister, and also as an economist working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're a foundation that's about 20 years old, based in the US, and spend all of our effort and resources on the basic ingredients of human dignity and opportunity. We start from a belief that all lives have an equal value and an opportunity to grow and thrive. And for the first several years of our life as a foundation, we focused on sectors, health, agricultural productivity, but it didn't take us long to realize we weren't going to achieve our goals, the SDGs, without a unique and focused effort on women's empowerment, on gender equality. So I'm pleased at this point to add my own voice and the Foundation's voice to the hope for a clear and specific call to action on women's empowerment in this G20. I want to start with some facts. As analysts, we often focus on what we don't know, all the ways in which we could strengthen the research and the evidence. But in this case, after a decade, 2 decades of research, there are some things we know well. There's really no debate to be had that when women secure more economic power, they drive broader and more sustained economic growth. And they and their families lead healthier, more productive lives as a result. We know this. Some top-line numbers. The ILO suggests that closing the gender gap in participation by just 25%, just a quarter, by 2025 could increase global GDP by $5.3 trillion. In the wake of the crisis we've had over the past few years, we could use that. Studies estimate global economic gains of up to $6 trillion if women started and scaled new businesses at the same rate as men. The World Bank estimates that in India alone, we could boost growth by 1.5% annually if 50% of women joined the workforce. And yet it's been my experience, I suspect the experience of many in this room, that many policymakers continue to view economically empowering women as a luxury, as some sort of distant ideal, rather than a practical step to drive growth. Clearly, for most of us, for all of us, I hope, empowering women is a goal and a right in its own. But we have to persuade others, and I can't think of any other area where globally we are so quick to leave an obvious source of growth on the table. So why is that, and what's to be done? On one level, we need to fundamentally change mindsets. And that's one of the many reasons I'm excited about India's G20 leadership already on this issue. Instead of thinking of gender inequality as a symptom of poverty, we need to think of gender equality as a key driver of growth. If we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we're going to have to systematically dismantle the many, many barriers and obstacles that prevent women from being drivers of growth. Luckily, we have plenty of examples to help make our case, certainly in South Asia, but also around the globe. Let me start with an example from Rwanda. We've seen laws to establish equal working conditions and equal wages. Crucially, this was complemented by legislation that provides for specific rights and benefits related to childbearing, guaranteed employment after maternity leave, maternity pay, facilities for pregnant and breastfeeding women. And instead of being a burden on Rwanda's economy, it has been a source of increasing dynamism. Labor force participation in Rwanda after these changes went up to 84%. Compare that with the global average of around 47%. And here in India, we know the government's conscious decision has already placed women's empowerment at the heart of the development agenda, whether that's through schemes like Mudra that provide microfinance, to over 70% women as beneficiaries, Push On, which is a nutrition support program for pregnant and lactating mothers, the establishment of working women's hostels. All of this is crucial, especially now when we know women have borne the brunt of the crises we've faced over the past few years. And we must collectively leverage the G20 to drive continued momentum here, this year and after. So I want to leave you with 4 ideas that I think are ripe for action during this G20. First, supporting women's digital financial inclusion. A study we sponsored in 2021 clearly indicated that access to digital financial services promotes women's empowerment. It starts women on the ladder to access and engagement. It enables women to shift to higher productivity occupations, join the workforce, dictate their terms for money management and purchasing choices. India, of course, has much to share from a thriving fintech ecosystem started with universal ID, payment systems, and we hope that learning carries through to the G20 this year and beyond. Second, strengthening women's capacities to make them equal stakeholders in development by focusing on the care economy. I couldn't agree more with my colleague. This is important both to facilitate the entry of and the continuity of women's participation in the economy and society. This won't be one size fits all for every country, but we know a suite of interventions that help make this possible for women. National childcare infrastructure, care-friendly tax policies, overall budgetary commitment to childcare infrastructure. We know how to do this. Third, enabling women's leadership at all levels of decision-making. India has elevated women's empowerment as a priority over the years through several interventions and initiatives some of my colleagues have discussed, removing barriers that hamper women's leadership and participation, representation at all levels of government, self-help groups, where women lead the implementation of development work in communities, endeavors that build women entrepreneurs. We need more of this. Fourth and finally, and I already confessed I'm an economist, so you won't be surprised by this one, I would stress the importance of data and prioritizing gender disaggregated data. This is critical for targeting interventions and monitoring progress, but most of all, we know that what's measured matters. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and thank you most of all for the T20's championship of this agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Ghosh, for your illuminating talk and reminding us about the change in mindset required so that it's not seen just as a luxury and something which which cannot be done without. So moving on, I'll request for Dean Sonobe's film to be, a video recorded message to be played, but just to quickly tell you all about Mr. Tetsushi Sonobe-san. He's a Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute, the Tokyo-based think tank of the ADB that promotes the realization of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific through policy research and capacity building. Unfortunately, Dean was traveling and he was supposed to join us online on the webinar mode, but now they've sent us his recorded message, and over to the message, please.
Respected dignitaries, speakers, and attendees, greetings from Tokyo. On behalf of the Asian Development Bank Institute and the Think 7 or T7 Japan 2023, I welcome you all to this side event, Women as Active Participants and Propellers of Economic Growth, focusing on livelihood and care infrastructure. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the SEWA Bharat team and Ms. Renana Jabvala for the commendable efforts in planning and successfully putting together this important event. I would also like to thank partners, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, India's G20 presidency, and His Excellency, Mr. Sujan Chinoy, Chair of the Core Group, T20 India, United Nations in India, and Ms. Gagi Ghosh, President, Global Policy and Advocacy, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. A country's economic and social prosperity are not just correlated with, but determined by the participation of women in its economy. Indeed, the economic development of South Asia has been boosted and sustained by the relatively high participation of women. But 70 to 80% of women in South Asia economies work in the informal sector, and much of their work is not documented or accounted for in official statistics. And thus, women's work tends to be underreported and often undervalued. Moreover, women in the informal sector are not provided with the necessary safeguard of secure employment and hence vulnerable to market vagaries. The COVID-19 crisis reversed hard-won gains in gender equality, exposing women to vulnerabilities in social, economic, and political situations. I sincerely applaud the work done by SEWA Bharat in association with the USAID to help female micro-entrepreneurs and women-led collective social enterprises thrive and sustain themselves in the difficult times through its initiative of building resilience of women entrepreneurs activity. Accelerating progress in gender equality is one of the top operational priorities for ADB and the top priority theme for ADB Institute. ADB Institute's research, capacity building, and training activities focus on scaling up support for gender equality. This event is of paramount importance to ADB Institute as it intersects ADB Institute's work on gender, water and sanitation, nutrition, education, and early childhood development. I'm delighted to point out that this event marks the beginning of the collaboration of ADB Institute with SEWA Bharat, building on the close collaboration between T20 India, headed by Ambassador Chinoy, and T7 Japan, which ADB Institute is hosting. I hope that the SEWA ADB Institute collaboration will contribute to promoting and enabling gender equality in India, other parts of the region, and beyond. Last but not least, I thank my colleagues, Dr. Rahat, Vice Chair of Research, Dr. Sitaram, Senior Consultant of Capacity Building and Training, and young associates for providing the best support for this event. With that, I wish you all a fruitful session and a good day ahead. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dean Sonabe-san, and we are very grateful to ADB Institute for supporting this event and helping us take this forward. And we hope to be able to take forward some of those actionable points which have been discussed earlier also, and again what ADB has been telling us about. We now move on to the keynote portion of this inaugural, where we have Ambassador Sujan R. Chinoy, who is the Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi, since January 2019. He is also the Indian chair of the Think 20 or T20 Engagement Group for India's G20 presidency. A career diplomat, he was India's ambassador to Japan and Mexico, and also held various other important positions. And he is a specialist on China and East Asia, and as promised, we will send the complete bios in the proceedings. So without further ado, I'll request Ambassador Chinoy to deliver his keynote, please.
Good morning. Namaskar, pranam. It's a great pleasure to be here. And let me say that it's very difficult to speak after so many experts have just shared their views. And I'll give it a try. Let me begin by acknowledging Ms. Renana Jabwalaji, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Ms. Gargi Ghosh, my good friend Mr. Tetsushi Sonobe, and all the other very knowledgeable experts that are present here this morning. I acknowledge your presence and wish to begin by paying a tribute to Ilaben Bhatt for the kind of lifetime efforts that she made to bring SEWA to where it is today. And I'm proud of SEWA myself because I am from Gujarat and I've seen her work over a lifetime. Let me also say that I have a prepared text. I am not sure if it is apocryphal, but this is attributed to Sir Winston Churchill, who once said that he was going to make a very long speech simply because he had had no time to prepare a shorter one. But I have been told that I have about 15 minutes, and rather than get led away, I thought it is best to prepare some remarks and share them with you this morning. So first off, it gives me great pleasure to join you all today for this event co-organized by SEWA Bharat, RIS, ADBI, and the UN India office. And I'm very happy to note that it is focused exclusively on women as active participants and propellers of economic growth, particularly focusing on livelihoods and care infrastructure. This is, in my view, a most timely event. The theme is most relevant. And the fact that you have included the T7 chair, that is Dean Sonobe, augurs well for this particular issue, for it gives me a chance to yet again have a tandem as the T20 chair with the T7 participants as well. If one looks at India over the last 9 years, one of the most profound changes that we can see is with regard to gender equality. This is directly related to, in my view, the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has time and again flagged the issue of gender equality. He has said, and I quote, "From financial inclusion to social security, quality healthcare, to housing, education, and entrepreneurship, many efforts have been made to put our Nari Shakti at the forefront of India's development journey. These efforts will continue with even greater vigor in the coming times," end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, women in India have traditionally been at the center of family life for thousands of years. Yet, as others have pointed out, that role has been restricted in the past for the vast majority, restricted to either the informal economy or to the household or to a few stereotyped vocations and professions. In traditional Indian society, women had a degree of control over the finances at home, but even there they were not entirely independent, since the flow of resources into their hands was often controlled by others in a patriarchal environment. Women and men, in my view, must also both share the responsibility for care infrastructure, whether for children, the elderly, the sick, or the infirm. And so therefore, gender inequality and economic activity has much to do with mindsets. Education is the key to economic emancipation. I mean, not just for women, it is also the key to emancipation of the mindsets of men as well. We have a very fine saying in Sanskrit about the importance of education and knowledge. And I think it goes like this: Vidya dhadati vinayam, vinayadhyati patratam, patravad dhanamapnoti, dhanata dharma tatah sukam. The meaning is that if you acquire education, it teaches you, it inculcates in you the qualities of humility, and humility builds character. And if you build a good character, you are in a better position to achieve economic success. But the more important part follows, that once you achieve economic success, you are also in a better position to utilize that wealth for the happiness of society at large. And I think, therefore, education is equally important for both men and women, for the girl child in particular. If the education of the girl child is neglected due to cultural factors that favor early matrimony, for example, it places the girl child at a lifelong disadvantage in terms of her capacity to participate in mainstream economic activity. Lack of capital in the hands of women is also a major factor in limiting the realization of their true potential. So education is, something that will enable women to achieve that kind of power to generate wealth and to also contribute to the welfare of society. In my home state in Gujarat, we have seen how women entrepreneurs can emerge even in rural societies that have faced the limitations of lack of education and finance. I think one fine example, as you all know, is the White Revolution in Gujarat, which saw the development of milk cooperatives in Anand. And this proved very successful due to the participation of women. Women-led cooperatives have grown threefold in the past decade in Gujarat. Involvement of women in the dairy business has enabled them to become financially independent and also to become self-driven micro-entrepreneurs. According to the National Cooperative Union of India, 4.98 million women account for 30% of the membership in cooperative societies. In Gujarat alone, out of 34.94 lakh milk producer members, a full 36% of the members are women. So often women, as you can see, only need an opportunity to enable them to achieve success. In the case of Lijjat Papad Company, for example, 7 women pooled together seed capital of rupees 80 way back in 1959, borrowed from a social worker. And today, as you all know, Lijjat Papad is a household name with a turnover of 1,600 crores. It is co-owned by 45,000 women who produce 4.8 million papads every day. This is just one example of what can be done by freeing up women and enabling them to acquire not just education, but also finance. And the power of cooperatives is also underestimated. Over the past 9 years, the government of Prime Minister Modi has been focused on promoting, as I said before, Nari Shakti. It is committed to improving women's lives and to removing bottlenecks in the path to their development. Over the past 9 years, the central government has launched a number of schemes, some of which were cited, to help women realize their fullest potential and to empower them as equal partners in India's development journey. From the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana to the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, from Swachh Bharat Mission to providing toilets to all households, the lives of women in India, particularly in the rural areas where the majority reside, have changed forever for the better, but much more needs to be done. The Jal Jeevan Mission has ensured that crores of households today have tap water. This, in my view, frees millions of women from the burden of having to fetch water from long distances in the rural areas, which actually leaves them very little time and energy for they have to also do other household chores. It leaves them with very little time and energy for other constructive activities. And the schemes that the government has in place, in my view, have given women self-respect, dignity, and a sense of empowerment today. As I mentioned earlier, participation of women in the national economy as stakeholders and as creators of wealth and consumers of wealth requires a degree of education which is sacred. Under Prime Minister Modi's active guidance, the nation has implemented the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program, and it is an attempt to foster a change in the hearts and minds of a rather traditional society, for the most part. This reluctance in our society to allow the girl child to resort to higher education is something that we must struggle against constantly. Prime Minister Modi's commitment to the education of the girl child is well known, but I'm not sure how many of you are aware that when he became the Prime Minister of India and left Gujarat, he actually distributed all his savings for the education of the girl child of all the class 4 employees of the state secretariat. So that, in my view, demonstrates his commitment to the education of the girl child. In the past, the lower rates of education prevalent among women and the decline in the child sex ratio have been major indicators of women's empowerment. Today, after 8 years, 9 years of implementation, the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme celebrates the girl child. Sustained efforts in this regard have resulted in the improvement of various indicators, including the sex ratio at birth. At the national level, it has improved by several points from where it was about 8 or 9 years ago. And the Poshan Abhiyan, which was also mentioned, has resulted in a marked improvement in the health of the girl child, pregnant mothers, lactating mothers in a very time-bound manner. So this is something that we take note of. Friends, in any household, women are the ones who determine the health of future generations, which is why we were trying to make that broad connect to care infrastructure also. As mothers, women are also the most important and first teachers of children. So education really begins at home, at the feet of the mother. If the mother is educated, if the mother is empowered, then you can see children achieving their fullest potential. So mothers literally shape the next generation. And goals such as lifestyle for the environment, many other SDG goals, they simply cannot be achieved without the participation of women. India today has emerged as a resilient economy. In the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, India's growth rate is exceptional. It is expected to grow at about 7% or more for the next decade and a half. This high growth journey will propel India during the Amrit Kal period between now and 2047 into the ranks of a developed economy. In this historic mission that lies ahead of us, it is fundamentally important to further empower women entrepreneurs. As India grows, the hopes, aspirations, and expectations of women are also rising significantly. Today, following significant reforms, women are standing shoulder to shoulder with men in every walk of life, including in the civil services, as diplomats, as administrators, as well as in the armed forces, as it was mentioned a while ago. They have actually entered the male-dominated bastions of combat and operational assignments as well. And I think we must commend the government of India for actually propelling this kind of reform. Their participation in the digital economy, access to digital infrastructure, digital finance, is something that is central to our own economic growth and progress in the future. We must realize that women today want to move away from simply being job seekers to becoming job creators. Central government schemes such as Stand Up India, such as the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, these are helping women entrepreneurs to realize this dream, including and particularly from the socially disadvantaged sections of and economically disadvantaged sections of society. Over 68% of the loans that have been sanctioned to women entrepreneurs under the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana and 81% of the beneficiaries under Stand Up India are women. We have witnessed how the opening of bank accounts and the direct benefit transfer scheme have changed the lives of women in India and in the rural areas in particular. And financial inclusion through the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana scheme has empowered more than 180 million women who are availing formal banking and various financial services, many of them, majority of them, for the very first time in their lives. So essentially the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat simply cannot be realized if one half of society is not Atmanirbhar. So this is something that we must always keep in mind. I'm coming to my last page, Professor Chaturvedi, but then you asked for it. Friends, women-led development is a major theme of the G20 India presidency. As Prime Minister Modi has said, and I quote him again, we are moving from women development to women-led development. And it is only with women's leadership that we can see scale and speed in development, end quote. This has demonstrated that women-led development does contribute to growth. The Think 20 engagement group, which I have the privilege to lead, and where I lean heavily on the mighty shoulders of someone like Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, it's an important part of the G20 process. In fact, it is the ideas bank, as you are aware. It brings together, seeks to bring together all the various thoughts and ideas and impulses from around India, around the G20 countries, in fact, around the world, as India seeks to represent the hopes and aspirations of the global South. And to me, the G20 must bring back focus on the UN's SDG goals. This is very important. And therefore, the T20 and the T7 must also work towards that objective. If we begin to bring in geopolitical issues into the T7 and the T20 process and the G20 process, then the achievement of the UN's SDG goals will remain a chimera. And that, I think, is to be avoided. To me, the first 7 SDG goals are particularly relevant to unleashing women's potential in the economic life of our nation. Eradication of poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, and access to clean water and sanitation are in fact the preconditions for any such empowerment. They are the preconditions for any kind of progress. So we must also keep in mind that since there are 3 developing countries that are chairing the G20 back-to-back, Indonesia, India, Brazil, in fact, it will move on to South Africa thereafter. So this gives us a great chance to refocus our attention on something like gender equality, women's empowerment, particularly in the economic life of a nation, because this theme may be central to societies beyond ours in the developing world. I'm also glad to see a sprinkling of men in this audience today. They are also relevant, as I said, to the discourse. After all, the challenges and barriers faced by one half of humanity should be and ought to be a matter of grave concern to the other half. The barriers to women's economic development have, as has been pointed out, resulted in tremendous economic losses elsewhere and in our nation as well. And I am reminded here of something put out by the McKinsey Global Institute, that women's underrepresentation in the formal economy leads to a lost opportunity of US dollars 2.9 trillion annually in India's GDP. That's a fascinating thought. We can actually double our GDP very quickly simply by ensuring that all women have equal participation in economic life. So gender-based disparities in employment, on the other hand, can result in something like 27%. If they are addressed, they can bring about a 27% boost to the GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the end of this prepared text. I'm sure this workshop, which brings together a number of think tanks and stakeholders, will throw up new ideas on women-led development, and I hope many of them will be included in the T20 communique. I understand the proceedings of this event will take the shape of a policy brief, and I look forward to reading it as well in due course. Thank you all very much. Namaskar. Pranam.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chinoy. That indeed was an uplifting keynote address and reminding us about the power of education and how it links to women's empowerment, convergence of objectives, one half of humanity, and so on. Before we conclude this session and thank our speakers, we have a small little token of appreciation which is made by the women entrepreneurs, micro-entrepreneurs of SEWA, from Ruab, from various parts of India, actually, from Nagaland, from Bihar. Where else, Sanjana? We have Nagaland, Bihar, Rajasthan, so 3 or 4 states.
Good morning and namaste everyone. A very warm welcome to our honorable dignitaries, our friends, those who are in this room and those who have joined us online. My name is Sanjana Mohanty and I'll be guiding you through the next 2 sessions for today. We shall now begin with the first panel of today on women's work in the economy, statistics, skills and productivity. A lot has been said about women and their participation and their contribution to the economy. So I will get right to it and invite our speakers for the session onto the dais. For that, I'd like to call upon Mr. Dilip Chinoy, Ms. Soumya Kapoor, Ms. Gulden Turktan, Ms. Sabina Diwan to join us on stage. With such a diverse and knowledgeable panel, I'm sure we'll have a very insightful and engaging discussion on women and their contribution to the economy. I'd like to introduce our first speaker and the chair of this session, Mr. Dilip Chenoy. He's the former Secretary General of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And prior to FICCI, Mr. Chenoy was the founding managing director and CEO of the National Skill Development Corporation. So without much further ado, I'd like to invite our chair, Mr. Chenoy, to kick off the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjana, and welcome back after the tea break. I know we are running late, but I will contribute to the delay because I have 1 minute extra that I'm going to speak. So with Soumya Kapoor, consultant, World Bank, Ms. Gulden Turktan, founding chair, G20 and W20, Sabina Diwan, President Executive, Just Jobs Network. Have we been joined by Vandana Ben Gupta or no? Okay, so the entrepreneur and board member of SEWA. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin by thanking RIS, ADB Institute, U in India, and SEWA Bharat for inviting me to participate. And of course, I'd like to especially thank Nunana Ben for advising me on what I should say. I would like to share some thoughts and ideas on women's work in the economy, statistics, skills, and productivity. Statistics, and I hope I don't take any of your numbers. First, the importance of increasing women workforce participation rates to spur economic growth is an unquestionable fact. 2 studies, and I'll add a third one because one was quoted by Gargi. McKinsey assesses that a female labor force participation rates in each country increased at the same pace as the most rapidly improving country in their region. Global GDP could increase by $12 trillion over the course of 10 years, really adding 1% to GDP, global GDP annually. The ILO study was actually quoted earlier by Gargi, but thanks to Sabina, I have now an IMF study that talks about if you reduce the gender gap in female labor force participation rates, you would add about $28 trillion to global GDP. On another note, Shamindranath Roy and Partha Mukhopadhyay have pointed out that the definition of work is undergoing change, but slowly. Using and expanding the definition of any activity performed by persons of any sex and age to produce goods or provide services for use or own use is counted at work, then the male labor force participation rate, taking India 2011-2012, increases from 76.4% to 76.7%. But the female labor force participation rate increases from 20.5% to 81.7%. Perhaps we need to change the way we calculate women's workforce participation rates to reflect the reality on the ground. Third, the way of calculating their contribution to GDP does not recognize and account for unpaid work. While it is quite fashionable to compare GDP in PPP terms, there is no way to include this unpaid work, that is economic value, in either national accounts or GDP statistics. Perhaps there is a strong case to change the way we calculate women's contribution to the economy and the way we calculate GDP. Fourth, the ILO and OECD bring out status reports on the progress of G20 goal, that is a 20 by 25, to reduce gender disparity. The way the achievements are tracked by both those organizations does not also take into account unpaid work. Is there a case for including this? Skills. ILO has reported that women are underrepresented in formal employment and they face fewer opportunities for career growth, business expansion, and earn less than men. The World Economic Forum estimated that 64 million women lost their jobs during the pandemic, and now it will take 130 years instead of 100 to close the gender gaps worldwide. There are many possible skill solutions to reverse the impact of the pandemic. I will focus on a few of them. Many reports suggest that the solutions lie in providing women with equal opportunities for paid work, skilling, and systems that aid their productivity. If we take the first solution, equal pay for equal work, laws exist for the formal sector, but it is the implementation and the monitoring that needs to improve. In the informal sector, including the gig economy, the challenges are different. One way to enable this is to ensure that women are seen as more productive due to enhanced skill. Easier said than done, but not impossible. Skilling is a possible solution. If we take women, women could either be in education and training, or in a job, or not in education, employment, or training, which is NEET. The level of education and literacy could vary. Women could be in different age cohorts, covering those in education to those in work. They could be married or unmarried. But the way we design skill systems globally do not take these things into consideration. If we're to imagine for a particular location a cube with these 3 dimensions, then the skill development needs, approach, and methodology for each cohort will vary. Using this, the outcomes for tailoring skill interventions would improve dramatically. You would have different solutions for different people in the cohort. For example, for those in a job, skilling or reskilling is important today. Most governments do not have a budget for doing this. I think we need budgets for reskilling and upskilling for women at work. Second, as was mentioned earlier by Ambassador Chinoy, women are seen associated with certain skills and job roles. There are many job roles that women are active in some countries but are not. Multiple steps, but not necessarily in sequence, could actually be taken to address this challenge. One is to identify the job roles across the dimensions mentioned earlier and actively seek women who can be skilled, reskilled, or upskilled for them. 2 is to identify women working in these job roles and use them as role models. 3, for those women working in the job role and not having any valid credentials, as the case in many countries in the world, carrying out programs for recognition of prior learning and enable them to get a certificate. Upskill and reskill. The value of certificate and credentials is important going forward. Most importantly, build models for measuring productivity gains, and a PPP model could be followed. 4, most institutes are open only 9 to 5, but we need flexible learning hours for women and operate specific training facilities near locations 24/7. 5, we mentioned earlier, we need a PPP model to build workers' accommodation, both low-cost dormitories and shared accommodation, as well as family accommodation, because many women follow the same profession as their husband in certain societies. This is key. The location should be ideally close to education institutions and have integrated childcare facilities. The Mukhopadhyay study that I quoted earlier shows that women are 12 to 23% less likely to express a preference to work if they have to travel more than 1 hour for work. So this is again very important. Third, if you were to take construction as an example, women are put in as helpers at the bottom and they do not carry evidence of their skills. Here again, using that matrix, if you were to conduct on-site recognition of prior learning and develop programs to upskill them and work with promoters and developers, the experience as demonstrated in many examples led by the example in Pune states that the employers are willing to pay from them, and women who started off as helpers actually end up becoming contractors. Fourth, current regulations or businesses are allowed to work 24/7, but not all. They vary across regions within the country and across countries. I think we should push for uniform regulation that could facilitate women working in any shift of choice and businesses allowed to work for 24/7. Post-COVID, we are saying bye to a lot of practices that were developed during COVID, but I believe there is a great purpose and sense in taking them forward. One, work from home. Work from home increases greater women workforce participation. Technology enabled many job roles during the pandemic to shift from office to home. Many women, as also men, are giving up jobs as firms and organizations require them to come back from office. If we could recommend to the B20 to proactively encourage firms to find hybrid solutions that enable for work from home, workforce participation rates are bound to improve. 2, during the pandemic, education moved online. Can we use the learnings and deliver skilling microcredits online? Can classes be put on online so that they can be accessed 24/7 and parents can use them to help kids on remedial classes? Can we also use the transition to Web3 and AR/VR to develop online courses? We talked a lot about digital literacy and financial inclusion here. I believe it is now to talk about data science, machine learning that are in great demand. There is a shortage of faculty. Can we again pivot this online to train each one of the women in the different cohorts that I mentioned so that they can be here? Again, the ILO OECD review of the 2025 goals clearly bring out the challenges and solutions in entrepreneurship development. These recommendations have to be translated into policy instruments where they do not exist. Just one thought. Many countries have business accelerator programs to help startups to scale. Can we replicate this and scale this for women entrepreneurs to start up and scale? The PM Vikas is a good example of where this would happen. The last point I would like to dwell upon is women and productivity in organizations. Some quick data points. A McKinsey study showed that companies in the top 25% for gender diversity were 25% more likely to have superior financial returns. A BCG study found that diverse companies with above average diversity on their management teams produce 19% more innovation revenue. A PwC survey shows that diversity increases profitability. Having 3 or more women on managerial boards results in median gains of 10% to return on equity and 37% to earnings per share. Gender diverse businesses also do a better job at retaining clients and are able to maintain a more positive reputation. There are many examples in India where firms increase the percentage of women in the workforce as they believe productivity and profitability increase. For example, Bosch, or have a completely women factory floor workforce like Ola, or have a significant share greater than 65% of workers on the shop floor, MG Motors or Reeves Electric Mobility. Can the number of such firms be increased as a policy lever, say a rebate in tax, or a reduction in certain basis points in financing if there is more than a certain percentage of women workers or women on board? Or a purchase preference? Possible? Yes, certainly. And we have to remember that this is not the benefit for just the firm. It actually benefits the economy and global GDP, as pointed out by McKinsey. So, increased workforce participation can contribute to increase in GDP. Can we change the way we estimate GDP and the women's participation rates by including unpaid work by women? Can we review the attainment of the 25 by 25 goal by factoring unrecognized work? Review and reorient skill development ecosystem taking into account location, literacy, age, and status. Accelerate the creation of women worker housing, both single and family. Build on the positives of COVID, work from home, online education, microcredits, Web3 enabled training and development. Large-scale data analytics, machine learning, and AI for women along each one of the axes talked about earlier. Women accelerators, entrepreneurship accelerators. Sharing the positives of gender diversity and putting in some place some incentives, tax breaks, reduced cost of finance, or even preferred procurement for firms meeting the diversity criteria. I'm sure that with the collective efforts, much of this will be possible and actually reflect the true contribution of women and enhance the skill and productivity and the contribution to the global economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, sir. You've given us a lot of food for thought, and we do hope that a number of the solutions you've just spoken about are incorporated into policy measures as we go ahead. Before I invite and introduce our next speaker, I'd just like for the audience to know that we do have volunteers with post-its. They're going to be standing and walking around. In case you have questions for our speakers, we'll have a Q&A session at the end of the session. So please write down your questions and we'll hand the questions over to the chair at the end. Now moving on, I'd like to call on Ms. Soumya Kapoor Mehta. She's a senior social specialist with the Social Sustainability and Inclusion Global Practice and co-leads the India Gender and Inclusion Platform at the World Bank. She will share with us what national and international statistics say about women and the economy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks so much, Sanjana, and thank you so much for inviting me to this session. I've already learned a lot, and sir, those statistics were quite eye-opening, so thank you for sharing them. When I spoke to Rinanaben and she asked me to present a few statistics, I asked her whether you want a PowerPoint or a talk, and she said clearly a PowerPoint because you can show some graphs. So I'm going to just use the aid of a PowerPoint, and if all of you can see it here. And So basically, I'm just going to show you a few statistics on where women are and how they are working in India and the kinds of barriers they face, as well as in terms of government programs, how are they faring? That's the gist of the presentation. If the first point of this slide is that, of course, women's labor force participation is significantly lower than men. So if you see the first two lines that are going up, that's the male labor force participation for rural and urban areas, significantly higher than that of men. And if you look at the women's, that's the rural and urban. Urban has always been traditionally low and flat in India. Rural areas used to be quite high until the 1990s. And then it started declining. And after COVID, there has been an uptick. More women are going back into the labor force. And I'll come to that statistic a little bit later. But basically, I mean, you take CMIE, which is a private survey, or you take the government's own periodic labor force survey, roughly about 35% are in the labor force, and that means in rural areas. And that means about these are women who are either willing to work or they are already working. About 35% women in rural areas and only 18% women in urban areas. So there are very, very few women that are working in India, but I would not belabor the point of the GDP growth, etc. I'll come to it at the end, but obviously getting more women who are in a productive age group can obviously have benefit to the GDP. In terms of absolute numbers also, sometimes when you see labor force participation that is low and you compare it internationally, particularly in the World Bank, in organizations like us, they say, well, 35% is okay. But you look at the scale of India, there are millions and millions of women who are in the productive age group and who are out of the workforce. The other big thing is that as India urbanizes, what are we looking at? If we are looking at 18% urban labor force participation rates, how do we make sure that women who are there in urban areas increasingly get into the labor force? And there are two issues to this. One is the barriers that they face to getting into the labor force, but equally the kind of jobs that manufacturing and industries and services offer to them. And I think SEWA is the best organization to advocate for this, because a lot of women who are actually working, of course, in agriculture, it's all informal, but even in industries and services, they're working under informal arrangements, about 80%. And urban women, moreover, are earning significantly less than men. Now, this is important because in rural areas, you still have some sort of a wage parity, particularly after the introduction of Narega and also in the kind of wage work they do on farms. But in urban areas, there's a huge wage disparity. So the first issue is, of course, the barriers. Do they get those jobs? And the second is the quality, which I think is a huge issue, the kind of jobs they do in informal arrangements and the wages they get. Next slide, please. Now, what are the barriers that prevent women from working? I'm going to focus on three. The first is, as I just said, the access to quality jobs. And a lot of women who are employed, particularly in urban areas, are really working as actually domestic workers or helpers or home-based workers. So 50% of the urban women who work in India and are in the labor force or even looking for jobs are actually domestic helpers or workers or even home-based workers. So the quality of jobs is clearly very low on what urban India is offering to them. The second is safety and harassment. And there are many surveys, of course, if you look at the National Crime Records Bureau, the rates of rapes, etc., are going up. But there is also a perception about safety on how women actually step out to work. And that is very important, because if you're perceived as being unsafe, your parents, particularly if you're unmarried, don't allow you to go out. Also, if you're married, your husbands and spouses would prefer, and that's the point that Sir was making, about finding jobs that are really closer to home and being within 1 hour of reach, because you don't want to travel so far. There are studies that show in the World Bank, for example, that women are choosing lower quality colleges maybe around the South Campus and not going to the North Campus in Delhi, and that affects their career trajectories even later because they don't want to travel so far. So safety is a big issue. And then the third bucket is really about enabling services. I think Ambassador Chinoy spoke a lot about the kind of water and infrastructure that allows women to also step out to work, particularly household infrastructure in slums. Mr. Chinoy also spoke a lot about on-the-job skills training, reskilling, upskilling, challenging, particularly as they are at different literacy levels or age levels. But there's also this whole issue around childcare, and now after COVID, a lot of elderly care that women have to do. And then are we providing them enough support so that they don't step out of the house? They're allowed to step out of the house to fulfill their domestic responsibilities, but also devote some time for work. Next slide, please. I'll just focus a little bit on the third one, which is on childcare and domestic work. Now, this is from the time use data that was released by the government. And if you see the reds are actually the men. So if you ask for participation in paid work, 64% men are actually in a job and are getting a wage for it. And only 20% women are actually in a job and being paid for it. If you look at participation in unpaid work, where you don't get any money, 92% women are doing such unpaid work. That could also include some work that is around the farms, weeding or harvesting, taking care of the livestock. And we'll come to the issue on work, the difference between work and employment, as Mr. Chinoy was saying. All of this is basically work, but it may not be counted in the labor force or quote unquote employment statistics because they're not being paid for it. This is all work on the family farms or in family enterprises. Compared to that, only 50% of women end up doing unpaid work. Now, here there is an issue of norm as well as a choice. In terms of norms, particularly if you look at the number of hours that are being devoted to unpaid household chores and care work, in total, women do about 7.5 hours every day, compared to men who do 3 hours every day. If you break it down further, within 3 hours, actually men devote 2 hours to care. It may be elderly care, it may be children's care, but only 1 hour to household chores. Whereas if you look at the 7.5 hours that women devote, actually 2 hours is still on care, but the remaining 5.5 hours is on household chores compared to the 1 hour that men do. Now, this is a norm issue that men or women, are expected to cook and clean. And that's something that some states like Kerala, etc., are now providing women to give household equipment like cooking classes. We've had, of course, evaluations around Ujjwala that iWage has done to say how it's actually freeing up time for women to devote to work. But this issue of household chores and domestic responsibilities as being distinct from care must be fleshed out further, because care is just for children or elderly, but what about the cooking and the cleaning? And the policy options for both are very different. Now, the issue of choice, and this was it is being raised by many economists to say that are we actually looking at the broader ecosystem, not just for care, but even for education for children? Which means that if I am at a certain income level, if it is unsafe for me to go out, if my reservation wage is lower than what I'm expected to get at my education level, should I not focus on my children instead? So that's it's an issue of choice as well. And I think that has not been reflected as much into what women actually want to do as well by staying at home. Next slide, please. This is a slide, I think Renanaben was asking me, that still a majority of women are actually still in agriculture. And what's happening in agriculture? So agriculture is still employing about 75% of women in rural India. And here, as I said earlier, one needs to differentiate between work and employment. There's a lot of hidden work that women do. And I think SEWA did this great report in Bihar to show that if you actually count the kind of informal work that women do, weeding, milling, taking care of the livestock, curing the fish, all of that, then the statistics would be as high as 80% of the labor force. So are we distinguishing between work and employment, and should work, even if it's unpaid, be counted as employment? More women work as farm laborers clearly than owners. That's mostly because they don't own land, as Beena Agarwal and others have been writing about, and therefore they have issues about accessing credit as well. But this graph from Farzana Afridi's paper is quite interesting. What it shows is that towards the 2000s, the upper graph is that female labor is the dashed line. It completely went down. This is the real labor that goes into, the weeding, the milling, the harvesting. It really went down. If you see the graph below, it's just the opposite. This is farm mechanization. And we don't talk enough about farm mechanization actually displacing women. Post-COVID, there's a lot of talk to say there's a bright spot. Agriculture is the bright spot in the economy right now, but it may also be a distress employment because, there's been an impact on household incomes, and more women are trying their best to find any wage work that they can on the farms, as well as now with their men back as well, and they're doing the farm work too also. And then, of course, there's talk about getting more work under NREGA. And the final point is, there's a lot of talk about shifts in the rural economy to the green economy. You talk about solar rooftops, you talk about, women being involved in solar and windmill, and now the green hydrogen mission. What does this hold for women in the rural economy? I think that's something that India will have to debate on going forward. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide, just to say that India has many, many programs to empower women, as Ambassador Chinoy said. I think personally that we have done a lot in terms of getting women enrolled in those programs. If you see some of these statistics on the left-hand side, you have the Jan Dhan program, you have NREGA. We are 50% of the population is women, roughly 50% people have been enrolled. But there are massive opportunity gains. Just to give an example on Jan Dhan, women have bank accounts now, but are they saving enough? Are they actually leveraging it for insurance? And there have been many experiments, including by SEWA and others, to say if you get female banking agents, bank sakhis, they will actually realize, they'll tap the potential much more. Similarly, in Ayushman, if you look at the Ayushman data, many women are still using it for gynecology. But were they using it during COVID? No, 80% of the COVID money that was being given in Ayushman was for men. So for the larger sort of services under Ayushman, are we leveraging it for women, or are we still doing it as we would do it under the Matritva Yojana, which is usually for delivery? So we have to start thinking about the next generation of challenges in all of these schemes. The first step has already been achieved, which is enrollment. And my last and final point is, this is something that we argue about in the World Bank. How do you convince women to say the government to say that it should be government-led development? I think the GDP statistics, the government has well absorbed and it knows. But one thing that we are trying to convince, through our country gender assessment and other reports that will be forthcoming, is to say that so far, if you keep thinking about private capital and investments to come in, you have to think about inflationary pressures. But if you rely on your labor, you generate more jobs, but you also contain inflation. And if you want to rely on your labor, you have half of the labor force that's productive, educated, and waiting for you. I'll stop there, but thank you so much again.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. That was very insightful and eye-opening, and I hope we all can carry some of these statistics ahead as we think through what is going to be happening throughout the day. Now I'd like to call upon Ms. Gulden Tuptan. She's one of the founders of the Women's Entrepreneurs Association of Turkey and has served as the president between 2012 to 2015. In 2015, she was the founding chair of the Women 20 during the Turkey G20 presidency. Ma'am, welcome, and I'd like to hand it over to you. She'd like to discuss women in the journey of G20 and their role in promoting sustainable development and growth.
Thank you. With all these talks, all these deliberations, I must first say that I'm delighted to be here in Delhi. And thank you for the invitation, and thank you for all the sponsor corporations. I'm not good at names, but at least I remember one. Chair Renenda, and what she's trying to do with her NGO here for all the women. I'm glad to be here. I will only try to speak because everything is almost said in the first session and with the wrap up of my colleagues here in this chair. And what can I say? What I must say is I'm coming from 2008 onwards into women's business. Earlier, I was a corporate person and more or less talked in B20 and that we must do our things properly. And I have 125 years in board membership. I was the only female board member in a board of 13 people 12 men and 1 woman. And I know what woman, to say something to 12 men in the same room, which is a lot of aristocracy and protocol, was difficult. So I started with this woman issues, and in 2008 came the economic breakdown of the whole world, affecting all of us. So we understood something, which was, don't go back. If you go forward, it's good. But if you go backwards, it's not good. Some people lost their cars. Some people had to sell their new TVs, etc. Now, what can we assure that this doesn't happen? Sustainable growth is a value. Growth is a value, but also sustainable growth is a value. And I'm not a grassroots activist for women. I'm a corporate activist for women. In the corporate outlook, if you say something, you have to convince people. Why should women's rights are human rights? You should just raise your hand and you'll get it. But we cannot get it, so we must say something different. And that different thing is why women should be in the boardroom, why women should be in the government, why women should be in the corporate world, why women must earn money in the agriculture, why women must earn money for care. These are all macroeconomic ingredients for our economy to be on the top of their possible growth. For that purpose, we were trying to hook up to something. And then came 2014, the Brisbane document. G20 countries in Brisbane, Australia signed a paper. And if you look at G20 countries, it's mostly men, like 90%. From the pictures you can guess, you don't need a big research. And Chancellor Merkel was a value. She's no longer in the picture. Madame Bachelet was also a virtue there. And of course, Christine Lagarde. All these women have tried to fill the gaps of what's needed. Men are great people. I mean, I must say that, but they scattered people around here. So, but man takes bigger risks and bigger steps. If you take bigger step, the likelihood of you will fall down is there. And woman is the security of these bigger steps. Woman-led development is, she had a great explanation to it, but in my own words, this is the woman-led development. Okay, you want to take this step, but these are the tiny steps to go there. So we must assure that these steps are also taken. But when you talk, we want this, we want that step, sir, that you have proposed needs to be broken down into these steps. Oh, come on, shut up. Is what we hear most of the time. But now, then the wind in Brisbane, G20 site 25 by 25. We are not involving in your government affairs, but every country decreases the labor force participation in their own country by 25% until year 2025. And year 2025 is very close by. And in year 2025, we will have a bad result unless here in India, we can take a big step like the men's steps, because we have one premise. We have so many premises, but SDGs, of course, but another premise is leave no one behind. If we can move a big bulk from the behind to the front, if we can show that women can do things to help the economy. We have seen, luckily, when I was trying to set up after this G20 declaration, I said to my government, we must do something. And everybody said, come on, it's not the good time to do something. I know you have great ideas, you have policy proposals that went well. We know that, but just shut up. Don't do these things. And a gentleman came from G20. I will not share his name. I'm anyway not good at names. He said, what you're proposing to have a W20 outreach group in the G20 countries, it's not your own country, it's a lot of countries, 19 other countries, and with this European Union, many more countries. So you must know what you're saying. We cannot do this. This is a research of $1 million. Do you have research for $1 million? I said, come on, we don't have money, never had money in women organizations. Plus, we don't have money, even if we had the money, we don't have time to prove that the research results, launch of this research. Okay. And what happened is we will write down what we see from our experience in women empowerment, women entrepreneurship things. We have a lot of studies, we have a lot of knowledge gathered, so we will write them down. That's it. That's the first step of W20. Let me hear them, he said. Okay, I said, employment, education, employment, and entrepreneurship. It goes in a row. We need to educate women. Okay, he said. And then I said, women leadership. Where women leadership? In rural areas, in agriculture? No, I said, in the corporate boards, in the CEO tables, in the governments. He said, you're a dreamer. But I said, we have to dream something to be able to create the change. So I will dream. I will continue on dreaming. You don't have money, you're a dreamer. I wish you good luck, he said. Okay, I said. And we succeeded to form that year in April W20 with the agreement of all your countries. I'm very glad to have insisted on doing that, jumping on up and down and trying to convince people to do that. But thank you for all the women. I mean, I didn't do it alone, with all your efforts and male efforts as well. And this comes from McKinsey, saying that it's already cited here, saying that if women are included with this 25 by 25 in the economy, in the world, there will be a new America, US, and China. And you can trust me, it's already said in this today, but it counts if we can have such big countries in the world to help us for growth, for better lives and better results. She's angry with me. I will end my speech. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Tuttan. I'd like to now introduce our next panelist, Ms. Sabina Diwan. Ms. Diwan is the founder and executive director of the Just Jobs Network, a research organization focused on finding solutions to today's most pressing employment challenges. She'll be speaking on the future of work and where women will find space in this future. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my appreciation to SEWA Bharat and Renana Ben, RIS, ADBI, and UN Women for the invitation to be here today with such an illustrious panel. We've been talking a lot about education, employment, women's leadership, but one of the key questions is today's economy really providing pathways to women to achieve these things? So that's a little bit what I'm going to talk about in terms of the future of work, particularly the evolving platform economy and whether it's actually providing these pathways. So we all know that technology is upending the way that we live and work, and much of this new world is being mediated through platforms, digital platforms. This, in some ways, the platform economy is the new architecture that's emerging. So even, formerly logistics, how we hail a cab, to, how we work is all changing and is increasingly mediated through this platform economy. Jobs are being broken up into tasks, or what we call gigs. Now, remote work, hybrid work, work from home are all possibilities. And self-employment is on the rise. In India, 53% of employment is self-employment. And these are workers that are beyond the purview of labor regulations or social protections, right? And all of this new economy that's emerging comes against the backdrop of a volatile or declining female labor force participation, right? As we heard Soumya mention, 35% rural, 18% urban is the female labor force participation rates. And there's been tremendous volatility. In urban, it's actually been going down. So I ask you, is it enough to just talk about female labor force participation? We've heard all the statistics. 28 trillion will be added to the global economy if we close the gap in female labor force participation, 2.9% in India over the next few years. We've heard all of these numbers, but is it enough to just increase female labor force participation? Or if we are really talking about a new economy, is this an opportunity for us to create those pathways where I started with, right? Where we have well-remunerated work for women, where we have productive and safe work for women, and where women have opportunities to grow and progress. It's not enough to just say, let's bring more women into the labor market. We have to create these pathways. We have to have good work, decent work, just jobs, fair work, however you want to call it, in order to be able to harness the productive potential of women. So where does the platform economy work and gig economy work fall on this spectrum? I would argue that here, this new trend that's emerging is not providing the kinds of jobs that we would like to see for women. And essentially, this new world of online work that's emerging presents us an opportunity, but we will lose that opportunity. We will lose that opportunity unless we actually take some serious measures to ensure that platform work and gig economy work provides good opportunities for women. So let me quickly go through what are some ways that this work first falls short, and then I'll give you some ways, some things that we can do to try to ensure that this new emerging economy benefits women. So some of these things we've already heard of today. In the fact that gig work and platform work is touted, is encouraged as this huge opportunity to increase female labor force participation, in that is the idea that women need flexible work, right? Almost every woman in this room and all the women that we talk to and interview will also tell you that they prefer flexible work. But why do they prefer flexible work? And this reaches to, touches upon something that Soumya already talked about, which is there's a tacit acknowledgement of the fact that women bear the disproportionate burden of domestic responsibilities and care responsibilities, and therefore they need flexible work environments in order to accommodate everything else they have to do, the 7.5 hours that we heard about. Right? And in some sense, this isn't a real choice for women, right? There are now flexibility being offered in so-called seeming flexibility offered in location-based gig work. So our urban company workers, our personal care workers, other kinds of domestic workers that are being brought online. But really what's happening is these women have to piece together multiple gigs to be able to make up for the income that they used to have in a full-time job. They're actually finding that by the end of the day, if they've carried a massage table and gone to 3 different locations, fought heat, fought traffic, taken autos, they're actually making less of an income than they would have if they were in a full-time salon job where they were doing the same work. So in some sense, the value of this kind of flexibility actually depreciates, right? If we're talking about home-based work, in many of our interviews, we find that women are again relegated to very, bottom of the pyramid, as Renana Ben was talking, doing microtasking and other kinds of work that in many cases, they're actually qualified, and have education and credentials for more. But because they can do it from home, they're doing that work. And even in that, what are you going to do after you've been microtasking? There's no career progression. What are you going to do next, right? Many women see this as very temporary. They may or may not get out of it. That's the reality. But they see it as something temporary for themselves, right? And this kind of work also, the intensity of women's work is lower. And research shows this, that men that work from home have much more luxury to engage intensely with their work because they're uninterrupted and don't have the same pressures. Whereas women, their intensity of work, even when they're working from home, is lower. That's one. Two, I won't go too much into this because a lot has already been said, and not least because Ms. Turktan really gave us a real life example of the kind of social cultural norms that affect women's work. Now, when we promote home-based work for women, we've heard about problems with safety. We've heard about the fact that women need this extra flexibility. We also know that cultural norms would much rather see women at home than in public spaces, right? All of these not just take away real choice from women, but they actually, we're not talking about fixing the problem. We're not talking about making transportation safer. We're not talking about making sure that businesses hire women. We're not talking enough about how to make work environments optimal for women. What we are saying is, you know what, stay at home. We'll give you work at home. Right? To me, there's something wrong with that picture. We're not addressing the causes, we're addressing the symptoms and thinking that that's enough. Number three, another problem with home-based work that is often touted in terms of the platform and gig economy providing opportunities for home-based work is, we all know, and we've heard about it this morning from Ms. Gargi as well, that women are invisible in data. And because they're invisible in data, that means policy and regulations don't take them into account, right? And home-based work, where these platform companies are based abroad, you don't know who's working online, you don't know how much time necessarily, you don't know who, there's no redressal mechanisms. These in many ways continue to compound the problem of women's invisibility in work. Finally, another challenge is, like in offline work, online work replicates many of the same biases. So women are still in feminized work, right? They're still relegated to bottom of the pyramid, low value add work. They're still doing personal care work rather than, transportation or logistics. If you take e-commerce value chains, they're doing packaging. They're again not in the high-end logistics. So even online, you have the same biases that exist in the offline world of work. So in many ways, this new opportunity that we have with this emerging gig and platform economy to rechart a pathway for women is actually being lost because we are just letting things happen the way that they are. And continue, just now we're replicating them online in the same way that we had these offline biases. So what are a few things that we need to do? First is acknowledge and work on addressing the sociocultural norms and the root causes that I talked about. Why are things unsafe for women? Why do employers in factories not want to hire women, right? Addressing those kinds of biases. Why do families not let their daughters go out? Why do women not, have husbands that don't let them go out? Addressing these sociocultural norms in multilateral fora is essential. All of the UN agencies determine the way that we think about these issues. And if they are scared to address the cultural realities because they don't want to tell individual countries how and what to do, that's fine. You don't have to tell them how and what to do, but we do need to recognize the importance of looking at sociocultural norms. Number two, an enabling ecosystem, which everybody, one more minute. an enabling ecosystem, which everybody has already talked about, you know, safer transport, childcare, maternity leave, all of the things that we've already heard about today. That's number 2. But number 3, and this is my favorite one, this is not enough, right? Why do we only focus on gender-sensitive budgeting or gender-specific policies? All policies, everything, national education policy, PMKVY, every scheme that you can think of should be looked at through a gender impact lens. If we're investing in construction, is construction a gender progressive or regressive sector? How do we make it a gender progressive sector, right? Every policy should be looked at vis-a-vis the impact it has on women, and not just those policies that are specific to women. And last but not least, when we talk about women's work, and particularly home-based work for women, which is fortunately, unfortunately, however we want to see it, a reality, we need to make sure that the social protection architecture, labor regulations, redressal mechanisms, and social security are available to these women. And I would argue that we can't just keep segmenting our social protection system. At some point, our countries in the global south and in India, we have to think about a universal safety net, a universal social protection, social security infrastructure that starts with the lowest income and then expands gradually as we can fund it. And corporations, platforms need to pay their fair share into that. We can talk more about that later, but I'll stop there. I'll just say to end that, you know, we hear constantly the challenges that women face, even when they're as educated and as accomplished, right? Because in some ways, it's a man's world. And in this room, there's 1 man for every 5 women. I was counting. You know, we need to bring men into this picture as well. And we need to change the system. We can't keep tinkering around the edges of a system that hasn't worked for women. So to Renana Ban's point from this morning, we need to rebuild an economy that works for women and harnesses their productive potential, and not just adjust. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Divan. I would now like to call upon our final speaker for the session, Ms. Vandana Gupta. Vandana Ben is a Delhi-based street vendor as well as a home-based worker. She makes and sells flower bouquets, garlands, decorative items, artificial jewelries, and toys. She started her journey in SEWA as a community leader 8 years ago and gradually became a board member of the state union in Delhi. She's come here to share her experience with us of being a worker in the informal economy. She was sitting in the audience because she needed translation. She'll speak in Hindi, and then we'll have one of our SEWA colleagues translate for the rest of the audience into English. So Vandana Ben, अगर आप यहाँ पे हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए थैंक यू और धन्यवाद।
सभी को नमस्ते, मेरा नाम वंदना है और मैं दिल्ली में हूँ। मैं एक वेंडर हूँ और मैं एक घर खाता कामगार भी हूँ और एक वेंडर भी हूँ, क्योंकि मैं ये डेकोरेशन के जो आइटम हैं सीज़न पे इन्हें बनाती भी हूँ और फिर उन्हें बेचती हूँ। और सीज़न पे राखियों का काम, तो उनको मैं बनाने का और बेचने का दोनों काम करती हूँ। तो मैं एक होम बेस्ड वर्कर और वेंडर दोनों हूँ। मैं आज आपको अपनी थोड़ी सी स्टोरी बताऊंगी कि मैंने ये काम कैसे शुरू करा। काम तो मैंने अपने घर की एक आर्थिक स्थिति की वजह से ही शुरू करा था, पर मैं नौकरी करना चाहती थी। लेकिन जब मेरे बच्चे छोटे थे तो नौकरी तो नहीं कर सकती थी, क्योंकि मैं अपने बच्चे किसी के भरोसे नहीं छोड़ सकती थी। तो मुझे अपने परिवार को देखना था, अपने बच्चों को देखना था। तो अब मैं क्या करूं? तो मैंने फिर सोचा कि मैं अपना कुछ करती हूं। तब मैंने एक छोटी सी पूंजी से अपना आर्टिफिशियल ज्वेलरी बेचना शुरू करा। जब वो बेचना शुरू करा तो मैं जिस माहौल में मैं काम करती हूँ वहां पर पुरुषों की तादाद ज्यादा है, वहां महिलाएं नहीं काम करती। वहां जितने भी हैं वो पुरुष करते हैं। और मेरे घर में भी एक पुरुष थे जो कि मैं काम कर सकता हूँ, तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकती, तुम क्या करोगी? अगर आप काम भी कर रहे हो तो आप हेल्प भी तो करोगे ना, आप घर नहीं चला सकते। ये एक सोच के साथ मैंने, हिम्मत नहीं हारी, मैंने काम शुरू करा। जब मैंने वहां पर अपनी छोटी सी एक पटरी लगाई तो जो आसपास के लोग थे वो वहां आकर के इन चीजों का रेट पूछते थे सिर्फ, या उन चीजों को टच करके चले जाते थे। आपको एक लुक देकर चले जाते हैं कि आप कैसे कर सकते हो, ताकि हिम्मत टूट जाए। कई बार टूटी, कई बार लगा नहीं नहीं करना चाहिए, मेरे बस की नहीं है ये काम, मुझे कहीं नौकरी कर लेनी चाहिए या टीचिंग ही कर लेनी चाहिए, मुझे नहीं, मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगी। लेकिन फिर बच्चों का ख्याल आया कि नहीं, करना तो यही पड़ेगा, कोशिश करते हैं। उसको देखते हुए मैंने फिर कोशिश करी, और जब मैं सेवा में आई तो सेवा में आके मेरा थोड़ा आत्मविश्वास बढ़ा कि नहीं, मैं कर सकती हूँ, आपको करना है मुझे, और हमें इसको डरना नहीं है इस चीज के लिए। मैंने अपने काम को शुरू करा, काम में शुरू करा, लेकिन काम में उतना प्रॉफिट नहीं था क्योंकि मैं माल ला करके बेचती थी, तो उससे घर नहीं चल पाता था। फिर वही था कि आपका स्रोत कम है, आय कम है, तो आप कैसे कर पाओगी, उससे तो घर नहीं चल रहा। फिर धीरे धीरे सोचा कि मैं अपना कच्चा माल ला करके बना करके बेचूं, तो मैंने अपने उस माल को ला करके जब बना करके बेचना शुरू करा तो मुझे उसमें काफी इम्प्रूवमेंट दिखी। कि सबसे बड़ी बात कि मैं अपने माल को खुद बना रही थी, मुझे उसमें प्रॉफिट ज्यादा हो रहा था। फिर जब मैंने उसे बेचा तो मेरा ग्राहक जो उस माल को पसंद करके जा रहा था और उसे पूरी मार्केट में जब वो नहीं मिल रहा था, वो वापस लौट के मेरे पास ही आ रहा था उस चीज को लेने के लिए। तो मुझे उससे बहुत प्रोत्साहन मिला कि मुझे इसी काम को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, और मैंने अपने काम को थोड़े बड़े स्किल पे करना चाहा कि मैंने कच्चे माल को ला करके, जैसे हमारी घर खाता कामगार बहनों की बात होती है, बहनों से बनाया, खुद भी बनाया, और उसको थोड़ा बड़े स्तर पे बेचना शुरू करा। लेकिन अभी भी मैं उस स्तर पे नहीं पहुंच पाई जहां मैं पहुंचना चाहती हूँ। मैं सोचती हूँ उस काम को करने के लिए, लेकिन नहीं हो पाता। लेकिन मैंने फिर छोटे से उस पर अपने व्हाट्सएप पे उन चीज़ों की फोटोग्राफ्स लगाए, उनको दूसरों लोगों तक पहुंचाया। मुझे उसको बिजनेस की तरह करना तो नहीं आया, लेकिन मुझे जिस तरह से भी आया मैंने उसे करा, और उसमें मुझे कस्टमर मिले। और कस्टमर से ज्यादा मुझे एक चीज का प्रॉफिट हुआ कि आमतौर पे जब आप दुकान लगाते हो तो गल्ले में पैसा आता है, तो आप उसे घर में खर्च कर देते हो। ये कैश आया और कभी बच्चों को दे दिया, कभी बिजली का बिल भर दिया, वो मेरे पास बचा नहीं। लेकिन जब मैंने वो व्हाट्सएप पे लगाया और उन लोगों ने मुझे ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करी, तो वो पैसा मेरे बैंक में था। उस पैसे पे पूरा मेरा हक था कि उस पैसे को मुझे कैसे यूज करना है। वो पैसा मेरे बुरे वक्त के लिए भी था मेरे पास, और जब मुझे इस काम को थोड़ा बड़ा करना था, मेरे पास पूंजी नहीं थी, तो मुझे उसे एक पूंजी की तरह भी यूज करने में मुझे उससे सहायता मिली। और उस पैसे को कैसे खर्च करना वो डिसीजन मेरा था। सबसे ज्यादा मुझे उसमें यह था कि इसका मुझे हिसाब नहीं देना, ये मेरा है और इसे कैसे खर्च करना ये मैं ही डिसाइड करूंगी। तो उससे भी मेरी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ी कि नहीं जी, मुझे अब इसको थोड़ा सा डिजिटल तरीके से ही करना चाहिए। मुझे उसका तरीका नहीं पता चला, अभी भी मैं सीखने के स्तर पर ही हूँ कि हाँ, मैं अपने उस काम को कैसे आगे बढ़ाऊं। पूंजी की कमी तो होती है, पूंजी सबसे बड़ी परेशानी पूंजी की आती है, लेकिन पूंजी के बाद भी आपको कैसे डिजाइन्स लाने हैं, मार्केट में क्या नया चल रहा है, कैसे उसको बेचना है, कैसे उसको आपको ज्यादातर लोगों के पास पहुंचाना है। बीच में अभी मेरे पास एक आया कि जब बच्चे छोटे थे तब शुरू किया था, अब बच्चे बड़े हो गए तो ये काम बंद कर दो, जरूरत नहीं है, अब कोई उसकी आवश्यकता नहीं। लेकिन जिसको मैंने बच्चों की तरह अपने काम को शुरू से लेके अब तक किया है, उसे कैसे बंद करूं। और मैं अपने उस काम को बढ़ाना चाहती हूँ और बड़े तरीके पे करना चाहती हूँ। अपनी बहनों को उसी तरह उनके काम को भी बढ़ाना चाहती हूँ। मैं सेवा में रह के, जैसे हमारी सेवा की बहनें हैं, घरों में रह के काम करती हैं, बेचने का काम करती हैं, लेकिन जो घरों में रहती हैं उनके तो कामगार की पहचान भी नहीं है कि हम क्या काम करते हैं। हम तो घर में रह के सिर्फ टाइम पास के लिए ये काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे काम की कोई पहचान नहीं है। आपके घर में भी उसी तरह होता है कि आपके पास समय है तो आपने वो काम कर लिया, लेकिन आपके काम को वो वैल्यू नहीं दी जाती। मैं सुबह से एक चीज सुन रही थी कि जिन महिलाओं के ग्रोथ पे चर्चा हो रही है, उनके साथ जो भेदभाव होता है उस पर चर्चा, लेकिन ये हमारा आम जीवन है, हम रोज इस जिंदगी को जीते हैं। अगर हमें आज यहाँ आना है तो मुझे सुबह वो 3 घंटा काम करके आना है, लेकिन अगर एक मेरे हस्बैंड को कहीं जाना होता तो मैं उसको शायद तैयार करके भेज देती कि नहीं आपको जाना है तो ये आप लो और आप जाओ। लेकिन जब मुझे यहाँ आना था तो मुझे अपने सारे काम पूरे करके जल्दी जल्दी आना था कि ताकि मैं यहाँ समय पर पहुंच सकूं। तो मैं अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाना चाहूंगी, अपनी बहनों को उसी से आगे बढ़ाना चाहूंगी। बस, थैंक यू सो मच। आप सबका
थैंक यू सो मच अंजना बेन। थैंक यू सो मच वंदना बहन, आपने हमारे साथ अपना कहानी शेयर किया और आपकी बात आपने रखी यहाँ पे हमारे साथ. Now I'd like to thank our entire panel so much for sharing your thoughts, your experience, all the knowledge you hold. This has been a really insightful session. And but before we break, we do have another 5 to 7 minutes for question and answers. And I believe the questions from the room have been shared with our chair. So Mr. Chinoy, over to you.
Thank you, Sanjana. And I've been very democratic as I'm the only male in the panel. So I've distributed the questions to the panelists, and they can decide which ones they want to answer and how they want to answer in the 1.5 minutes that you have. So can I start with you? Can you go in, Soumya?
Sure. So just a few questions. One is if safety is overhyped to prevent women from working. I don't think so, for the reason that, as I said, sometimes you have perceptions issues also associated with safety. And so families or even husbands do not want women to go. Equally, if you were to give them some transport or safer transport options, women are known to join call centers. So it is not as if it is overhyped, but yes, you need safe transport, etc. I think on the second, whether actually recognition of pay gaps or non-recognition of pay gaps is an economic violence by the state. Not sure, at least in terms of the Equal Wages Act that has been put in place, at least the state actually has acknowledged that women should get equal wages. But at the same time, many firms refuse to get registered so that they have to fulfill all of these norms. So I think that's the sort of black economy, informal economy that we should be looking at. What should we be doing for women to get them into workforce after marriage? The tricky thing in India is most women get into workforce at the time of marriage. Unlike many of the European countries where they marry later, we get married at 18 to 19, and that's the time of the entry after the schooling. So definitely safer transport, quality childcare, not just any childcare, because like Vandana Ben, you will refuse to put your child in an Anganwadi if it is not providing you good education, or at least it's clean, and then comes the cost issue. Also, of course, getting women into the workforce as role models in companies and businesses hiring or procuring more from women. And finally, also, we keep talking about STEM, but women are actually, if you look at the number of STEM pass outs, more girls are passing out than boys because their scores are higher. But we have a leaky pipeline because you don't have the acts in place in terms of maternity leave or actually getting more women, not just in research and academia, but as research heads, as deans or heading institutions. So if we could have some sort of affirmative action there. And the final question was on structural barriers. What about the really vulnerable women who don't have any identity, who are homeless? Data systems definitely help there. Like Jharkhand did a state migrant registry, acknowledged women workers who are coming back. I think mostly women are acknowledged as accompanying their families. And sometimes you need platforms by the government. I know NRLM is establishing gender resource centers because often women don't know where to go to get that identity. But at least if you have a platform, they know where to go and at least get an identity card, which enables them to other things.
Sure. So I had two very good questions, and one of which is a complicated question. Life is very gray. There's no easy answers. The question is, do you think that laws mandating that the salary is published along with job advertisements can ensure equal pay for men and women? And this is from Devika Agarwal with UN Women. Thank you for your question. This is a hard question because I do think that having salary published along with job advertisements might work. But then you also are hoping that women, once they're in a job, are getting equal pay and equal progression, right? And there, women also have a right to privacy. Maybe you don't want your salary being made public, right? So what I would say is that we have laws in place for a reason: equal pay for equal work, also minimum wage laws. Many of these are not being enforced. And I think where we need to start is actually enforcing the regulations that we already have to ensure that they're being implemented and women get equal pay. But I could talk more about this, so if you'd like to come and discuss it further, we can. The second question was, do you think it's more important to have a gender focus across all levels of policy design and implementation than just the impact of non-gender focused policies from a gender lens? What I was saying is that right now, we tend to only focus on gender-specific policies as solutions for women's work, which is important. That is important. We need to continue to do that. But in addition, the larger picture is that there's systemic biases. There's a number of regulations and policies that are crafted based on maybe the dispositions or preferences of a male-dominated economy, and those need to be examined from a gender lens. So I'm not saying one and not the other. We actually need to continue to focus on gender-focused policies, but we also need to broaden that to look at all policies and their impact on gender, so that we can bring about systemic change. Thank you.
Thanks. There's a question for Vandana Ben. Would you like to translate that for her?
So the question is particularly to women street vendors. So Vandana Ben, how far do you see credit accessibility is taken into consideration, and one step ahead becoming real beneficiaries of access to credit is basically the question.
स्ट्रीट वेंडर को पैसे की ज़रूरत तो है ही है, क्योंकि वो जब तक पैसा नहीं होगा वो अपना काम कैसे शुरू कर सकता है, पूंजी। लेकिन जब लोन की बात आती है तो लोन तो हम ले सकते हैं, जा भी सकते हैं, लेकिन जो स्कीम है, जैसे कि मैंने कुछ समय पहले मुद्रा लोन के बारे में सुना था और मैंने ट्राई करा, लेकिन जब उसमें बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स चाहिए, तो एक दो तो मैंने कर लिए, लेकिन जब ज़्यादा डॉक्यूमेंट्स तो मैं उनसे पीछे हट गई, क्योंकि उसमें बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स चाहिए आपको, तो वो हमारे पास इतने नहीं मिल पाते। तो हम उन लोन से कैसे जाएं? फिर हमें दूसरी तरह से उन पैसों को जुटाना पड़ता है। तो पैसा और लोन तो हमें चाहिए, लेकिन उसके लिए आसानी होनी चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, मैं एक और चीज़ कहूँगी कि मैं तो होम बेस्ड वर्कर और वेंडर दोनों हूँ। तो मैंने वेंडर के तौर पे पीएम मुद्रा स्वनिधि लोन ले लिया, वो मुझे थोड़ा आसानी से मिला, कम क्वांटिटी में मिला, लेकिन मिल गया। लेकिन अगर मैं होम बेस्ड वर्कर के तौर पे उसको सोचूं तो वो तो सिर्फ एक बेचने वालों के लिए है, लेकिन अगर मैं घर में रहकर इसको सिर्फ बनाने का काम कर रही हूँ, तो क्या मुझे इसके कच्चा माल लेने के लिए कहीं से लोन मिलेगा? नहीं मिलेगा, कोई सुविधा नहीं है, मुझे उसके लिए कोई पैसे सरकार नहीं देगी। क्योंकि अगर मैं बेचने का काम कर रही हूँ तो शायद मेरे लिए सुविधा है, लेकिन उसमें भी बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं जो हम नहीं पूरा कर पाते।
She said that definitely street vendors need access to working capital, and there are certain schemes and provisions that are available, for instance, the Mudra loan. But when she inquired about it, she learned that there are a lot of documents that are needed. So the ease of accessing credit is not there. She also gave the example of Swanidhi, which was a scheme launched specifically for street vendors during COVID, which she said was perhaps relatively easier for her. But she's also a home-based worker. What about home-based workers wanting to access credit? Largely, that's the point she made. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are 5 questions to me, and I'll try and actually do it in 1 minute. So first, work from home during COVID increased unpaid family work along with workload and also led to domestic violence. The bad news comes out first, but the good news is a lot of women and a lot of men, me included, because I look after my granddaughter, love working from home because I can do both. And we should not throw out the baby with the bath water. The second thing is that gig working is not equivalent to work from home. They're two different things. And I think work from home should be promoted as far as possible. The next group of questions on skilling. Now, I think, how do you upskill and reskill frontline workers? I think what is not known is that the Sector Skill Council is here, and we have Mona Gupta, who is the CEO of the Domestic Workers Sector Skill Council. And I think SEWA should be on their board. And I think you can have that conversation later. SEWA should be on many boards of the Sector Skill Council. So what we have done is we've actually got a career progression. If a home cook gets certified under Domestic Workers Sector Skill Council, that certificate, and they have a pathway to becoming an executive chef. Such pathways exist for all, and including the construction worker example that I gave, how can a helper become a contractor? In real life, that is happening. The other last point, which I'll actually talk about, is that, I think the top one skill is what could be a game changer. I think I mentioned it. We should not look back. So there's a cohort that needs to be upskilled and reskilled, and there's a cohort which is large, which can be given an opportunity for the future. And we should look at machine learning, data analytics, virtual reality, artificial reality, etc., to train the large cohort of women STEM graduates who can actually work from anywhere and earn a revenue. So I think that's that. I have not answered two questions on Salkalp, but just include, like Sabina said, gender sensitivity, which is one of the key initiatives there. And I think how do you recognize unskilled workers to be skilled is simple: recognition of prior learning and certification. 600 rupees plus the cost of certification. It's very easy. I think SEWA can do it the countrywide, and the previous W220 chair can take it worldwide. But the last question I'm saving for the best, which is really to
Question asked to me. Thank you. I will try to say two things. The question is, what will happen in 2025? Shall we stop all the work? I frankly think no, because I have seen by my own eyes, and research was going to show it, but due to COVID, it shows just the opposite. When I got to the country, say any country, at the, not customs, but immigration, the guy looks at you and says, G20, you look too short, and I don't show my age very much, too young to be G20. What is this visa, fake? No, it is my visa and I'm G20, and I get into the country. But the second time or the third time I go to that same country, ma'am, welcome. So it is a huge publicity to your country. So this is a train going to countries, 20 countries, and even more it will be. And the other 20 countries make 85% of the economy. But now all other economies are smart and they learn from G20. So we should go on. It's 20 more years since 2015, and I guess it will continue. But I'm not a signature in G20, so don't trust me, demand it. Second, upskilling is what we can do from our heart, from ourselves. If we want to do something better for ourselves, the world is going to, this small thing I learned from online training or whatever gap I think I have, if I can cover that, then I will be better off. If you are better off, each one of you, we will all be better off. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our panelists for coming here and for gracing us with all this information and knowledge you've shared with us. We hope as we go through the rest of the G20 year, a lot of these points come up in various discussions and deliberations and are carried forward in the rest of the 19 countries as well as the EU in policy measures. But thank you. And at that end, I would like to conclude this session. Can I request that we give our panelists a token of our appreciation? I'd like to introduce our panelists again. We have on our panel Ms. Jayashree Vyas, the chair of the session, Ms. Sonal Jetli, Ms. Asta Kapoor, and Ms. Regina Honu. As we all know, financial and digital inclusion are critical for women's economic empowerment, and there are significant barriers that need to be overcome to enable this. Our panelists today will share their insights and experiences on accelerating agency of women to be able to include in this space. We'll also hear from our panelists on their experiences and insights, as well as best practices and lessons learned from their work. I'll directly dive into it. Jayashree Ben, who's the chair of the session, has been the managing director of Shri Mahila Seva Sahakirti Bank in Ahmedabad since 1986. And I'd like to call upon her to start this session. So Jayashree Ben, over to you. You can begin with your thoughts. We also have a PPT for Jayashree Ben, so if that can be shown on the screen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And it was, I think, all this kind of, session has come. It has great things which, everybody wants to do it. The second thing I was just thinking that Vandana Ben is here. She should have come to Ahmedabad. I would have given her loan. Anyway, yes, the example is that, financial inclusion is the thing, and digital inclusion is also very important. That is what we have been saying. Of course, I'm chairing, so should I talk about everybody's names and other things? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yes. So I would first start with SEWA Bank because this is what I am doing. What has happened is that it is in 70s where SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association, was started. And it was started because there were so many women who were working economically active. They were economically active. They were, hard working. We were also seeing that they were, risk takers. They had never thought that there would be insurance. They were there. They were risks. They were risk takers. But still they were looking very invisible in the world, in the country. So it was decided that SEWA would organize a union of these women. And when this union was started, what the first thing which they wanted was that, because they were economically active, they needed they needed credit, they needed other kind of financial products, and they did not have it. Access to it was there, but it was they had to pay very high rate of interest. So in that cases, it was all women, I would say, because we always had meetings of all these women, and those women came together and they said, one day they said that, why can't we start our own bank? And this was something nobody thought that, somebody will ask about this. So, we were all saying that, or it was 11 there at that time. So she said that how can we have a bank, because, we don't have capital, we don't have any other kind of resources. They said, no, we have our little resources. So it was 10 rupees a day, 10 rupees. And all 4,000 women came together and they said that, yes, we want to start a bank. And it was a cooperative bank, which was saying. There were lots of other issues, but fortunately, we got a license of RBI for this. So this is the time. So this was the time which I would say that, when everybody talking about financial inclusion, this was the first women's bank, I would say, because the first thing which we did is, of course, when we started a bank, we gave them credit. And we also, of course, and they can also save in their money because it's a formal bank. So two things happening. One was financial inclusion for credit, and second was financial inclusion for saving. Of course, they were saving 2 rupees, 5 rupees, but now, of course, they have 100 lakhs of rupees, but also they are saving. But this was I would say that at that time, even financial inclusion word was also not somebody using, but this was started there. Women started working well, very well, and because they got their own credit. Earlier, what was happening was they were doing job work. They were doing on contract basis, and when they saw that they get credit and a comparatively lower rate of interest. So then what they did is that they of course their businesses were growing, and not only her businesses was growing, only 5 minutes. Okay. So then, okay, I will talk about that later. But this was just the beginning. Please, now who will? Should we start? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so they came out of vicious cycle of poverty. Basically, that was the first thing. But the second thing which we also saw was that they were whenever they needed any money or credit, they were just using it only for all kinds of purposes. So the second thing which we wanted to do was that saving and credit, yes, but we wanted to have a life cycle needs for these women, because it's not and there are so many products which they need. So we decided to have this kind of a scheme where all life cycle needs, but in life cycle needs also we thought that there are three types of needs they need. First type of need is emergency. The second is consumption, and the third thing is credit, or productive. So what we said that we should have all kinds of products in saving, which would be for consumption. Maybe it is for a marriage, or maybe it is for pension, or it is for maybe some festival or anything. So that is one. The second one which was there was credit for only productive purpose and not for using for any other purpose. And the third was of course emergency. So where there all kind of, it's not only one insurance, all kind of insurance they should do it. So this is what we started, and we started helping them in this. But what we saw was that they did not, they understood the products, but they were not actually able to deal with it, do it. So we realized that maybe why they are not doing this. So what we did was that we thought that maybe we are all I think we are all middle class people. So we never understood that what is their behavior of financial behavior, and we start to understand that what is their financial behavior. And which came out first was that because aaj kamaya aaj khaya, because they are living on daily basis, they never thought about tomorrow or future. And that there was no planning. That was the first thing. And when there was no planning, what was happening was that whenever they need money, they would again go to credit, and SEWA Bank was not giving that credit. So they were even going to money lenders. And the third thing was also that, for any kind of purpose, they would use only credit as a product, and they were not using saving for this. They were not using insurance or pension or any product for this. Even for housing, it was difficult. So then what we realized that we need to start a financial literacy. And the first thing we started, it was in 2000 or 2002, that, we decided that, we should have a plan. So the first thing was planning, that, we make them help planning. It's not a very simple way. It was not complicated thing, but the simple things. Even we were giving small films about this and those kinds of things. The other things were concepts. We thought that they have savings, they use saving, but they withdraw very, very much. So what we show them is there's another product, saving product, which is a recurring account, for example, or fixed deposit. So where they are getting the interest, and interest also, it does compounded interest. And when they saw that, and it was 3 months every. So when they saw that my money, that my money is here, and I can grow it for this. Similarly, that was the one concept was that fungibility of money. Money यहाँ से आया है, money से वहाँ ले जाते हैं. So fungibility of money. And the last which we also do this is that wasteful expenditure come karo. That was also something. So when we started all these things, and we were doing it as an individual, with counseling to individual, to at a group of people. The third was also that we were doing campaigns of it. So all these kinds of things, when started doing it, we saw that they are ensuring, and they are seeing that we should have this kind of financial literacy, and we should do it. And at least, so that is what we have been seeing yesterday. Today, we still have to do it more.
Thank you for your enlightening words, Jayashree Ben, and for sharing on the financial life cycle needs of women in the informal economy. Now I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Ms. Sonal Jetli. Ms. Sonal Jetli leads the Gender Equality and Social Inclusion practice at Microsafe Consulting. She's a gender and development finance professional with more than a decade of experience working on women's financial inclusion, and recently led the Digital Economy Working Group for the G20 Ministerial Conference on Women Empowerment under Indonesia's G20 presidency back in 2022. Over to you.
Thank you, Sanjana, and thank you, Jayashree Ben. So I will quickly dive into what this presentation talks about. Basically, is what Vandana talked about in the earlier session on Punji, and why Punji is so important for women entrepreneurs. So can we go to the first slide? So if we see the overall landscape of how women's entrepreneurship looks in India, quite a provocative title there is women-led enterprises safe in India. So safe means, are they sustainable, autonomous, formal, and employment generating? When we look at the data and evidence, it actually says that they're not sustainable because they're not able to tide over shocks and external events like demonetization, COVID, etc. There is a lot of evidence now to say that more women entrepreneurs shut shop after COVID than male-led enterprises. Many are not autonomous, so they are women owned on paper, but they're actually controlled by men. This percentage is actually 20% according to some research that has been done. Still, majority of our women entrepreneurs remain concentrated in the informal sector, as Jayashree Ben said. Formality of their enterprises is still a big bottleneck because they deal in cash, and with informality comes their own sort of host of challenges. They're not employment generating. Majority of our enterprises that are led by women are actually one-person enterprises, according to the latest economic survey. They on an average generate employment for one person or two person, and that's also at a higher rate. Majority are single or own account enterprises, as statistics call it. Let's go to the next slide. So what we've learned through a lot of work that we've done is that successful and profitable entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is also in two categories. One is sort of sustenance led to survive and tide over and just earn some money, and the other is opportunity oriented entrepreneurship. So opportunity and profitable entrepreneurship is not a function of just one thing. For example, access to finance. We find through a lot of work and research that we've done, not only in India, but in more than 13 low-income countries, is that successful and profitable entrepreneurship for women is a function of 6 key ecosystem needs, and we have to provide support to women entrepreneurs to grow their enterprises on all of these 6 key needs. And these start from entrepreneurship promotion. So telling young girls that entrepreneurship is a pathway to career success and profitability and building your own independent economic life. Then training and skilling is very essential. Market linkages are extremely critical. Providing access to finance is one of the most critical, as Vandana Ben also said earlier. What we usually miss out on is mentoring, networking, and business support services, which are equally important. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, we can skip this one. Yeah, so I will quickly give you an overall landscape of how much credit actually goes to women. So doing a deep dive into one of these needs, which is access to credit, we find that overall there is a huge demand and supply gap in access to credit for women. And if you see, we can go to the next slide. If you see the overall credit that goes to women from the banking system in India, it's only 9%. only 9% of credit is accessible to women in any form from the overall kitty. Even in the small borrower account category, which is credit of less than 2 lakh rupees, even under that category, only 33% of the amount goes to women and women entrepreneurs. We recently did a study with Seva Bharat to understand the credit journey and the credit experiences of women borrowers who are either leading individual or collective enterprises. So what we find, we can go to the next slide. What we find is that it is easier to get credit which is below 2 lakh, somewhere around the ticket size of 80,000 to 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh. It is absolutely difficult to get any credit for women entrepreneurs above 2 lakh. And the reason is because there is a lot of microfinance now available. There is a lot of credit available through SHG bank linkages. But there is a missing middle segment, women who fall in the category of 2 to 5 lakh. That is what they would need at the bare minimum to invest to create a profitable venture at the grassroots level. So this category of credit is not available. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. What we also see is that the user experience of women borrowers remains a very, very broken journey when they try to access the mainstream banking system. So majority of them share that it remains a very inconvenient, time consuming and an uphill task to access credit from the mainstream banking system. We also find that women borrowers, interestingly, are not a homogeneous segment. So women borrowers, I think you just need to go to the next tab so that we can see the categories. Yeah. So women borrowers actually fall in these two prominent categories of credit willing and credit unwilling women. And what we find interestingly is that there are certain institutions who've done a wonderful job of supporting women to access credit, and these institutions we call bridge institutions. These are institutions like Seva Bank, who actually do not believe in just the give and take of money with women. They have a long-term relationship with their borrowers. They actually support borrowers to access higher order services. They create the confidence, they give them credit plus services, which actually creates the confidence for women borrowers who are even in the unwilling category to transition to the credit willing category and also absorb higher size credit and have the confidence to take on debt, because in our cultural connotation, debt is also karza. It's seen as कर्जा. So कर्जा लेने का जो confidence है कि मैं repay कर पाऊंगी कि नहीं, it is these institutions who actually help women to create that confidence and absorb not just the lower size but the higher ticket size category of loans. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, we also interviewed and talked to a lot of bankers. So what we find is when we talk to mainstream bankers, we see that women, I'm sorry, so can I take like 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, so on the supply side, we see that women constitute 80% borrowers in the microcredit category of all the mainstream banks. They say they hardly get any loan applications for women in the MSME or the higher size categories. The product suite is very standard. They do not understand women's needs, and there are very standard products which actually do not cater to the needs of women entrepreneurs who need very different financial products to tide over their business challenges. That's a very, very big barrier. The customer segment perception of women among bankers is that they're usually beneficiaries of government schemes, or they're borrowers under the priority sector lending category. So give credit to microfinance institutions, and they will in turn give that small category credit to women. And they also fall out midway, as Vandana Ben actually said, that the biggest challenge we also find in the study is documentation, collateral, and guarantors. Any loan above the ticket size of 2 lakh, you need all of these in order. And the top reason for falling midway through the application process is they are not able to fulfill the documentation requirements. Yeah, the next, yeah. So we also find that it's not that nobody is doing anything about it. We have a category of these institutions who are doing a wonderful job, and who've shown how to lend better to women. And maybe I'll stop here and later come back to it because the time is up.
Yeah, only thing which we were also now seeing is that one product which has come is, I mean, it is already in other banks, is that cash credit loan. So working capital loan, so that's something which is, we can also do that. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights on women-owned enterprises and the challenges they face when it comes to finance. I'd like to now call upon our next panelist, Ms. Asta Kapoor. She's the co-founder of Apti Institute, a Bangalore-based research firm that works in the intersection of technology and society. At Apti, she leads the Data Economy Lab, a vertical established to research and test new methods of data sharing, data stewardship, and governance. She is also a co-chair in the Task Force 2 of the current T20 in India. All right, welcome, Apti.
Thanks so much, everyone. And also Jayashree Ben and Sonal Ben's interventions set me up nicely for mine, because I will start at the question of digital access. But before I get into it, what the T20 and the G20 in India, and that's the context of this discussion, has been talking about extensively is digital public infrastructure, which is, as the government describes it, the digital railroads that will enable access and use of technology on the last mile. Now, as we've been talking since the morning, there's a significant exclusion that happens in the quote unquote last mile. And when it comes to technology, we're all on the fringes and our ability to negotiate is limited. This obviously gets magnified for women in particular, and not just women in rural areas or women, but I think even the women here, because the way we experience technology as women is very different from the way men, for instance, or in other parts of the world, white men experience technology. So I think that just to understand the context in which the conversation on digital public infrastructure is being built is that we need to create these digital railroads. If we just take the example of railroads, right, even as railroads exist, for women to access those railroads, you need the road that takes you to the train station, you need the train that gets there, you need to have the support of your family and your network to allow you to take that train, you need to feel safe handling that train, you need to have the financial ability to buy a ticket. In the same way, the digital railroads have pretty much the same set of problems, which is that even if, for instance, we have Aadhaar, which is considered a digital railroad, the ability to move people through ID instruments from one place to the other, to give them access to government services and program through this digital ID system. The other digital railroad that they talk about a lot, which is UPI, which is the ability to move money from point A to point B. So, however, when it comes to women, the experiences with these digital railroads are intermediated by the social cultural context that women enjoy, the ability to access these quote unquote digital railroads and what they make of it, the ability to use them effectively. We were in the field with Renana Ben in 2010-11 when Aadhaar was being enrolled, and as we know, there's an iris scan that is required. Now, what we found is that women would not lift their veil to get an iris scan. You have to, when we think about designing technologies that are so fundamental to our existence, we have to think about these things. UPI enrollment or any scheme or program asks for women's phone numbers. The implication of giving your phone number as a woman to a random enrollment man, everybody knows what that means. So again, when we say privacy by design, what does that mean for women is very different. We've also heard things like, oh, women don't care about privacy in India because India is such a community space, everybody's living, but it is not true. The way women would want to say reveal a pregnancy to an Anganwadi worker, at what stage they choose to do it, and the implications it has for what benefits they get is entirely the decision of a woman, which is something again that we are not able to code into technology. So the other part of this digital public infrastructure that we've been talking a lot about is the idea of trust. And I think Sonal, you touched on it as well. Trust is a component of two things. One is the willingness or the ability to trust a platform. And the second part is, of course, the trustworthiness of the platform. Now, in some instances, we may be able to solve the idea of trustworthiness by saying, oh, this is a secure platform, your data will not leak, we will make sure that you get the services, we will make sure that you have higher levels of convenience. And we've also seen trustworthiness in the form of the government itself, that the government has built this platform, so it must be good and therefore trustworthy. However, the willingness to trust is a complex set of issues. It has obviously things like sociocultural norms. We've seen in the context of women's use and access of just phones, which is that it seems that you can't have an arranged marriage in parts of India now because you have a Facebook profile, because Facebook profile means certain kinds of things. It means access, it means progress, it means a worldview that is not in alignment to what your life is going to be like. We've also seen things like phones being used to surveil women, phones being used to harm women. So there's a cultural and social context in which technology exists and therefore access is mediated. What we are also finding is that things like breakdowns are experience of technology are experienced differently by women. So a lot of women are worried about OTP fraud, which is something so fundamental to the way we transact online. But OTP fraud, which may impact everybody, but women have a greater sense of vulnerability around it. They also have a sense of, I will ruin the phone, because so that maybe goes back to the questions of capacity, of trust, of that intermediation. What we are finding through our work is that women need to engage with technology in very many ways. And again, this is the legacy of SEWA's influence in my life in a collective way. I think what we are finding is that technology aims to atomize us. It is your digital experience, your Facebook profile. But the way we experience harms is collective. The data about one woman harms me and my data harms other women. So we also need to think about technology as a collective experience. And we also need to, Sabina spoke about agency over our digital lives, agency over our data lives, that can only occur if we think about that as a collective thing. So there's a piece of work that we're trying to run with, my last point, with in fact SEWA's cooperative in Gujarat, which is that we are working with the women to see how they already exist in a cooperative structure, they already decide on things in a democratic way with the membership model. How can we use this in the data economy? How can we get women to pool their data in the same way as they pool their labor, their capital, and govern it collectively? Because we think, one, like I said, data rights and access needs to be negotiated collectively. It also needs to be done through an intermediary, because we, like I said, are all similarly vulnerable, and we need intermediaries in the way that we have through financial services, for instance. We have intermediaries at multiple levels. And so in the way that technology says, let's remove middlemen, let's remove those inefficiencies, that is a very different way of thinking about it. When PDS gets digitized, women don't know who to ask anymore, right? Your ration shop guy, you could go every day to say, has my ration card come or not? But when it's a digital experience, you have no ability to negotiate. So I think for women, like I said, collective and intermediated access to technology is what is going to enhance trust, and therefore the ability of women to transact meaningfully online.
I would tell you two things. One thing is that, see, when there were no mobiles and others, And when women started coming to us and they got a passbook, they never wanted to show this passbook to their husband or fixed deposit. So, and when it was okay because we were keeping it with ourselves. But then when, mobiles came, what happened was, and we were sending SMS to them, and it was a joint mobile. So husband would also see that and what was happening, and then what happened that many such women said that I am closing this account and I will use other account. So that's happening, even for son also, giving OTPs and other things are happening, but lesser than, but earlier it was much better.
Thank you so much for that, Asta. All right, over to our next speaker. Ms. Regina Honu is the founder and CEO of Soronko Academy, a leading technology, coding, and digital skills development center in Africa. She was recently named in the 2021 Quartz Africa Innovators list and has been appointed as a leadership champion and observer to the governing committee of the Women's Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative at the World Bank. She's currently partnering with MasterCard Foundation as a part of Young Africa Works to ensure that 2.1 million Ghanaian women are connected to dignified and fulfilling work. Thank you so much for joining us today, Regina. Over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. So in my presentation, I'm going to do it quickly in two parts. The first one is my own personal journey story, which has influenced the work that I do. And then the second part is going to be the learnings that we've had trying to get more women and girls as creators of technology and not just consumers. The next slide. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a quick background, and I think it sets the stage for all the conversations that we've been having on, the gaps in labor force participation for women. And it's similar in Africa and in my country, where you have all these, a lot of women working in the informal sector. We believe that the information technology and IT-enabled service sector is a new driver of growth, and it has unprecedented opportunities. So in my country, for every ICT job, up to 8 more jobs is created. And according to research by the ITU, and by 2029, there will be a huge gap. And by 2050, half of the current jobs that we have will not exist, right? So it's important that we skill women in technology, not even just for the future of work, but for them to stand out and be competitive in whatever industry or sector that they choose to go in. Next slide. So now I'm going to go into my personal story. So growing up, you had a couple of careers that your parents pushed you into. Because I was good in math and science, I was supposed to be a doctor. But I played Pac-Man and I fell in love with the game. And I wanted to change it. And I was told in order to do that, I had to learn, how to code. And coding was such a foreign concept, right? And I also remember that I watched a movie and a man was able to fly with a rocket on his back. I thought at the time everything on TV was real. So I designed a prototype of a rocket I wanted to build. And I was told that girls don't build rockets and I'll end up in the kitchen, right? And so even when I decided to go into tech, it was an uphill battle. Everybody kept discouraging me. It's not for girls. It's very difficult, blah, 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 blah. So when I went into university, I studied computer science, but there were only 3 ladies in the computer science class. And my first programming language was called Visual Basic, which is relatively easy in the programming language space. I failed it. And so all the things people kept telling me, I was just like, it's true, it's so difficult, I'm not understanding. But I decided I can't give up first hurdle, I have to keep trying. So I went back and I kept writing code day and night till, I fell in love with coding and I really enjoyed doing it. In my career, in my journey, I was always the only female. So I worked in 2 international banks. I was the only female in the IT department. I faced discrimination, sexism, stereotyping, everything under the sun. And I never saw myself as an entrepreneur because I was shy, risk averse. I thought, entrepreneurs are born and not made. So they're just some individuals that have some special gifts about them that become entrepreneurs. And so it took an encounter. So I happened to get the opportunity to interview at Microsoft. So I went all the way to the campus in Seattle. And while I was young, I was concerned about this phenomenon called the brain drain. What happens when the best and the brightest leave? So I was very determined to stay in my country. So when I went to Microsoft, I remember there was a table, which was a touch screen table, and I'd never seen that in my life. And I was thinking, wow, in the US, they're even having an experience with their furniture. And so when I came back, I was more determined to start. The problem that I identified was the fact that, science and technology was taught by rote memorization. So it wasn't practical, it wasn't engaging. And next slide. And I wanted to make sure that, we made it more practical and more engaging. So I started out with a program called Growing STEMs, Growing Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math Skills. But it was only the boys that participated. Each time I brought out a computer, the boys came out. And in one of the sessions, a boy and a girl come. The boy tells the girl, laptops are not for girls. And the girl says, but I am a girl because I had the laptop. And so I figured that in order to get more women into the space, we needed to show them mentors, like role models. So we started our first program called Tech Needs Girls, which was a mentorship program run by other women who were computer scientists, right? So the women were taught by other women that were in tech. So we started off working with girls from 6 to 18, teaching them different coding technologies. We started off in an urban slum, and it was very difficult because we were changing mindset. Right? So there was the narrative that science and math is very difficult. Girls are built for arts and humanities. They won't understand. And at the time, there were not a lot of programs. In fact, there was nobody looking at teaching girls to code. It was mostly to consume technology. So we started off with that, and then we started to grow and scale. Long story short, we have now trained, and we moved on to women because we realized that when the girls reached 18 to 35, there was a challenge getting them to sustain the movement. And I remember one speaker said about the leaky pipeline, right? So we had to do more at that age group. To date, we've trained over 24,556 women across all the regions in my country in different digital skills, both intermediate and advanced. So another speaker talked about data science. So what we do is we look at the demand from the market and then we train on that. And so after training, we connect the women also to jobs, right? After COVID, we looked at where is there a lot of demand, remote work. And so we started training the women on data tagging, image annotation, and 113 women from our academy got jobs working for a remote company in France. So they just have to sit at home and work from the computer. So we continue to now set targets and break the targets because technology is a great enabler. Next slide. Yes, so these are some of my key learnings for the work that we've done. We've been able to change mindset, and COVID really helped because after COVID, everybody understood that digital is here to stay. It's no longer a nice to have, it's a must have, right? We're seeing more women choosing to study advanced technologies and choosing to study computer science. So we've broken that stereotype that it's a male or boys club, that women can find their spaces and find their voices. We're seeing more freelancing and remote work. We're seeing more jobs in tech and tech-enabled industries that are done by women. We are seeing changes in career and promotion. Women having access to more information to make better decisions about their family, their health, and education. We're seeing more women starting to use digital and social media. And I love what one of the speakers said, how she wants to take her business online. And we're seeing more women opting for that. We're also seeing more women using tools like WhatsApp Business, Instagram, and Telegram that we're training them on, and using mobile money. So that's where you have the nice intersection of digital and financial inclusion and other apps to formalize their business. To conclude, last slide. This is my daughter, you know. We always say it's never too early to start, and we hope more women and girls get excited, you know, to get into tech and create technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Regina.
Yeah.
Up next, I would like to call upon our last speaker for this session. She is from the SEWA family, Miss Nisha Rawat, Nisha Ben is a grassroots professional from Uttarakhand. She's been trained as an Udyami Sakhi, that's a micro enterprise facilitator, for SEWA Atithi Homestays. That is a collective of village homestays and is in charge of supporting the grassroots women who run the homestays and handling their bookings, customer experience and social media engagement. Nisha Ben, आप please थैंक यू यहाँ पे आने के लिए और हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए अपना परिचय दें और हमारे साथ अपनी कहानी शेयर करें।
नमस्ते सभी को। आप सभी, आशा है कि आप सभी स्वस्थ होंगे और धन्यवाद आप सभी का कि आपने मेरे को यहाँ पर आने का मौका दिया और अपने काम को बताने का मौका दिया। मेरा नाम निशा है और मैं उत्तराखंड रुद्रप्रयाग डिस्ट्रिक्ट के एक छोटे से गांव कंडारा से हूँ। हमारे गांव में मुख्यतः सभी महिलाएं खेतीबाड़ी का काम करती हैं, पशुपालन का काम करती हैं और मैं सेवा में उस समय जुड़ी जब देश भर में महामारी चल रही थी, कोविड चल रहा था, तो मैं ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से सेवा में जुड़ी। मैंने ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से 3 महीने की ट्रेनिंग ली। इसमें मुझे फोटोग्राफी और वीडियोग्राफी सिखाई गई ताकि मैं अतिथि होम स्टे चलाने में बहनों की मदद कर सकूं। 2019 में सेवा अतिथि खोला गया। सेवा अतिथि एक उद्यम है जिसमें सेवा अतिथि एक उद्यम है जो उत्तराखंड के 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम बहनों के साथ चला रहे हैं और इसमें हम सेवा अतिथि मैं बहनें अपने घर में ही एक रूम पर होम स्टे खोला हुआ है और वहाँ पर पहाड़ी एक्सपीरियंस और पहाड़ी खाना, गाइडिंग, ट्रैकिंग, इन सब चीज़ों की सुविधा दे रही हैं। आप सभी को पता होगा 2013 में एक बहुत बड़ी आपदा आई थी, केदारनाथ आपदा। उसमें हमारा गांव भी था और इससे बहुत सारा नुकसान हो गया था। तो हमने बहनों को रोज़गार दिलाने के लिए उनके होम स्टे खोले और ताकि उनको रोज़गार मिल सके, वो आगे आ सके और वो सक्षम बन सके। जब मैं अतिथि से जुड़ी तो मैं उद्यमी सखी के तौर पर जुड़ी। जो उद्यमी बहनें, हमारी होम स्टे बहनें अपना काम चला रही हैं, उनको रोज़गार बनाने में और उन्हें सक्षम बनाने में उनकी मदद कर रही हूँ। मैं विभिन्न प्रकार के हाइपर लोकल और डिजिटल माध्यमों का प्रयोग करती हूँ। मैं उसी समुदाय में रहकर, मैं उसी गांव में जहाँ पर हमारी बहनें होम स्टे चला रही हैं, मैं उसी गांव में रहकर बहनों की मदद करती हूँ। मैं बहनों के घर जाकर सर्विस देती हूँ। जैसे जो हमारी होम स्टे बहनें हैं उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाने में पर्यटन विभाग उनके साथ जाती हूँ, उनके रेन्युअल कराने में उनकी मदद करती हूँ और बहनों को सरकारी योजनाओं और सामाजिक योजनाओं से जोड़ती हूँ। मैं अभी बहनों की जैसे booking.com चलाना और गेस्ट से बातचीत करना और इंस्टाग्राम हमारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे जो सेवा अतिथि के नाम से है उसको मैं अभी चला रही हूँ। उसमें मैं अभी पहाड़ी कल्चर, पहाड़ी खाना, ये सब की मार्केटिंग कर रही हूँ। मैं बहनों के इनवॉइस बनाने में उनकी मदद करती हूँ। उनको ऑनलाइन पेमेंट, जो गेस्ट आते हैं वो ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करते हैं, उनमें उनकी मदद करती हूँ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तो मेरे को कुछ भी नहीं आता था, मेरे को कुछ भी नॉलेज नहीं था। जब मैं सेवा से जुड़ी मुझे ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करना, ऑनलाइन बैंक डिटेल फ़ोन में देखना, हमारे गांव में बहुत बड़ी बात है कि हम बैंक डिटेल फ़ोन में देख सकते हैं और ऑनलाइन रिचार्ज करना, जैसे हम ऑनलाइन बिल भरते हैं और ऑनलाइन पानी का बिल भरते हैं, तो हमारे गांव में ऐसे नहीं होता है। कहीं पे CSC सेंटर है, वहाँ पे जाकर बहनें अपना पानी का बिल और बिजली का बिल भरते हैं, वहाँ पे हमें 10-20 रुपये एक्स्ट्रा उनको देने पड़ते हैं। तो मैं बहनों को बताती हूँ कि हम जब बहनों के पास फ़ोन है तो वो उसका अच्छे से यूज़ कर सके, वो कैसे अपने फ़ोन से ही अपना पानी का बिल हो या बिजली का बिल हो, कुछ भी ऑनलाइन कर सकती हैं। मैंने जैसे मीटिंग लिंक बनाना और मीटिंग लिंक ज्वाइन करना, गूगल ड्राइव हो या जीमेल का यूज़ करना हो या इंस्टाग्राम चलाना, booking.com चलाना, गूगल पर हम सर्च कैसे कर सकते हैं, ये सब मेरे को नहीं आता था। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरे को इन सब चीज़ों का ज्ञान हुआ। जैसे हमारे यहाँ पे जो होम स्टे वाली बहनें हैं उनके पास फ़ोन तो है पर उसका यूज़ वो नहीं जानती है। सबसे पहला दिक्कत तो ये होता है उनको, जैसे हम कोई भी चीज़ सर्च करते हैं तो ही हमें उसकी जानकारी मिलती है। तो बहनें इतनी पढ़ी लिखी नहीं होती हैं कि वो कुछ चीज़ मतलब सर्च करके जान सके। तो मैं बहनों को आप लोगों ने देखा होगा जैसे गूगल पे सर्च करते हैं, उसके साइड पे एक बोलने का ऑप्शन रहता है, माइक्रो उसका ऑप्शन रहता है। तो मैं बहनों को बताती हूँ, आप इस पर बोलकर भी जो आप जानना चाहते हैं वो आप समझ सकते हो। और मुझे तब बहुत खुशी होती है जब मैं बहनों की मदद करती हूँ और उन्हें अच्छे से समझा पाती हूँ। आज के समय में मुझे और मेरे काम को एक पहचान मिली है। मेरे गांव में, मेरे रिश्तेदारों में, मेरे जो दोस्त लोग हैं मेरे काम को जानते हैं। और सबसे अच्छा मुझे तब लगता है जब गांव में कोई भी कार्यक्रम होता है तो मुझे उसमें सम्मान मिलता है, मुझे उसमें बुलाया जाता है। और मैं आगे ये करना चाहती हूँ कि अभी जो हमारे होम स्टे हैं, बहनों के खोले हुए होम स्टे हैं, मैं उनको और बहनों को रोज़गार देकर और बढ़ाना चाहती हूँ। और अभी जितना काम मैं कर रही हूँ, चाहे वो इंस्टाग्राम चलाना हो, booking.com चलाना हो या उनके इनवॉइस बनाना हो, तो ये सब चीज़ें मैं बहनों को सिखाना चाहती हूँ और उन्हें इतना सक्षम बनाना चाहती हूँ कि वो ये सब कुछ खुद से हैंडल करें। और लास्ट में मैं अपने उत्तराखंड के बारे में बोलना चाहती हूँ, जहाँ देवताओं का वास होता है, जहाँ देवभूमि का वास होता है, जहाँ माताओं और बहनों का सम्मान होता है, जहाँ मीठी बोली का प्रयोग होता है। इस पवित्र स्थान में मेरा जन्म हुआ, मुझे गर्व है कि मैं उत्तराखंडी हूँ। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच निशा बहन अपनी बात हमारे साथ शेयर करने के लिए। Now we're going to pass along the questions to the speakers. We do have about 8 to 10 minutes for questions.
So I've received two interesting questions. One is, can we say we are all moving towards a blended financial model system? So I would say yes, and it is no more a choice. Now it is essential to move towards blended finance, because the more collective enterprises we work with and talk to tell us that they need some time and space to reach profitability. They need patient capital so that patient capital can wait for them to reach profit. So starting an enterprise and making it a profitable business is a humongous and Herculean task. You need time, space, and support to make it profitable and build a business. So there are many collective enterprises who are on the verge of profitability, reaching there just on the break-even point. But the challenge is that the banking system is not willing to bet on the risk. So when the banking system, and they have their own challenges, of course, but when the banking system is not coming forward, the best bet is, of course, moving more towards blended finance, because what blended finance does is gives you concessionary capital, which could be philanthropic capital, mobilized from other sources, which is patient capital. It is not impatient to earn profits, and that gives you the time and space to reach profitability. So once you reach profitability, you're able to create more collateral gains, especially when these are women-led collectives and enterprises. So extremely essential to mobilize more blended finance for our system, especially for women-led collective enterprises. Second question is, if yes, how gender lens is applied to it? So of course, what the mistake we do is that we create all new financial instruments and then we forget to ensure gender outcomes from all of these, transformative financial instruments and the potential they have. So how you apply gender lens is it's essential to see who you are giving it to, how you are structuring that as a financial product, so that it actually benefits the organization and the collectives that you want this concessionary finance to benefit. So see who you are giving it to, how you are structuring it, how you're making it affordable, and also determine what is the impact you're gaining out of it. So those are the two questions.
Thank you for that, Sonal. Do we have a question for Regina? Yeah, you want to go next? Yes.
Yeah, so my question is, what is the requisite level of education and skills needed for women to participate in technologically driven economies or jobs? So my answer is very simple. The range for technologically driven jobs and economy is wide, right? So you can start with little to no formal education. We have trained some women that they touched the laptop the first time they came to us, right? Or you could have had a lot of education and that takes you to a certain level. So there's a wide range of things that you can do within the digital or job space that doesn't necessarily require that you have any high level. It is a skill, it is a tool, right? So you can start at very, very zero or add on, and you can continue to grow yourself as you build on that skill. So you don't really need any educational level. You just need the ability to be open to learning and to keep practicing and developing that skill.
Thank you, Regina. Now I think Jeshriben, you've received a question as well.
Yeah, first question is that do you see provisions for loans between rupees 4 lakh to 10 lakhs for women coming up? Fortunately, no. Because we have been giving loans now, we have loan we have given for 15 lakhs, but 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, yes, we have been giving. And I was going to say this only that, now women's, what we are seeing is that, women were doing small things. But now what we are seeing, the first thing is that, they're growing and everybody is talking about entrepreneurship. And we also have the same thing that the first and second entrepreneurship, and second thing is digital. Of course, it's a facilitation, but that's what we have seen. Even in our place also, 45% women are using now. So, so this is something which is, I always wanted to tell it. And no, fortunately, yes, women are doing good and we don't have to provide for this. And the other thing is, what do women without collateral guarantee do you get loan credit? हमारी तो total unsecured loans है. So it was always, it is always, but the best thing which I found is, of course, it's SHGs. So in SHGs, what was happening was that, they started and nobody was helping them. And what was there was, that it was a mutual guarantee. So if there are 10 women or 20 women, they will mutually do this guarantee. And bank was saying they are not bankable. Even insurance, they are not insurable. Those kinds of things were happening. But now we are seeing that even RBI is telling that, if this is an SHG, and they are, of course, they're not secured, but they have now given that, SHG's loans will be considered as secured. So this is something, RBI will never do this. So lots of these kinds of things are happening.
Great. I seem to have attracted several questions. So the first one is, to what extent are audio video assistance tools helping women, especially literate women, in navigating digital spaces? So I think, they are obviously helping not just women navigate digital places, but everyone. So we've been talking a lot about, everyone who has consented to a cookie notice. Nobody has read that prolonged document at the back, right? So we've been talking about how do you make that more engaging, more visual, more accessible. So I think that there's a component of making digital experiences better. I think Sonal also talked about the UX aspect of it. So how do we design for accessibility, especially of women, is absolutely critical. I am wary, as always, of placing the burden of accessing technologies on the women themselves. I think we as a community are always like, capacity build the women. I think that this is certainly, at least to me, something that the platforms need to be much more cognizant of, which also leads to the second question, which is that the digital goals and aspirations are largely designed from a majority male perspective. Yes, they absolutely are. If we look from a women's perspective, do you feel that these are realistic? And if yes, what needs to be done for women to have fair play? So there's a lot of discussion around this global digital compact, and we've all been talking about like inclusion and how do we build in women's narratives into digital, because if any technology, right, is designed for white men, so whether it's an airbag that hits you, a lot of women die during accidents because they're just not designed for women. They're not designed for brown women, most certainly. Even things like voice recognition are trained on models that are looked at male voices. So it's not surprising that technology does not cater to the needs of women. MRI machines, like it's not even just digital technology. So I think acknowledging this bias in the way technology is designed, and then actively working towards remedying it, whether it's through wider consultation with women's groups, whether it's through making sure that what you said, Sabina, about visibilizing women's journeys through data is absolutely critical. You have no idea how many women, where women are on SDG goals, for instance, like it's a UN level issue. So I think visibilizing women's experiences through data is absolutely critical, and that's the starting point. The third question is to encourage the use of, to encourage young women's ownership of digital assets and participations in digital platforms. How do we encourage notions of asset ownership in families in India? And I think this is probably a better question for Jayashree Ben, who's also been dealing with asset ownership in a different way. But I think this is norm shifting. We've been talking a lot about questions around how perceptions around women's access to technology is. It's either a tool for surveillance, or it's a tool that is, it's either exclusion or over inclusion in some ways. So I think those are the types of norms. We have to demonstrate the value of technology, of course, to change these norms, but also I think technologies need to be designed to be secure, to be privacy minded, so that harms around technology, which I think are a lot of concerns for especially the families of young women using digital, need to be addressed as well.
Thank you for that, Asta. I believe Nishaben has asked for 10 seconds to introduce something. Nishaben, आपको कुछ बोलना था?
मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे पास जो बहनों ने होम स्टे खोले हैं, मेरे पास उसका कार्ड है। मैं चाहती हूँ आप हमारे होम स्टे में आओ और पहाड़ी एक्सपीरियंस लो। तो ये मेरा कार्ड है, और आप जिसको भी चाहिए तो आप मेरे को बताना, और हमारे होम स्टे में ज़रूर आना, एक्सप्लोर।
One thing I forgot to tell you is that SEWA Bank is a cooperative bank, and it's all women's their own, they are users, owners, and managers. Apart from that, entire board is of these women. So 15 women, and but the other thing which I wanted to say is that now microfinance is everywhere in the world also, but in India also. And what we see is that yes, there are so many men who are servicing them, but 97% of women are getting beneficial to them, and it's growing. RBI and everybody wants to grow it. So I think now women are really getting on. This is something which is very important.
Thank you so much for that, Jayashree Ben. With that, I'd like to thank our entire panel for taking up the time and joining us here today. Can we please take these gifts or a token of our appreciation? And with that, we'll be breaking for lunch, everyone. Lunch has been organized at the Neem Lawns, which is closer to the gates. So I request you all to go downstairs.
I'll now call out the names of our panelists and our chair to come on the dais, please. Dr. Shamika Ravi, please. We'll have Margot Thomas join in online. Dr. Margot Thomas, Mr. Sanjay Kaul, Mr. Matthew Cherian, and we have one of SEWA's childcare worker. She's a board member. She's done great work. Jashoda Ben, she's with us. Jashoda Ben abhiyan. But Jashoda Ben will continue sitting there because Susan will translate, and later on she'll come and talk. Like we said earlier, it's very difficult to do justice to all the work done by eminent panelists in a short bio, but we will share the full bio with all of you when we share the conference proceedings. So let's start with our chair, Dr. Shamika Ravi, who's currently a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Secretary to the Government of India. She's also the non-resident Senior Fellow of Governance Program at Brookings Institution. And her research really focuses on economics of development, including areas of finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, and welfare and poverty. She's done teaching assignments, publications, and so on, which I think we'll share in a detailed bio. So Dr. Ravi, over to you. And we ask you to start, to open your talk or to open the panel with your talk, and about 12 minutes or so. And then we'll see later on with question answers also. So Dr. Ravi.
So namaskar, good afternoon everyone. As we've repeatedly been told, it's a very challenging time. Most of the blood circulation is in the tummy, and I've been told you were served ice cream. I was, I think, 5 minutes too late. But very nice to see a bunch of clearly self-selected, we care about this issue, that's why we are here. As I always bemoan that I hope there will be a time when at least there is equal representation in the room. We get to talk to the men about these issues as well, because I've been talking to women about women's issue for the last 40 years, and I just feel we need more men in the room. They are very much a part of the problem and the solution. But here we are. This is a good group of people. You know, the W20, because this is a event also cross-listed with the W20. I'm an official delegate of India. Just to tell you that the W20, just like the G20 process, is a very large consultative project, in the sense that, you know, this is the kind of larger conversation around issues that we want to bubble up and eventually find its space in the leaders' declaration. So there is a lot of consultation that happens. The W20, just like other parts of I know this is also part of the T20, which is the think tank 20, and I have personally, I don't want to say screen, I have read around 165 abstracts, and that's on just some aspects of the SDG. So just to give you a sense of how large and consultative this process is. But at no point is it an end in itself, because while it is India's presidency, and I think it gives us a window of opportunity to push things that we care about, but while we do want these issues to find their place in the G20 leaders declaration and push for wider sort of a global rethinking and a sense of reform, but some of it is also inward looking, because a lot of these conversations must also lead to reforms within the country. So none of this effort, what I'm trying to tell you is that manage your expectations. We have to eventually, a lot of these reforms must also be inward looking, and we must continue to talk and escalate these matters. Now, care economy and care infrastructure that we are here to talk about today with a very, very knowledgeable panel. Care economy, unlike in the OECD countries, definitely in the G7, where a lot of the activities of the care economy is marketable activity. Right? So it finds its value in the economic sphere, because you have a dollar value to it, there's a marketable, it's a transaction. So it finds its way into the GDP measurements. In most of the global south, and definitely we can talk about India, a lot of the care, majority of care is underwater, in the sense it's informal, it's in the household. It is non-marketable. And because it is non-marketable activity, it is therefore not valued, it is discounted. We not only do we not talk about the care economy and the contribution of women in terms of the care economy, and just to give you a statistics, on an average, this is the time use data from 2019, so this is very recent data. On an average, a working age woman in India, which means from the age of 18 to 60, spends 7 hours per day on care. This is care for children and the elderly. Amongst this, if you look at women who are working outside the household, meaning there is an earned aspect of her daily work, she's still spending around 4.5 hours on care. So care is very much a gendered concept, like everywhere else. But this is also a very difficult conversation to have, because while we know that it is marketable and it is important for us to build this infrastructure, but the reason this conversation is difficult is because the lessons from the G7 and the OECD countries, especially since the pandemic. The pandemic has laid it bare. We know that this is the largest number of people in history who have died alone. So elderly people dying alone without a kin. So the family structure is clearly breaking down. So the family structure breaking down is also very closely linked with women stepping out and doing marketable activities. They are just correlated, and this is just a fact of life. Now, we have economies that are aging and that are looking at solutions to reduce cost, right? Human resources, IT, financing, etc. India is facing, we have more than 120 million people above the age of 60. So while we think we are a young country, and we are a young country, but we are also a very large aging and a fast aging country. We often forget the aspect of large elderly population. So care really looks at both ends of the spectrum of the demographics, and women are at the heart of it as far as providing care is concerned. Now, what is the kind of infrastructure required? What is the kind of statistical fix I think might be the easiest of it, because we can attribute value to your time. We can provide a shadow wage and get a sense that this is the amount of the kind of contribution women are doing in terms of time spent on care. But the statistical fix really is just a statistical fix. It is not directly leading to specific reforms where, without the required infrastructure, we are not in a position to get women into these marketable transactions. So the infrastructure required is immense. And the G20, the W20, this conversation is bubbling up. Care economy is increasingly becoming part of a lot of the conversation we have on gender. So with that, I'd like to welcome my fellow panelists. And if I may start with, can we start with the online speaker first? Because if you have her listed here. Yeah?
Yes, we have Dr. Margot Thomas. She's there online. And Dr. Margot Thomas is the president and CEO of Women's Economic Imperative, where she serves as a catalyst for initiatives and at increasing opportunities for the economic empowerment of disadvantaged and underrepresented groups globally. She has proven international expertise in private sector development, investment promotion, trade and competitiveness, social justice, and women's economic empowerment. I now call upon Dr. Margot Thomas to deliver her address, which is going to be around women, care, and the economy and international perspective. Hello, Margot.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, honored chair and fellow panelists and participants whom I can't see at this time, but I hope we will get a chance to interact. It's an honor for me to contribute to this discussion, even from a distance. And the organizers have asked me to bring an international perspective on some of the issues that the chair has already outlined. I'm going to take a 30,000-foot level, and hopefully we can bring it closer to the ground when we get into some of the question and answers and as the discussion goes. So I'm going to move fairly quickly. And just so we have a common language, I think our chair has already alluded to it. When we talk about care, we're looking at the role and the work in the formal and the informal sector, and within families and extended communities of providing care for children, older adults, the elderly, and the sick, and those who need support, largely because of health reasons within our societies. And we know that traditionally the role of care is one that has been assigned to women in most communities. Pre-pandemic, as the world's population, or significant parts of the world's population demographic characteristics shifted with increased aging, and as more women tried to enter the labor force, the care required for children and for adults has continued to grow, not just in the developed, but in developing economies as well. So what did this snapshot look like in terms of the distribution of responsibilities for care work in 2016, when the Overseas Development Institute of the United Kingdom did a survey, they found that across 53 developing countries, some 35 million children under the age of 5 spent at least 1 hour a day in unsupervised situations without adult supervision. Across 66 countries, covering 2/3 of the world's population, women take a disproportionate share of the responsibility compared to men. On average, 10 more weeks of unpaid care work per year. And across 37 countries, covering 20% of the global population, women undertook 75% of childcare responsibilities. Just to give a snapshot of some of the northern economies, in Sweden, women accounted for 63% of that childcare, and in Ireland, the percentage was 93%. I think this kind of puts some numbers on what our chair alluded to in terms of the distribution of the responsibility. But it was also found that the value of unpaid care work, our chair talked about the fact that much of this work is unpaid or unrecognized. But if we were to put a general value on it, the contribution as a percentage of GDP, it ranged from 10% to 39%. Very, very significant in terms of the value and the economic contribution of just the unpaid aspect of the care. So when we talk about structural elements, as I mentioned before, women are primary caregivers in the formal and the informal sector. But there is an issue regarding the accounting for this work, the value of the work, and the ability to recognize this. With the pandemic, the issue of care work, especially in the formal sector, came into sharp relief, because even in the developed economies, when we took a look at the distribution, 70% of the global care work provided formally is provided by women. This became an issue because overall, women who work formally in the field are paid less than their male counterparts. They're exposed because of the range, they're concentrated heavily in some of the most exposed areas and therefore lacked protection, and they lacked access, and therefore they were increasingly vulnerable. And I'm still waiting to see the data in terms of formal care workers and their mortality as a result of the exposure to the COVID virus, in terms of how many we lost as a result. What we do know is that particularly in the North American economies, post-pandemic, women have been exiting the care field. So the issue of the need for care has increased considerably. Another structural issue, in my view, relates to migration flows. We've had a significant, in the last century and beyond, movement of care workers from parts of the world where there's a need, people are seeking economic opportunity, but increasingly motivated by climate and other issues. But global care chains have evolved. Certain countries are largely suppliers to regions and countries where, with aging populations, there's an increasing demand for this kind of care work. And again, most of the persons who are migrating to provide these services are women. A lot of them are also working in the informal economy, even though they're migrating. So this raises issues of equity in protections, equity in pay, that continue to affect us. But the last point I would make in this is particularly for women in households, because of the high proportion of their time that's dedicated to care work, they actually suffer time poverty. And that limits their ability to exploit opportunities for engaging in formal work. It limits their selection of careers in the formal and informal sector. And it also affects their remuneration quite sharply. So what we're observing in many economies, and particularly in the developing world and in rural economies, is that there is this spiral or intergenerational poverty that continues to persist and heavily affects women and girls. So the ILO and the World Bank and the UN system has been focusing on increasing investment in care. And in the last few months, there's been a statistic flowing that if the care system could be fixed, in fact, it would generate an additional 300 million jobs globally. And you can imagine what the impact of that would be economically. Our chair talked about this being an issue for women and men, and I strongly want to emphasize that, because at the end of the day, it's in everybody's interest. This is not just a woman's issue. And in fact, in terms of the care sector, increasingly we're seeing men, particularly as migrants, picking up some of the work. And I do believe that following the pandemic, there are going to be some structural adjustments that will be needed. So the bottom line is, and I'm quoting from the ILO, we need to rethink the way we provide care policies and services so that they form a continuum of care to provide children with a good start, support women in employment, prevent families or individuals from falling into poverty. But I also want to remember that with aging populations, it's not just the care of women, but of children. It's also about the care of the elderly. What does this then mean?
I'm sorry, Margot, but you will
I'm
have
out of
to
time?
wrap up. Yes, please.
Okay, great. Okay, so in conclusion, I just want to point to some examples or models that we should consider in the case of Uruguay. And their recipe for success, looking at this structurally, has 4 elements: creating fiscal space to allow for the provision of care, looking at the right of humanity to care and seeking to fix that, recognizing that this is the responsibility of all sectors of society. We need to have better data, time use surveys and economic measurement that would support this. And finally, the alliances that are needed by women and men in order to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Margot. We noted the opportunity for 300 million jobs, which ties up to what Dr. Ravi was talking about, marketable, or the opportunity to market the care work itself. So moving on, we have Mr. Sanjay Kaul, who is going to talk to us about viable childcare infrastructure and services. Mr. Kaul is a retired IS, and he works actively with Mobile Creches, a leading child's right NGO, and which he has served as a chairperson and is currently a member of its governing council. He's a development policy analyst, corporate leader, and former IS officer, like we just said, and has over 4 decades of rich and professional experience in both the government and the private sectors. So over to Mr. Kaul for your...
Thank you. Dr. Ravi, Dr. Margaret Thomas, Matthew Cherian, and I think Jashoben is also here with us, and friends. So let me begin by reiterating what has been said by the chair and Dr. Thomas, and that you can't look at care without looking at the concept of patriarchal mindsets. And the two gentlemen on this panel, I think we have to talk about it, because otherwise situation would not change. So it's the whole idea of why care is undervalued or not marketed is because it emerges from the same patriarchal mindset. And this also obviously explains why, despite economic growth, educational gains for women, and fertility declines, women's participation rates, in the formal sense of participation rates, in India, for instance, as low as 24%. And the societal and family expectation that women should be caregivers, both for children and the elderly, mean that even women who strive to go to work encounter opposition, not from the society itself, but from their own peers and family members. Unfortunately, such norms are binding not only in low-income households, but also in wealthier households and educated households. And the unfortunate part also is that there is evidence that women's organizations, women's groups, individuals are unlikely to use this as a way of seeking to assert their rights and seek justice. There have also been studies which show that, unfortunately, gender attitudes of men and women, when you do a cross-sectional survey, are not very different. So women also seem to feel that, passed down from generations, that this is their role. And these are the kind of challenges that we need to confront when we are looking at reducing this triple burden that women face of work-related pressures, household chores, and of course, childcare and elderly responsibilities. So I thought this would be the kind of context in which we should look at child-centered care and services. And I'll speak only of the country which I am familiar with, which is India. And we had something called the Rajiv Gandhi National Care Scheme. Unfortunately, progressively, neither was it used. And now you have the new Palana, which I'm hoping that the government would look at with these greater advocacy and dialogue on care, to reviving that scheme and to make that scheme worthwhile. And it was a grant-in-aid scheme to be run by NGOs. Unfortunately, the norms have not been seen over the last 15, 20 years. It was also expected that even a small NGO should have to bring in some money as its own contribution to run a creche. And as a result, it's just not taken off. And of course, the budgetary provisions have just virtually become zero. You also have the Maternity Benefit Act, which mandates the private sector to set up. But the experience again has been that, except for large corporates, which set up creches more to retain employees rather than doing any other societal obligation, small and medium enterprises find loopholes and do not set up creches. And even where they're set up, they don't adhere to service norms. So the question is, why is the government also, and successive governments, and Dr. Ravi is here with us, representing the advisory of this government, why is it that the government has not thought it necessary, given its vital importance, to set up creches and daycare centers? And could it be a plausible explanation that, though there is a huge unmet demand, there's not been an articulated demand, either by beneficiaries or women themselves, or by groups, the women's groups? Could that have led to government apathy or relative neglect in childcare services? I don't know. So the question, of course, arises, how do women actually work if this is the situation on the ground, that you don't really have daycare support services? You do have very informal ad hoc arrangements which have come up, especially in slums and peri-urban centers, where working women either pay their neighbors some sizable amounts to taking care of the children. But as Dr. Thomas pointed out, that these daycare centers don't really take proper care of the child. Children remain undernourished, prone to illness and development deprivation. Better equipped private facilities, and if you go around the Delhi metro, you'll find a lot of preschools and daycare centers which have sprung up. But even there, studies have shown that they have people managing these so-called preschools and daycare centers have a superficial understanding of the child. And only a handful of them really adhere to protocols. So what does the government really need to do? And that's the advocacy part that I think we in this House should talk about in the next 3-4 minutes that I have. So one is, of course, that it needs to work closely with civil society, the community, in setting up these centers and find ways of supporting them financially. Adhering to standards, some minimum standards, even in these small creches, which are daycare centers which are run in slums and other urban settlements. Second, we have a large ICDS infrastructure of 1 million plus Anganwadis. Unfortunately, the 0 to 3 are not physical participants because the Anganwadis do not have the creche type of paraphernalia of either infrastructure or the worker being equipped or helpers being required to manage such creches. But the mission statement, the old mission statement of the ICDS did talk about 10% of Anganwadis being converted into Anganwadi cum creches. And I'm happy that a couple of states like Karnataka and Odisha have extended Anganwadi timings to 7 hours. So at least it gives a modicum of relief to the working woman. It has not really become a central support to such initiatives, and this is one way that a matching kind of contribution to the state and the center could get these Anganwadis into Anganwadi cum creches. Of course, this will require a huge new ball game of training infrastructure, setting up systems, adherence to protocols, a new cadre of workers. And I think all of us here in this room advocate that when you're looking at childcare, you must look at them as professional workers, be given adequate remuneration and treated on par with any other male worker in the workforce. Not as part-time volunteers who just come and go and therefore can be dealt with like unfortunately the ASHA worker, a modicum of honorarium, because they not do justice to themselves or to the child whom they're supposed to be looking after. Of course, the national creche scheme has to be reworked. And there have been looked at some small initiatives. For instance, in Chhattisgarh, you had the Phulwari initiatives in 85 tribal blocks, where the community came up volunteering 2 women every day to manage the child. I don't know how active it continues to be, but it was set up in 2013 and it's perhaps gone. But this was a great initiative where the community got involved. The private sector is going to see a mushrooming of there. And you do require a regulatory oversight. And our request to the chair is that it should not become a Inspector Raj kind of regulatory. It must be an independent, autonomous body consisting of child experts so they know what kind of minimum standards to set up. The final thing is that even if the government does bring in this infrastructure and support services, will things change? And my last comment is that things are likely to change unless mindsets change. And mindsets will require the government, women's voices and other organizations to step up, sustain messaging to change mindsets, ensure that there's equal parenting so that, because otherwise even a well-off woman sending the child to daycare will still have multiple burdens which she'll have to handle at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. And it was really nice to hear about your, talking about change in the mindset, the unmet demand, and how everybody has to come together to resolve this issue. So thank you very much. And moving on, we come to Mr. Matthew Cherian, who's the board chairperson of Care India. He's going to talk on the building infrastructure for a rapidly increasing aging population. Shortly, a short bio on Mr. Cherin. And he's also the CEO of HelpAge India and serves on the board of several non-profit organizations. And he's he's also the member of the Grants Approval Committee of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and chair of SAGE for startups in the silver economy. And he's also served as the director of Oxfam India. So over to you, Mr. Cherin.
First of all, I'd like to thank Renana Ben for inviting me to talk on elderly. And most often, elderly are at the fringe of policy making. And when it comes to elderly women, they are last in the queue. So I would like to talk about this. And all of it hinges on SDG 3, which is health for all ages. But what is happening with SDG is 10 states in India have lower than 50 SDG index as computed by the UN. And these 10 states, most of you know, are Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand. Oh, I can give you the figures. Next slide, please. The best part of the story is that we are on the edge of a longevity revolution. All of you in the room will live to be 80 years. And all the women will live 3 years more. So the longevity of women is more because genetically all women are the stronger species. So that is well known. So, but the next 20 years will depend on how you manage your health. And that is where care comes in. Next slide, please. And India has got a huge care burden. And we share 20% of the global burden of disease. And if you look at chronic diseases, and if you look at non-communicable diseases, as you grow old, you will suffer from non-communicable diseases. And these are very costly to manage and require care. And additionally, with a large shortage of doctors in rural areas, which is well known in all the statistics being given by the government, you will have a tough life if you're living in rural areas. Next slide. Actually, in 2010, the government of India launched a national program for healthcare of the elderly. And this is to provide healthcare in all the districts of this country. We have 47 districts, almost a jumbo airliner of districts. And this is what is happening. And actually in 2016, I was invited by the Supreme Court to be the amicus curiae in a case for elderly care and elderly rights in the court. And some of my comrades in arms are in the same room, Kinjal and Nandini, etc., who worked with me. And next slide. And what we showed the court is 206 districts in this country still do not have a single care bed for the elderly. And 104 districts have been identified as gap districts, out of which 20 districts are in Bihar and another 16 in UP. And these do not have a single old age home. So if you require long-term care, there is no available care in this country. And then old age pensions only manage to reach only 1.6 crore women out of the women. So widow pension, it's called widow pension, and old age pension, of course, you reach out only to a small percentage of the women. And so when you are old, if you have to treat NCDs, you need money. Even for that small hypertension tablet or a small sugar tablet, you need money. If you don't have pension and if you don't have health, then only God can help you. Nobody can help you. So that is how it is. But family and carer support is declining in all rural areas because of large-scale migration. Children are no longer there to look after you. The only family carer would be your spouse. And if your spouse is also unhealthy, then you do not have any care. And this was evident during COVID. You asked all the elderly to stay indoors. but there was no system for caring for them. And so family carer support is declining. And the Lassie survey, there's a longitudinal survey going on in India, which says that in every state of India, the level of care has dropped. And I come from Kerala, where the level of care has dropped even further because of large-scale migration of young people. Now, so care can be informal care, it can be formal care or institutional care. In India, in most of the districts, we do not have any of these forms. Next slide, please. So the sad story is, with the rise of NCDs, we are also getting a rise of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer, Parkinson, and other various forms of diseases. And this also, women are suffering from increasing osteoarthritis and osteoporosis. So what is happening is you will live longer, but your bones can't stand the weight. So it's a very simple logic. So you will have knee pain, hip pain, whatever pain you can talk of. Because I have also massaged my grandmother's leg. She used to give me 5 paise in those days to press her leg. But now I realize that she had arthritis, and that is what is happening. And we don't have social security. As a result of not having social security, and poor older women are reduced and have a severe impact on health. Last Sunday, I went to Vrindavan as part of the court case as amicus, where the widows are living in Vrindavan, and all of them are having heightened mental insecurity as well. With loneliness and old age comes the next part, which is mental insecurity. Of course, Shamika is here, and I've been telling the court also that we need to give a universal pension of 2,000 rupees for all older single women. If you cannot give that, then nobody can help them, not even God. Next slide, please. So my 3 recommendations are: implement the national program for healthcare in full by 2030 in all districts of this country. Implement a universal pension for all older persons, and implement the NCD program. The government also launched the NCD program, but it is not working in many districts. Can we put this in place? Because unless you can give a single tablet of hypertensive tablet, you will not be able to treat blood pressure. And without a sugar tablet, you will not be able to treat diabetes. So on and so forth. So all vulnerable older persons need to be looked at, because we have declining care support and we have zero social security in the country. So unless we can get a social security in place, we will not be able to. Next. So this is what I would like to say. And if we have to get a care infrastructure in the country, we will have to put all these policies in place. If you don't put these policies, you will have no care. Only thing is, may you all live long and have a happy life.
Thank you for your good wishes, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for bringing our attention to elderly women and the kind of care burden which exists. So we will now move on to our last speaker of the panel, but certainly not the least, Jashoda Ben. आप इधर आ जाएंगे. To briefly introduce Jashoda Ben Parmar, she's a garment worker and she's been associated with the Sangini Childcare Cooperative for the past 30 years. Currently, she's a childcare worker, what we call in SEWA as Bal Sevika, and she's responsible for the caring of the children of our members and assisting in their development through various initiatives. And you will hear the rest of the story of Jashoda Ben. उनके अपने मुंह से उनकी कहानी आप सुनेंगे. तो Jashoda Ben आप शुरू कर सकते हैं. Thank you.
नमस्ते सबको. मेरा नाम जसोदा है. मैं अहमदाबाद से बापू नगर से आई हूँ. और पहले मैं छुट्टक काम करती थी. जो छुट्टक काम मिल जावे, जो पन्नी फड़ने का है, मतलब कोई फैक्ट्री का काम है, लोखंड की फैक्ट्री में काम है, जो काम मिल जाए वो मैं पहले काम करती थी. फिर एक काम करने में मेरे को बहुत दिक्कत पड़ती थी और उसमें अपनी कोई सुरक्षा भी नहीं रहती थी. 4-5 दिन मैंने लोखंड की फैक्ट्री में काम किया, मगर मेरे को ऐसा लगा अभी मेरे को काम करने जैसा वहाँ लगा ही नहीं. मैं घर आके बोली मेरे मिस्टर को कि मेरे को वहाँ काम पे नहीं जाना है. तो बोले क्यों नहीं जाना है? फिर मैंने बताया कि मेरे को वहाँ नहीं सही लगता है। तो बोले अच्छा आप काम छोड़ दो। मैं काम पे भी नहीं गई और वो मेरी आमदनी लेने भी, मेरी मजदूरी भी लेने भी नहीं गई मैं। फिर मेरा बच्चा को लेके मैं पन्नी फाड़ने जाती थी रोड पे, हमारे बाजू में फैक्ट्री था वहाँ पे। फिर मेरे को बहुत दिक्कत पड़ती थी बच्चों के साथ काम करने के साथ, क्योंकि बच्चों को पढ़ाना, काम पे जाना का, घर चलाने का सब जवाबदारी, आवक कम, रहने का खुद का पहले मकान भी नहीं था, तब बहुत परेशानियों में मैंने बहुत परेशानी झेली है। फिर हमारे जो बापू नगर में मैं रहती हूँ वहाँ एक घोड़िया घर चलता था, तो एक मेरे लड़कों को लेके मैं काम पे जाती थी। तो हमको आजू बाजू बहनों को सबको मालूम था कि बहन जी आप काम पे बच्चों को लेके जाते हैं, पर इधर घोड़िया घर चलता है। तो फिर मैं वहाँ गई, फिर मेरे बच्चों को मैंने घोड़िया घर में रखा। फिर घोड़िया घर में रखा, फिर थोड़े दिन के बाद मेरे को भी सेवा में आते जाते रही, मीटिंगों में मैं जुड़ी, तो मेरा भी वहाँ पे इंटरव्यू लिया, तो फिर मेरे को भी सेवा में ज्वाइन किया। तो आज मेरे को सेवा में 27 साल हो गया है। 27 साल से मैं सेवा में काम कर रही हूँ और मैं बच्चों के साथ काम कर रही हूँ। जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ वो मेन पाया का काम कर रही हूँ। जो का बच्चे का पाया मजबूत रहेगा तो आगे जाके बच्चे मेन बड़े होंगे और कुछ कमाएंगे, कुछ पढ़ेंगे और भविष्य उनका है। और जैसे जैसे मैंने काम किया और अभी मेरे बच्चे तो अच्छे हो गए, मगर जो मम्मी लोग हमारे बच्चे वहाँ रख के जाते हैं उनको भी इतना अच्छा शांति मिलती है कि बच्चों का अच्छा हम खुराक देते हैं, उनको दूध टाइम से खाना पीना, उनका केयर करने का, सब बच्चों की हम अच्छी देखभाल रखते हैं। तो माँ को भी इतना अच्छा रखता है। और माँ हमारे वहाँ हमारा टाइम ऐसा है कि जो माँ जो विस्तार में जैसा काम चलता है वो विस्तार से हमारा टाइम भी हमारा घोड़िया घर का ज़्यादा है, हमारा 8 घंटे का टाइम है। तो माँ आराम से काम कर सकती है, बत्ती बना सकती है, पतंग बना सकती है, कड़िया काम कर सकती है, सिलाई काम करती है, जो काम मिले वो माँ काम करती है। तो माँ को भी आवक ज़्यादा बढ़ती है, तो उनका घर भी ज़्यादा अच्छा चलता है। और पहले जो बच्चे हम घोड़िया घर में नहीं रखते थे, तो बड़े बच्चे को घर, छोटे बच्चों को रखने लिए बड़े बच्चों को घर पे रखते थे, तो बच्चों की पढ़ाई बिगड़ती थी। तो एक तो माँ की आवक बढ़ गई और बच्चों का पढ़ाई भी ज़्यादा हो गया। दो फायदा तो बच्चे को हो गए और तीसरा बच्चा जो सेंटर में रखते हैं उनका भी अच्छा देखभाल, उसका अच्छी केयर रखते हैं और उनका हर महीने हम वजन, ग्रेडेशन, उनका पढ़ाई, बच्चे हमारे इतना होशियार रहता है कि आगे जाके स्कूल में भी उनका 1 नंबर आता है, इतना हमारा बच्चे होशियार रहता है। और साथ साथ में हमारी भी इतनी आवड़त नहीं थी, पर हम जैसे सेवा में जुड़े ऐसे ऐसे हमको तालीम दिया, फिर बच्चों के साथ कैसे काम करना है, आप सबके साथ कैसे बातचीत करनी है, ये सब जान कर हम इतने आगे बढ़े हैं। और पहले हमारे 130 बाल मंदिर चलते थे घोड़िया घर, और अभी फक्त 11 सेंटर चलता है। और मेरे को बहुत दुख लगता है क्योंकि 130 जब सेंटर चलता था तो कितने सारे एरिया के बच्चे हमारे सेंटर में पढ़ सकते थे, अब 11 ही सेंटर चलता है। तो मेन तो वो बहुत तकलीफ की बात है। और सरकार ने जो पैसा देते थे ग्रांट, वो भी देना सब बंद कर दिया, एक ये कारण है। और हमारे में बहनों की इतनी, हमारी सेवा से इतनी होशियार हो गई है कि बहनों खुद काम कर सके और सब बच्चों के साथ उनको आगे भी कुछ भी काम देवे तो बहनों वो भी काम कर सकती है। आज 8 से 9 जगह पे मेरे को भी कोई भी जगह पे काम की जरूरत पड़े कि आप इधर जाओ उधर जाओ, तो मैं इधर भी जाके कोई भी जगह पे सेंटर चालू करना तो मैं कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं काम कर करके मेरे में इतनी आवड़त आ गई है। पहले मेरे को कुछ आवड़त नहीं थी, पर जैसे सेवा में जुड़ी ये सब धीमे धीमे मेरे को सब आवड़त आ गई। ऐसे हमारी सब बहनें इतनी आवड़त वाली है। तो मैं तो इतना ही सरकार को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि सब जगह पे ऐसा घोड़िया घर खुले तो बच्चों के लिए बहुत भविष्य की बात है, क्योंकि ये हमारा खुद का अनुभव है। जब मैं मेरा बच्चा को लेके मैं काम पे गई ना, तो मैं बात कभी नहीं कर सकती थी कि मैं उसको झूले में डाल के सुलाती थी ना, तो उनको पीछे खूंदे जैसा निकल गया था। तो जब घोड़िया घर नहीं था तो फिर मेरी रोजी रोटी भी नहीं रहती थी और आज मैं इधर भी नहीं रहती थी। वो जो भी हो मेरी सेवा की वजह से मैं इधर तक हूँ। और मैं पहले तो मैं ऐसे काम करती थी, फिर मैं 2 साल कारोबारी सभासद चुकी और 9 साल में प्रमुख की फर्ज में बजा चुकी। तो मेरी सेवा की वजह से मैं सेवा की आभारी हूँ, आप सबकी आभारी।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत आभार जशोदा बेन, आपने जो बोला और आपने अपनी कहानी बताई और स्पेशली कैसे आपने संघर्ष किया। आई टर्न इट ओवर टू आवर चेयर Dr. Ravi to address some of the questions and to summarize and give your own
Very
words.
easy task. Thank you. Look, Jashoda Ben, आपने जो भी बोला ना, वो आपकी कहानी सिर्फ नहीं है. I think it resonates with almost all of us who have children. And our context, देखिए आप अलग context में काम कर रही है, हम अलग, लेकिन आपने जो बोला, वो struggles, मैं खुद, मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं, I have been through the same struggles, and I have taught in the world's best business schools. But that doesn't make a difference, right? So this is a struggle. I think सबसे पहले ये ज़रूरी है that we recognize that no one's going to do this for us. This needs a mobilizing effort. This has to become a cause which needs to be championed continuously. I don't think there have been great recommendations, in fact, very comprehensive set of recommendations. Mr. Cherian's, you heard Mr. Call's. A lot of these have happened in spurts, and they are fractured in nature. It happens somewhere, it doesn't happen elsewhere. It is likely to continue being in that same phase. Because remember, we are a low middle income country. Resources will continue to remain a big cause of concern. But that doesn't mean that the marginal gains cannot be made and the ask is not clarified further. I think the endeavor through this platform, through the W20, the G20 presidency, has to be that how do we consolidate this and move this conversation forward, leading to very specific reforms, at least within India, if we can't put this on the larger, the idea is that the global south is India's cause. And that is how India is portraying. A lot of these problems are not specific only to India. This is a problem for the global south in general, so it is a wider problem. Some specific comments, Mr. Kaul mentioned that these are not limited to the bottom 2 quintile, 3 quintile. So it's not a problem of the relatively poor. Now, there is a study which came out a few years back, which basically looked at the cross-wage elasticity of labor supply of women to their husbands' wages. So as the husbands' wages rose, and India, there's a lifting of tide, there has been tremendous growth and there is continuing growth, the women are stepping back. So as the husbands are earning more, the women are stepping back. And in no way should we misconstrue it as a choice. With nuclearizing families, urbanizing families, you are really left without any institutional support or family support. So it really is left to the parents, and obviously traditional societies that value children and value families. Someone has to take care of the children. Children are hugely labor-intensive enterprise. So everyone is nodding their heads. So there needs to be institutional backing. Now the private sector, you are very right, sir. Private sector has a responsibility. But we must also be pragmatic here and say that sometimes, like the increasing of the maternity, the mandatory maternity benefit from 3 to 6 months, it did not lead to the kind of change one expects, though you felt good about it, that, oh, wow, we have 6 months of paid maternity leave. But markets are just. Markets do discriminate against mothers, working mothers. Markets will find alternatives to paying half a year's salary. And especially if you look at the smaller firms, the medium firms, etc. Right? So we must recognize that our ask must also be such that it actually gets translated, and we do think of the fiscal concerns there. Now I'll come back to some of the questions that have come to me. Some of you have terrible writing, I'm sorry. Thankfully, not all. My first question, and I think it is the economist in me, and the repeated problem, ye paisa kahan se aayega? The fiscal constraint, where will the fiscal resources come from? Fiscal resources in a developing economy will have to be created. Remember, the collection of the revenue, not just with the government, but as you grow, firms are also growing. So resources are there. It is a matter of how do you distribute the pie and what kind of weightage do you give to something like this, right? Now, one comment earlier was that even the large firms, while they provide creches, it is not for a larger social cause, but to retain employees. That's fine. But whatever the motivation, as long as you are providing the facilities that is mandated of you, so then regulation becomes one of what is mandatory and what is left to choice for the firm, right? So reforms will have to take. So private sector is a very large part of the puzzle. Government is a very large part of the puzzle. We are sitting at a point when we are debating the pension schemes. In fact, I just finished analyzing what is the contribution, or if you look at the ratio of how much individual states are spending on pension versus their development spending. Development spending means health, education, etc. And the states which are wanting to reverse and go back to the old pension scheme, which by the way benefits 4 to 5% of their population, is going to be at the expense of the larger development spending. So it is the larger population which gains out of government spending in health and education, which will have to eventually pay. There is no free money. It will come from somewhere. And one thing which is very clear in my mind when I see the data, state after state, that pensions, which is really contributory in nature, and that was the big reform all states of India carried out 20 years back, a reversal of that will mean even lesser funds for these kind of activities. And care will fall off the table, largely on account of the fact that it's very difficult to cut back existing schemes. That is just the nature of political economy. So new things almost never find their way on the table. So that is one, as far as fiscal constraints. Larger point being, we will have to push for it. Those resources will have to be created both in the public and the private space. One question, which Mr. Kaul, this is to you. ICDS. The question is that, is it that ICDS's overwhelming focus on healthcare, which is leading to perhaps a neglect of care? Though I would think that there is a huge impact, not just of health, but nutrition as well. In fact, Anganwadi, it is the early interventions which are a large part of it. But do you think reorienting or increasing the scope of ICDS could be one solution? And the second question to you is, which is related, that how do you mobilize and narrow down or focus, target your advocacy with the WCD ministry in order to achieve that? Of course, ICDS is housed out of WCD. So what do you have to say for that? Again, very easy questions. But difficult conversations is what we are here to have.
ICDS, unfortunately in the local community is very often looked upon as a feeding program, not even as a health program.
Right.
And first, the focus must shift to something beyond a feeding program. And we have seen that despite a reasonably adequate supply of nutrients through the ICDS, levels of malnutrition do not seem to change perceptibly. And that's again because we have not dovetailed the supply with a communication campaign, because even an impoverished household can support the health and modicum of nourishment for the child. So unless the household also realizes what is good for the child, sending the child to the Anganwadi is not an answer. But you're right. So the new education policy does talk about expanding the scope of the ICDS, not only to cover health, but also early childhood care. Because cognitive development is something which is leading to stunting, leading to poor learning levels at the school stage. And if you don't arrest it in the early years, and we are happy that the new education policy is first time focused on the pre-6, but the WCD unfortunately is battling with the education department on who's to do what. And that dialogue, if the Niti Aayog can take over, and Sumitra, who's sitting here, is privy to the debate that we've been having, and we're trying to do the bridge between WCD and the Department of Education, that when it comes to early childhood care and education, should it be a formal schooling structure? Should it be embedded in an informal ICDS, which is 1 million Anganwadis already there, and you can't, you're talking of funding constraints. So rather than setting up new infrastructure, use what exists and get the best out of it. I think that's the kind of hard calculations that the governments and respective departments will need to make.
Right. So you can defray the fixed cost is what you're saying. In any case, you have the
Anganwadi worker, you have the infrastructure, you're just going to orienting, maybe giving them a little different role.
Great. There is a question to you, Mr. Matthew. This has to do with the labor laws, that at a time when there are changes to the labor laws, and state after state, you are seeing, while there is resistance, there is also an understanding that we do need to move forward on the labor laws. What advocacy efforts do you suggest would this particular issue? How do you link greater amenities and greater provisioning for childcare and for the elderly through the labor laws?
Actually, a lot of the women are in the informal economy, and as a result of it, first of all, they do not have, in spite of various legislations, they do not have a fixed term contract, nor do they have childcare facilities at the workplace. Of course, Sanjay and Sumitra, mobile creches on construction sites, there are no creches for women workers, and this continues to. There's a labor cess, 2% is collected, but if you look at the labor ministry, they do not spend that cess money for years together. And so there are good laws in place, but there is lack of implementation. When it comes to elderly also, I had stated that there's no implementation. Then there's another area that the widow pension was implemented from 2003 at 200 rupees per month. Today, that value of 200 rupees has come down to 92 rupees and that is the value of that 200 rupees. And 5 states, after the Supreme Court intervention, have given 2000 rupees pension, which is Andhra, Telangana, which is Goa, state of Delhi and Tamil Nadu. So these states are able to give because they have good revenue generation. They collect the 200 rupees from the center, they put in their 1800. Of course, how they make the money is a story different. They get it from liquor sales. And so that's a different story. That may oppress women also. So there are flip sides to it. But I would say that if the Labor Department implemented the labor code in full, your government has brought in a labor code also, let it get implemented in full. Because of lack of implementation, we don't have care facilities in any working site. And of course, Yashoda Ben was telling about how she used to take her children to a dangerous workplace. Actually, millions of women, even as I speak today, are taking their children to a dangerous workplace. And I have seen it in mobile creches work. I'm sure it's happening in other places also. So let's implement whatever laws are existing, let us implement it in full.
So what you're suggesting is basically an audit of the current laws and what is the adherence, and what is the existing gap as far as implementation. I think that's a fantastic idea and definitely worth it. There are people from T20 here. I think that absolutely warrants some kind of a response. That if the laws are there and the implementation is clearly lacking, and in places where it is there, it might be half-hearted, half-measured. I think identifying the gap and quantifying it becomes in itself a very, very important and I think a very concrete suggestion for the T20 and the W20. And of course, beyond again, I know this is a G20 event, but beyond that, this problem will remain. So obviously then talking to Labour Ministry, talking to the Women and Child Development Ministry and Finance, because of what you have mentioned, the shared responsibility, even in states which do have 2000, which are giving, it is only 5 states which have agreed to that and they have a shared responsibility. So any other questions? Sorry,
I can't see, so I think you were looking at me. Thank you everyone for this very interesting panel. I just wanted to actually bring a gap component, so it's a short comment more than a question. Yeah, great, thank you. I'm Nidhi Goel. I'm also with the C20 on the steering committee and leading the Gender Equality and Disability, co-leading that work within the C20, run Rising Flame, a disability rights organization, and wanted to bring that piece over here, which seems like a missing component when we're talking about care for children and elderly, and really dividing it in that space where 1.3 billion people living with disabilities and in the lack of infrastructure spaces, we are looking at a care economy or the gender and care intersections with disability, or even the aging and disability piece that was being spoken around with the context of health. Data is really missing in this space. So one of the recommendations is to collect data
Also to evaluate the data around women providing care. If women with disabilities are routinely made to take care of children at home, they're considered very unproductive, and so they're bullied into being at home, not invested in, and so on and so forth. So data in both sense of caregiving for disability or persons with disabilities, but also women with disabilities providing that care. And the last point is when someone mentioned here, one of our panelists, about the social security schemes or social protection measures, and what that does to increasing the burden of care. The absence of social protection measures for persons with disabilities or inaccessible infrastructure. And to give you a very small example, when educational institutions are exclusionary, when workplaces are exclusionary, or there are these practices or not, accessible infrastructure in place, there are mothers often spending time in reading books, for example, for blind children. So we're really looking at implementation or cross-cutting of implementation of accessible infrastructure, inclusive social protection policies, and thinking about data when it comes to gender care, but also disability intersection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that you're right, it is an oversight. And I must apologize on behalf of the panel. You're right, care is not limited to children, and I feel particularly close and motivated. We have in fact just published an article in terms of prevalence of disability and intellectual disability as another component of that in India. So we have done state by state. And of course we have underrepresentation because there is underreporting of the problem. Disability is often underreported and it's not random. It tends to be more for the girls, it tends to be for girls of a certain age group. And I, as a mother of a kid who is autistic, this is a battle, you're right, because there, unlike the care economy, labor laws, I think the laws are also missing because we have just started to talk about this entire segment of the population. So I think that is, we should be putting in a note through the T20 as far as the disabled population and the requirement, what kind of care infrastructure really, and the laws required to address care for this particular segment is concerned. So thank you very much. It's a very important intervention.
So thank you to all our eminent panelists for, and especially Dr. Ravi for chairing it sufficiently and bringing out all the recommendations, giving the right perspective from the government, private sector, and what is required from all of us. Before we say goodbye to this panel, we request, there's a small token of appreciation, and these products are made by the SEWA women entrepreneurs. They are from Nagaland, Rajasthan, Bihar. So our fourth panel, we are ready to start, which is the care infrastructure again, but this time addressing the structural barriers to health and WASH, which is water, sanitation, and hygiene. So our chair for the session is Ms. Susan Thomas, and one of the panelists, Dr. Nitya Khemka, is going to join us online. So without further ado, I think we'll get started. I'd just like to introduce Susan Ben to you all. Ms. Susan Thomas has been active in the field of health and development for the last 39 years. She's currently the National Health Coordinator, working closely with the Self-Employed Women's Association SEWA in 9 Indian states. She also manages the Child Care Initiative in SEWA and is actively involved with SEWA's health cooperatives. And over to you, Susan Ben, and we ask you to open this panel and then followed by the others.
Thank you. A very important discussion, health, impact of WASH and health on workers. Like Monica Ben said, I've been in this space for several years and with SEWA for the last 10 years, helping with the health and childcare programs. I'm going to talk briefly about our work on health in SEWA, what we are doing. We'll start from there. So a little bit of background. For women workers of the informal economy, their body is their only asset. And this is what our members told us several years back. We need to take care of our bodies. As long as they are healthy, they can work and earn. We all know that. Often, even when they are sick, women continue to work. And if they stay away from work, they not only lose their daily wages, but they also have to pay for doctors, for medicines, for lab tests, and hospitalization. SEWA recognized the connection between workers' health, their productivity, and the ability to learn from the very early days of organizing women into their own union and cooperatives. Our first health action, one of the first health action was to develop tools and equipments for workers to safeguard their health. And that we did it very early days, probably in the late 70s, early 80s, in partnership with the National Institute of Occupational Health and National Institute of Design. Next was to focus on maternal health. As maternal mortality was very common about 3 to 4 decades back. So that was something that we focused on. Since then, we have developed an integrated and holistic approach to the health of our members. So what does that really mean? Primary health care is our priority, including health education. And what we see is that there's a huge awareness gap, educating the members. They are not aware of the different health issues. They are not aware of the health entitlements. They are not aware of the available health services. So health education, nutrition, water and sanitation, what we'll be hearing about now, maternal and child health, I already spoke about that. Prevention and treatment of communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, including mental health and occupational health that I already talked about. Referrals, providing low-cost medicines, including Ayurveda. And all of this is done through community health workers who joined us several decades back. They've been with us and they are the frontline workers of SEWA who take this program to our members, urban and rural areas in all the states that we work in. Our health work focuses on what we are trying to do is we are trying to enable women workers, on enabling women workers and their families to have access to affordable and quality healthcare services. We partner with the public health system. We are not developing a parallel health program, but we are complementing and ensuring the last mile reach through our community health workers. And strengthening communities, strengthening community leaderships, empowering communities to take charge of their health, and how we can enhance engagement of the community in this entire process. So that's very important. While providing health care to our members, something that came to very early, something we realized was they needed social protection. And we also started providing social protection to informal women workers and their families through the National Insurance Cooperative of SEWA. We provide a range of products, but I would like to speak about one of the products, the micro insurance product that we are providing, which is called the Saral Suraksha Yojana, that provides protection against livelihood loss to the covered family. That's so important. We have health insurance that covers the costs of hospitalization, but many of our members do not want to go to the hospital because they're losing their wages. So they would avoid, they would delay going to a hospital, they would delay going to a doctor. So this particular product is helping them per day for 15 days a year. Through this product, they get 200 rupees per day, which is compensating for the wage loss. So this is something we have learned very early, that's also important. So our approach is a women-led, women-run healthcare through our own women's cooperative and an integrated approach, which talks about all of these different different areas that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to move a little away from this now before I invite my fellow panelists. I was at a similar event in Bali in 2022, and I was part of a care dialogue. And some of the things that were mentioned there, some of the points that were mentioned here, I just want to reiterate that and talk about it again. We talked about it earlier, but I think we need to have a continuum. Just like the continuum of care, we need to have a continuity in the same discussions here and in all other forums in the coming days, coming months, and coming years. So this meeting brought out the need to bring the dialogue on care to the center of every national and regional discussion which we're doing here today. So that's so important when we need to continue to do that. And making care visible by ensuring voice and representation. Women from the grassroots, they have to be present. Their voices have to be heard. They are sharing their experiences, and that's what is important. They need to be part of these consultations, part of these meetings. Building evidence, there is a lot of evidence available out there, but we need to continue to build evidence and demonstrating different workable models, be it childcare or healthcare, or we need to demonstrate what are the different workable models to recognize how important care is. And of course, there's a need to increase the investments in care. That's very important. And engaging with financial institutions like the World Bank, or join hands, and the financial institutions need to join hands with the governments of each country. This is a very global perspective I'm talking about, with the governments, with the civil society, and with the private sector. We should not forget them. All of them have to come together to address the inadequacies of the global care infrastructure. That's so important. And the efforts, we need to combine the efforts of all these players at the local and regional level that can open up pathways that will reduce the burden of care among women, increase women's labor force, workforce participation, and recognize, somebody's mentioned this earlier, care work as decent work with minimum social protection, with maternity benefits, and recognize that. Now, I would like to conclude, with one last sentence I want to say is that we need to broaden the definition of care, like we heard earlier, that it's not just about childcare or elderly care, it's about long-term care, patient care, disability care. All of that needs to be put under the umbrella of care. And health is a cross-cutting theme, which is important in all of these things. So I guess I'm going to stop here and invite my fellow panelists here. I'm looking forward to an exciting discussion. Some very experienced panelists here.
Just a minute, let me just introduce them. So thank you, Susan Ben, for taking us right from how a healthy body is so important, right, and then going up right up to the macro level of governments coming together and looking at health as a contagion. Carrying on in this discourse, we have Dr. Nitya Khemka. She, for a family emergency, could not join physically, but she's there on the screens in front of you all. She's going to talk about the implications of shocks on women's health and livelihoods. And briefly about Dr. Khemka, she's the Director, UK and Global Alliances at PATH, a global health think tank focusing on health equity. She's also a visiting fellow at Judge Business School at the University of Cambridge, where she researches topics spanning gender inequality, poverty and human development, and lectures on sustainable development and gender. So Dr. Nitya, over to you. The next 10-12 minutes are yours.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much to Renana Ben and the team for inviting me today. And it's sorry, my presence is virtual, but very much looking forward to engaging with the discussion. I wanted to actually use the example of COVID as an example of an exogenous shock to explain, what happens to women and girls as a result of this. So I'm going to be using COVID as an example. And as we've known, the spread of COVID has deepened intersecting vulnerabilities for millions of women and girls simply because of their sex. And the pandemic serves as a stark reminder, really, of the severe gender implications of these exogenous shocks on women's health and livelihoods. The example of COVID-19 also has shown that while the economic and health impacts of such shocks are immediately visible, the gendered nature of the severe social costs, including impacts on education, on unpaid care work, on gender-based violence and mental health, have received less attention in public discourse. So I would really like to use the example of COVID to illustrate the negative effects of these external shocks on women and girls and to talk about some key impacts. So the first impact I'd like to talk about is economic disruptions. And the pandemic, as you know, it's led to widespread job losses, and women have been disproportionately affected because women are often crowded out to work in industries that are severely impacted, such as hospitality, retail, the informal sector. In fact, it was a UN Women study that said that over 1,700 COVID-19 policy measures on social protections globally, only about 23% actually targeted women's economic security or provided support for unpaid care. So the pandemic-induced poverty surge, as it's being called, has increased the gender poverty gap. Because if you think about it, households deprived of income and on the brink of poverty, they begin to reallocate their resources and priorities, often to the detriment of women and young girls. The second impact I wanted to talk about is, of course, disruptions to education, which is, everybody is aware of. But the closure of schools, particularly in low-income settings where the literacy levels are already very low and where girl children are often the first generation in the household to go to school, has led to severe social stress. According to UNESCO, 1.52 billion students, that's over 87% of students, and over 60 million teachers were confined to their homes as schools were shuttered. And estimates from Brookings also projected that after the pandemic, between 11 and 20 million girls would not return to school once this is reopened. And this is clear in countries such as Uganda. We're looking at the research where 18% of grade 12 girls have not returned to school compared to 2% of boys. So this is obviously a serious disruption of an exogenous shock that affects women more than men. The third impact is, and the previous panel has spoken very eloquently about it, is increased caregiving responsibilities. And I think particularly with school closures and the shift to remote learning, women have often had to take on additional caregiving responsibilities for children, as well as other family members. In fact, OECD conducted a study across 25 member states, and they found that mothers were nearly 3 times more likely to take on the majority of unpaid caring responsibilities. And again, UNICEF, in the context of the pandemic, has spoken about intensified care needs and how they're met by girls pulled out of school. And this, of course, has further deepened inequalities in the gender division of labor. Now, the fourth impact I'd like to talk about is mental health. In the US alone, the mental health gender gap has increased by 61%. Now, what do I mean by mental health gender gap? It's the combined stresses of job loss, of financial insecurity, of increased caregiving responsibilities, and these obviously have had significant effects on women's mental health. And while mental health issues impact all genders, it is true that because of a culture of silence around health for women, these effects are less visible often and go unnoticed. Another impact I'd like to talk about is access to healthcare services. Now, the pandemic has strained healthcare systems worldwide. We've seen this. And women's health services were often deprioritized. And this has had cascading, lasting consequences for women's health, including delayed diagnosis, treatment for various conditions, limited access to reproductive services, reduced prenatal and postnatal care. And in fact, I'm quoting a study on the effect of COVID-19 on maternal and prenatal health in 118 low and middle income countries. And they estimated that there was a reduction in antenatal care by at least 18%, and possibly up to 51%. So there's quite a variation, and a similar reduction in postnatal care. And this, of course, it has led to sharp increases in chronic health risks for women. I want to also talk about gender-based violence, which is a big impact. Lockdowns and stay-at-home orders have led to increased reports of domestic violence against women. In fact, the UN in a 2021 report has consistently warned of a shadow pandemic of domestic violence as a result of these lockdowns. And a World Bank study, in fact, to quote the World Bank, has said that last year in Kenya, the number of reported gender-based violence cases in March and April 2020 increased by nearly 300% when compared to the same period the previous year. And finally, the pandemic's effect on women's health and livelihoods are expected to persist, I think, beyond its immediate aftermath. Lost income, career disruptions, reduced access to education obviously has long-term consequences for women's economic stability and the opportunities for growth. And the long-term consequences require targeted interventions to address gender disparities, of course, and also to promote women's health and economic well-being. I think the most important point I'd like to impress is that the impact of COVID-19 offers a very important entry point for raising the point that investment in social development that tackles this multidimensional nature of gender inequality is key to accelerating the progress towards the achievement of all SDGs and indeed building resilient, fair, and inclusive societies. We have to really think about the social determinants of health. Factors such as income, education, social support networks, access to healthcare, all influence women's health outcomes. In fact, the Rome Declaration of 2021 highlighted the importance of including the social determinants of health within its emergency responses and inclusive dialogue between communities. Yet, there is not much action on this. Finally, I just wanted to turn my attention to a few steps that I think governments and policymakers can take to mitigate some of these negative impacts of future crises. First is direct income support. Things like direct cash transfers, extended family and child benefits, tax breaks, expanded unemployment benefits. All of these can really provide tangible assistance to women and the poor. Some G20 countries are already using new technology to improve things like access to digital finance, which is very welcome. But unfortunately, the gender gap in account ownership has unfortunately, the gender gap has increased. The gender gap in some countries is reduced, but some countries is increased in almost half of G20 countries. Partly, I think, because of these discriminatory practices, such as banking requiring permission from husbands or fathers to approve loan applications for women. So these simple things need to be changed and transformed and remedied. The second thing is supporting women workforce and informal workers. So, policies that bridge the gender pay gap. Susan Ben has talked about this.
Sorry, Nitya, but your time is up and you'll have to wind up.
Do you think I can wind up?
Just 1 minute. Yeah, you can do it in 1 minute. Can you wind up?
Yeah, I can just do it. I just wanted to say, the SEWA model and what the SEWA model has done has been incredible. And, Saral Suraksha Yojana. So how do we think about responsive social protection systems, employer, state-funded, etc., for increasing the remit of social assistance program is very important. The second is education. I think, shortfalls in teachers, school infrastructure, teaching and learning material. This must be redressed on a priority basis. And India's new education policy, for instance, has shown a new way forward in the education system. But of course, we need more budgetary support and also greater investment, I think, in monitoring public instruction. The fourth final point I'd like to make is on unpaid care work. Again, we've had a great discussion previously, and I think that, affordable care is essential in providing, we've heard Yashoda Ben speaking very eloquently, we need to provide essential workers with childcare services, funding public campaigns to raise awareness on reducing this huge gender imbalance in responsibility of care, can go a long way. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that COVID has shown us that the devastating effects that exogenous shocks can have on women's health and access to livelihoods. And addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach that focuses on promoting gender equality, improving access to education and healthcare, and implementing gender-sensitive policies that support women's economic empowerment. And this is essential if we are to learn the right lessons from the pandemic and future-proof the lives of the most vulnerable people in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nitya Khemka, and thank you for taking us through and really deepening, our understanding of the kind of shocks that the pandemic gave us and suggesting measures out of it. So we'll go on to. So we now have a speaker from the WASH infrastructure, care-centric WASH infrastructure, Ms. Akila Shivadas. And briefly to just tell you about Akila. She's the founder and executive director of the Center for Advocacy and Research India. Over the last 15 years, Akila has been focusing on water, sanitation and hygiene, and enabling urban communities residing in informal settlements to collectivize and voice their demands and needs and shape community-based responses or community-centered responses. So over to Ms. Akila Shivadas for your part.
I won't waste time because the clock inspector. So no preamble. Yeah, very relentless. Now the 5 minutes will come up now. And for a win bag, this is the best solution. So 3 things I want to place in front of us. We've been working on the WASH infrastructure. And is that something that, does it matter? Yes, it does. It matters a lot. And in the last 8 years, there's been a very dedicated urban WASH program. Let's also, acknowledge that, whatever windfall that we got in the form of a very dedicated and a very sort of, highly sort of centralized program. So does the issue matter? Yes. Does the whole care dimension arise in it? Yes, it does. In fact, there's a lot of concern. There's worldwide evidence that, well-being, health and well-being of women, children, all of it, very much dependent on WASH. There's repeated, hammering, in fact, that WASH will not only impact health, but it will also impact livelihood, it will impact school attendance, it will impact dignity, it will impact resilience. All of that, shall we say, idiom and expression is well ensconced. We don't have to sit and, berate it and say, do we need more? Do we need better expressions? All of it. So then where do we start? Very simple. When you actually go down to the ground, there are huge supply bottlenecks. And when you come to the informal settlements, it's choking. It's just overflowing and choking. And that's the grim reality of, WASH. And then when you turn around and you look at who's handling it, who's the mother, father, grandmother, or grandfather, there is nobody, really. The third tier of governance has its hands full. It needs at least another 3 more tiers, 4th, 5th, I would even say the 6th, to actually lift it up and give all of us some quality of governance. So the minute you go to the community, you realize what, where does the problem originate? Complete lack of knowledge. They don't know where to go, who to ask, where to sort of, raise their concerns. Complete lack of knowledge. Complete lack of knowledge means no participation. No participation means no involvement. No, say in any decisions that are made on their behalf. Complete sort of, non-cognitive, whatever, grata persona, the poor are. And on top of that is the entire burden of care. I mean, it's a complete inverse proportion. Everything from collecting water to childcare to elderly care, everything. They're just tearing their head out. And in fact, when we went in around 2006-07 to the slums of Delhi, the first reaction was that, please don't do anything. Just give us our first 1 hour of, sukun or happiness. Just give us some water, give us some toilet. After that, you can vanish. We don't need you. Just ensure that, because that's something I cannot control. I cannot, bring it to myself. So the first thing you realize is that don't, look at wash or don't look at care, just look at governance of both ends. Just put the structures in place. The first thing you do is to look for the voices, actually enable the voices. But the voices are multiple. There's not just one voice. So we started segmenting the voice. We looked at a range of workers, domestic workers, construction workers, daily wage workers, rack pickers. Each one has a different coordinate of time, need, entitlement, engagement, all of that, including sex workers, nomadic tribes, all of that. All the entire communities were, the voices were collected, their needs, their entitlements, their concerns, their anxieties, everything was collected. And it was very clear that they can't be represented by any kind of a cabal or any kind of a group. They have to represent themselves. They are best in telling what they need. So immediately we set up, in the WASH context, we set up something called, across the cities we have set up, even in Delhi, something called the Community Management Committee, and depending on the population in that particular slum, certain sections of workers and communities, dominate that community management committee. Then across the slums, in a ward, we federate them into what is called a single window forum. Two members come and, congregate there. And they initiate the whole process of, what do they need? And, it really worked, because the third tier, again, has sort of, the ASHA system doesn't work. The healthcare frontline really doesn't work in the cities, and particularly in the largest cities. Maybe a little bit in the south, but certainly not in the north. In the cities, they don't operate. So where there's nothing called, there are some Swachhta Sathis, some Jal Sathis here and there, few and far between. There's one community organizer who has to look at some 2 lakh applications for a subsidy. As a result, nothing really worked, and all the subsidies went back. They actually lapsed. Half the time, the money just lapses back. There's no lack of money, it just doesn't get spent. It doesn't get accounted for. So the minute we set up these community management committees, we sort of immediately got the very duty bearers to train them. We said, we are not going to open our mouth. We don't know enough. You're the one who's governing. It's your responsibility. It's your domain. You come and, train them. The minute they trained them, they were also, experts. There were also, civil society experts who came and trained them. This community management committee actually ingratiated themselves with each of them. And, they have a hoard of work to do. Some want to mobilize, some want to do a full campaign, some want things verified, some want beneficiary identification. They found a volunteer force. And in the process, they actually took control of the whole situation. So when we are and in that entire thing, care became central to every discussion and deliberation they had. If the daily wage worker cannot, get his waste collected because he has to leave by 6 o'clock, they made arrangements. If there were disabled people who cannot run and, go and put something there or get water or, fetch things, they put systems there. They actually created, for all the service providers, they created route maps, showed them where the homes of, disabled are, where are the lanes people are living in. They put signages, they put, a lot of information. They designed in Jaipur, they all got together and designed what is called a gender inclusive toilet. There is the disabled, there is the child, there is the trans person, and then there is the woman, and then there's the man. They created a whole 5 toilet complexes are in the making, and the entire design has been given by them. Even within the disability, there are many coordinates. Somebody needs a high height, somebody needs a low height, all of that, hand wash station, they had about 7 to 8 coordinates they created for the disability. Design, participation, all the sort of, work. You can turn around and ask, isn't that isn't that another form of unpaid labor? We're all the time glorifying women working and, women sort of taking on the most difficult issues. And then, and even giving it a little bit of a halo of empowerment and, sort of, a new generation woman. No, it's really, shall we say, something that they have decided that if I have to get out of this trap of, this kind of undignified living, extremely, exploitative and undignified living, then I just have to speak up. I have to take the crown that is lying on the road, put it on my head, call myself a king or queen and move on. They have really decided that they have to fight their battles. There's nobody else to fight their battles. They have to take it on. And right now we have something like 35,000 of these volunteers across the city and doing very dedicated work supported by others. And each of this, mind you, WASH itself is labor intensive. It is an everyday job. It's an every hour job. And beyond that is care. There are many, many elements of care that they have worked on. Fetching water, distributing water, looking at quality, looking at testing, looking at ensuring that waste is properly collected, ensuring that septic tanks are properly emptied and taken to the plant. They have developed a whole set of norms of community regulation. So my recommendation at the end of it all, before the time starts ticking, we really need to look at urban governance. Okay, if you look at all the functions that have been put under Schedule 12, which sort of marks everything that they have to do at a city level, then without what is called a strong community tire, not just an elected tire, not just is not enough. The whole concept of a Gram Sabha or a Shahri Manch or a Shahri Sabha will all have to grow. Not only that, this entire what we call segmentation of workers of different kinds of marginalization. Some are have battles with the law enforcement. Some have battles with their their exploitative contractors. There are different battles that they are fighting. There's not one single battle, not one single thing. So this needs to be strengthened. And the related point is that, governance at the city level is highly compromised. There is nothing called a governance. What they're doing is collecting a couple of property taxes. They're running a couple of services. Even that is highly skewed. It doesn't reach the people, the actual productive workforce, it doesn't reach. So we really need to ensure that third tier not only represents people's aspirations and people's voice and people's intent, but also develops what is called a relationship with the people and their instruments. So I think the whole issue of governance, the whole issue of care, the whole issue of women's rights, marginal communities' rights are all linked in this whole context of WASH. Everything that you do in the context of WASH not only impacts their health, it really gives them a sense of confidence that they can deal with the day, without all the sort of, stress and anxiety. And you really get them off on the morning very well. And now what they are, at last point, what they are doing in the two cities of Bhubaneswar and Jaipur, they have developed what is called a community dashboard, which they every day monitor. They monitor the quality. They're starting to set what I'll call service standard. They're benchmarking service standards now. Every day they mark things, how, the water, the quality of water, the access to, the poorer households, all of that is monitored. Every week it is updated and every month it is reviewed with the authorities. Okay. And in that process, a lot of, both infrastructure is improved. We have been able to get a couple of, cesspool vehicles of 1,000, cc to go into the slums. Customized infrastructure for the slums has all been sort of approved. In fact, they feel very happy because that helps them to actually build what is called a detailed proposal plan, bring the money, convince the authorities to invest in it because people's voices are behind it. everybody turns around and says, "Inhone manga hai, inhone humko bataya hai." So, there's no dissent and all kinds of, whatever, backlash doesn't happen. And then they are, able to develop their own pathway. I'll stop there. Yeah.
Thank you, Akila ji, for actually sticking to the time also and telling us all about this great endeavor which you talked about, and especially in terms of both governance and the involvement through different tiers and in the whole system. So we move on to the last but not the least speaker for this panel, which is Dr. Laura Trashberg-Weisbisch. She's a Brazilian national, but currently living in UK, works in London. Laura is going to speak to us about so she's going to talk to us about international development finance and cooperation and how can it foster women-led development. And briefly about her, she's a Brazilian South-South cooperation scholar and policy analyst with more than 10 years of research and policy experience on development, foreign policy, and human rights issues. Her work centers on rising powers in international development with a focus on Brazil, China, and India. And she's also a resident researcher at the South-South Cooperation Research and Policy Center in Brazil and a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Oxford in the UK. So over to you, Dr. Laura.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank SEWA for this invitation. I feel very honored. I learned a lot. I have to say that I'm not necessarily the gender expert, and I guess, I mean, this was already disclosed because from my bio, you can see that I'm actually an international development expert. And most of my life has been studying and working around the so-called South-South cooperation or the rising powers in international development and what it means and actually what it brings to the table. It's such a pleasure to be in India as well, because I think this discussion is not only what academics says, but I think this is very much a discussion that India and Indians themselves might be also asking in terms of what is the rising India contribution to the whole discussion about international development, and having G20 in India. It's also an opportunity for us to reflect on these things. So because I'm also the last speaker, and we've heard so much in terms of the different issues and topics, I wanted to bring, I mean, I had a script and I have planned things to say, but I think I'm going to do something else, which is reflect a little bit on the things we've heard, and maybe to bring again, we were just listening about the urban, right? Urban governance and the local governance, and we've also learned a lot about the Indian context. So my question to you and to us, it's, I mean, what does it mean then to have this discussion or these discussions in plural at the G20 level, right? What it means to connect these very valid questions and solutions and policy suggestions to the international level, and what can a space like the G20 help us further these kind of, or universalizing these recommendations, or the other way around, the kind of boomerang effect, the more we get into the international, the more pressure we get also at the national and then the local level to get some of these things in place. So I guess, so the first point is exactly that. The G20 matters, not only because the G20 is a space and there are governmental authorities shaking hands and us here participating, but also because it brings certain kind of discussions, consensus. It helps fostering the consensus that we can also apply later on at the national level, at the local level, and get the conversation going and repeating and not only convincing ourselves that these are the policy solutions, but also convincing others. And we've heard a lot about moving beyond the already converted to wider audiences, and having these discussions at the G20 is important. And this is my second point. I really think that we have to recognize the will of the Indian presidency to include the so-called women-led development into the agenda. We recognize that because, as we've heard, and people that are more familiar with these debates, this is not exactly the topic that it's normally debated at that level. One can actually say that, at least for the G20, in the beginning, it was very much about the financial debates and trade, and more we are expanding into the social sectors, and then suddenly we are also bringing SDGs, and but it's still, I mean, the whole social, let's say, it's still not much there. And within the social, gender and women are just less so. And I think, though I have been, I'm just repeating what other people have been saying for very long, I think we have to stress again and again, in a way to recognize the Indian effort of putting that in the agenda, but also to say that as a group and as a group of experts, this is not enough for us, right? We have to move forward. This is just the first step, and there is a kind of a public commitment that we want to hear both from the Indian government and as well as the other G20 governments that they are going to be moving forward, and not only in terms of getting the discussion into the specifics that it's required, and the more we hear, the more we understand that the specifics matter, and also the interconnection between women health, WASH, urban governance, and you name it, basically all the SDGs are there, right? So we want this recognition of the intersectionality of the aspects to be recognized at G20 as there is also UN efforts to do so, but we also want governments to apply that, to go beyond the talk, walk the talk, and go beyond purely recognizing, but also implementing that, both at the national level with public policy, but also at the international level. And this is where I want to land, because as a development cooperation expert and a South-South cooperation expert, I'm very interested in understanding, how much of these conversations, if there are public policies in place in countries like India, how much of this is then transferred into the Indian thinking around its own development cooperation, right? And you can say this, you ask the same question about China, about India, about the European countries, about the US, you name it, right? How much of these debates are actually connecting? Because otherwise we do have as well kind of foreign policy that are disconnected. So in a way, at the G20, governments are happy to discuss. At the UN SDG level, governments are happy to discuss, to say that gender is important, women, care, infrastructure, all very important. But then when it comes to their portfolio of development cooperation, for instance, the kinds of initiatives that are there, the kinds of banks they're funding, and the portfolios of the multilateral development banks, these issues are not there. And just to give an example, because I happen to study South-South cooperation. For very long, we have been discussing, there are colleagues in the room as well, that have been watching the new financial institutions that were created by these so-called rising powers, including India, including Brazil, including China. Actually, most of these institutions are now based in China, such as the AIIB, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, but have a lot of money coming from the government of India. Same thing with the NDB, the New Development Bank, that it's under the BRICS. And if you look at these institutions and how they project themselves as new financial institutions, you would assume, okay, new financial institutions are not doing business as usual. They are bringing new things to the table. But when you look at the portfolio, what is really new is a renewed investment, a renewed interest on infrastructure, connectivity, which, they're all very important. But then the question that we are asking ourselves, well, what about these other issues? What about gender? What about all the issues that we have been discussing here? So there is a provocation here to say it is important for this discussion to also to enter this new development banks. Otherwise, we will have the old development banks, let's put it, right? Just like the Asian Development Bank that is supporting this event with a kind of a gender lenses to their work, but we don't have AIIB and we don't have the NDB doing so. And if we carry on this divide, and in a way, it's a divide that has been used politically for those who are more familiar with the debate, saying that, gender is a Western thing, right? The gender in development is a Western thing, it's a Western priority. And I wanted to say, no, it's not a Western priority. And the fact that India is here, hosting the G20 and putting gender and development or women-led development into the agenda, it means, and it's a good sign that there is room for Southern-based thinking around women and development. There is no room for saying that, gender in development is a Western thing, that it's not our concern. And if you are familiar with diplomatic discourse, I'm pretty sure that you've heard this before. And I'm going to finalize that by saying, both to India and then to my own country, Brazil, which is actually hosting G20 next year, that these kind of conversations, so I'm going to say two things to our governments, and it can apply to South Africa, to all the other kind of southern countries in particular. First, development has been a major issue for southern countries. Now that many of these countries, not all, but many of them sit at the G20 table, it's about time for them to make sure that they are including the right development issues on the table. That's the first thing. The second thing, the gender dimension to it and the whole equality issue and women's equality and women's empowerment and women's development has been, I mean, it is a southern problem. So it is time for them as well to include that in the agenda when they hold the pen, when they can do agenda setting in these debates. And finally, my final point, it is about this development cooperation portfolio, as I was mentioning. One thing is to recognize that it's an important policy issue and to bring it to the arena, just like we are doing, just like the Indian government is doing right now. The other thing is also to put that in the portfolio of where their money is going. So this is a call for all the governments, in particular in the South, that if they are more and more active in the space of development cooperation, they should also embrace and include women's issues, gender issues in their development cooperation portfolio, right? So these are I think I managed to get in time, but we can discuss later on during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura, and thank you for, sort of expanding our worldview into looking at it from the South-South cooperation lens, and of course, promising to carry this on to your government in the next presidency. So I think I'll turn it over to our chair, Susan Ben, if you can. I think there are a few questions, and so you have about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. There are several questions, but Akhila, you seem to be having quite a few, but I'm going to share some of them to you too, Laura. And Nitya, I have a question for you. I'll read that. So here's a question for you, mental health and its relation to GBV. Yeah.
What sensitization steps have been taken?
What sensitization steps have been taken, and what is the bigger challenge in addressing this?
Yeah, so this is also, as I've said, it's a huge issue, the risk of violence for women, particularly those living with abusive partners during the lockdown. It's shown us, and I think in terms of policy implications, governments need to implement policies that things like increasing funding for shelters, support services for survivors, a lot of the counseling services, moving them online, providing emergency financial assistance to those in need, implementing public awareness campaigns. That's very important to move the needle on gender bias. Using behavioral interventions to really move the needle and to change norms around what it is, and to provide positive visions of masculinity. I think that can go a long way. This is a longer discussion. I'd love to chat about it longer, but I'm aware we have less time, so I yield the stage.
So, sort of the first question on Swachh Bharat, and did it really do what it intended to do? Can we deem it a success, or, did it really help the informal settlements? Well, in the urban context, the informal settlements are a very complex question, you know that. And there are things that you can do and things that you cannot do. Okay, the one thing that you can do is not just empower, but try and find ways of putting power in their hands, try and create mechanisms by which they collectively voice and, and negotiate with all the systems that are there. In both the cities, particularly in Bhubaneswar, where we are working, right from 2018, there was a shift towards, providing what is called patta rights. In Bhubaneswar, it was a little more difficult because it's a slightly more complicated city. The other towns were easier to negotiate. So there is some kind of shall we say, a complex relationship between slum upgradation, slum delisting, improving services, and the right of them to that space and to that land. So a lot of this has been negotiated. And one of the things that, the Swachh Bharat helped us to do was provide some kind of a programmatic framework that didn't exist before. There was a time when MCD Delhi decided to lock up all the toilets. That was their answer to the urban poor. They just locked it up. And they said, we will not deal with the urban poor. From 2007 to 2011, there was a vacuum. There was nobody dealing with the urban poor. They were just getting hysterical, and they can't even squat in the road because the trucks will just mow them down. There's no space to squat or do anything. And it was 2012 that they were forced to form what is called the Delhi Urban Shelter, whatever. DUSIP was actually formed to take over the functions of MCD. So you are looking at, complete sort of mayhem and, chaos there. And that the Swachh Bharat gave that level of, dignity to the informal settlements. They said, we don't care whether you're authorized or unauthorized, you will get access. Only the Delhi government refused. They said, we'll not give them toilets because they'll become legitimate owners of that house or that land. All other, city governments acceded. Even the landowners, there are different kinds of tenures and landowners, they've also conceded to, improvements. And I think all that is very critical when you're trying to, build that their, stake in the city. And they have decided that they're going to stay in the city. They may keep going up and down, but they're going to stay here. This is where they see their future. So I think the program helped a lot in terms of, bringing women's issues out. A lot of stuff was done around menstrual hygiene and management. A lot of stuff was done around healthcare institutions, the primary healthcare centers. The women took the issues everywhere, to the Anganwadis, to the healthcare. So I think we should, build on that, rather than get into the larger macro debate as to what is good, what is bad, or what will work in the long run. It all depends on how the power equations change. And there's always a constant flux in that power equation. The other question was that, how do we reconcile the desire for urban beautification and homelessness? Yes, it is and so our two things we are saying in all of this, because every day you will have a new dimension or a new facet of a challenge or a problem. And there is nothing, there's no access for thousands of people, there's no access. If the transgender has to go to a theater, she goes to the toilet when the movie is playing, because if she goes in the interval, she gets beaten up for using the wrong toilet or intruding into a toilet that's not meant for her. It's still really, a lot of it is Jungle Raj over there, what's happening. So a lot of this needs to be ironed out at the societal level, not just at, so leadership, governance, creating, their own set of data, enumerating everybody, understanding where the communities are coming from, providing all this sort of, missing elements to the people in power and people in authority. Yes, in the process, there are a number of, crises that happens, including, eviction, suddenly, it's overnight, sort of, without any notice, evicting them or, destroying their homes, all of that is happening. At the same time, other things are also happening in terms of their empowerment. And hopefully, at some point of time, all these conversations will, emerge. And at the center of it is the whole issue of care. They're constantly raising it in every debate, in everything. Even on livelihood also, they have raised so many issues and created all kinds of, the experiment post-COVID on an urban wage initiative like Manrega started off in some of the states, particularly in Odisha, it started off, and some very healthy experiments and some very healthy trials and pilots happen. And that now has grown into a much bigger program. They're also trying to find ways of converging the self-help groups. I think they're overdoing it with the self-help groups, but we are nevertheless, the women that we have formed are also part of the self-help groups and part of that whole process. No one is saying no to anything. They're just, going with the tide and seeing how best to sort of accommodate their own interests and, issues. I'll stop there. Yeah. I think most of it, even the community management committees around that, and whoever has raised it, we can talk.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions on about the community-based grassroots interventions and strategies. How can you contribute towards evidence? And then there's also a question around how do we address women's health issues? So I would like to talk about the way SEWA has been working. Our approach has been to, implement programs or run programs that are women-led and women-centered and community-based, people-centric, and local solutions are identified at the local level. So women, our grassroots health workers, our community health workers, they are there at the community. And what we've seen over the years is there is some kind of a trust there, which they kind of build over a period of time. They are in the community. So many of these issues that they have, they can support them. And there's a lot of handholding and constant support that is needed. So you need to strengthen community structures at the community level to address women's issues. Women don't know where to go. Women don't know whom to talk to. So we are now also looking at developing a mental health program where we can have a community-based counselors or grassroots leaders who can be trained on counseling, who can be trained on supporting women at that level. And we have the community centers like the Seva Shakti Kendras, where women can come and they have a safe space to talk to someone. They have a safe space, a place where they can come and open up and say that, okay, these are our problems. So that is one thing. So how you can build that at the community level and then address those issues by linking them up with professionals, with linking them with hospitals and care services and primary healthcare centers and other systems where they can actually access these services. So that's important. And building evidence. We have many models out there. We have many models that have been tested. Over the years, we are hearing so many stories. So I guess there's an important role for the academia and the researchers to play here, to document these best practices, document what works and what doesn't work, and bring them together. And we have to build that evidence. We have to do implementation research studies. We have to do action research studies. We have to find out, and it's already out there. So I guess that is how the grassroots organizations, grassroots researchers can play an important role, and these need to be documented. I don't think there is a need to reinvent the wheel. It's out there. So we need to look out for that and then see what can be scaled up and what needs to be, what are the different models that need to be replicated or, tweaked or, modified or adapted to different situations. So that is something that we all have to start working around. And when you look at, G20 platforms or any other platforms where we are talking about, we need to bring these evidences there and say, we do not need something new to be a new program there. We already have these, experiences. There are people who are working there on the ground for decades. So let's learn from each other and cross-country learning. That's again important. So these are platforms where you bring in different learnings from and voices from the ground, hear from them. They have the first-hand experience. So I guess there are different ways, and we need to have a community of people, community engagement, social participation, where everyone has to be together, come together, and all our efforts together should, lead the way, I guess, the future. Sure, go ahead.
In the urban context, really we'll have to spell out direct democracy at some levels. There's no escaping that. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to, regulate anything, So that kind of a leadership that can actually, directly, connect with the powers that be and become one of them and, manage. Yeah.
Right, I guess we are done. And thank you very much. This was great. Thank you. And thank you, Nitya.
So, yes, and we have some souvenirs for our eminent panelists. made by our SEWA members. And to the rest of the audience, I request you to continue sitting here because now our valedictory session begins.
Good evening and namaste, everybody. Thank you to all the speakers and presenters in the previous session. We will now be moving on to the last session of the day, the valedictory. Before I begin, I'd like to thank everyone for staying with us through the day and being very patient audience. A special shout out to everyone who's joined us online. We had 400 people register for the event, a number of them who attended and have stuck with us throughout the day. I know it's not as easy online, but thank you so much for showing that interest and staying with us. Now moving ahead, I'd like to call our honorable dignitaries to the dais. If I can ask Mr. Harshvardhan Shingla, Mr. Shombi Sharp, Dr. Sita Raman, Ms. Sanchita Mitra, and Mr. G.A. Tadas to join us on the stage. Thank you. Before I introduce our eminent speakers of the evening, I would like to first tell everyone a little bit about what's happened through the day. We've had 5 sessions up till now and a lot of interest coming through the day on women, their participation in the economy, them being drivers of growth in different spheres, and ending with the need for building resilient systems towards care infrastructure, covering child care, elderly care, dealing with their needs of water and sanitation and wash to make sure that they are resilient enough to stay productive and contribute to economic growth. And with that, I would like to introduce our chair for the day, for this session, Mr. G.A. Tadas. He's presently a visiting fellow at RIS for developing countries in New Delhi, working in the areas of finance and development. He's also the chair of Task Force 6, which is dealing with accelerating SDGs under T20. Sir, I'd like to call upon you to share your remarks at this gathering. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. At the outset, I am indeed very thankful to SEWA, Ms. Rena Nazi, and then UN Center and ADBI for facilitating, organizing this very important event on women active participation and as propellers of economic growth. In fact, I was discussing with the members of the Task Force 6 quite a few times, and I was telling that this is the women-led development, women entrepreneurship, and gender equality is one of the important topics, and we should have a side event so that all the important issues, the policy matters are discussed. And that we cannot ignore this topic without having any event. Rena Nazi is a member of the Task Force 6 also, and she readily came forward and took initiative in organizing this event. So my compliments to her and her team. And in fact, I must share with you all that I have sat through all the sessions since the morning. And I am a witness to what has happened, what has been discussed since morning. And I would say that I myself have learned a lot, a great deal today. From all, I would say that it is the practitioners in the field, the women entrepreneurs, women policymakers, women thinkers, and women who have been very active in taking the cause of women-led participation, women entrepreneurship, women participation, and so on and so forth, gender equality, whatever it is. So, my compliments to all the participants, all the speakers since the morning. I was just wondering what is my credential to be part of this, event where women-led issues are discussed. Apart from being a co-chair of the Task Force 6, what credentials I have. I must share with you a bit of a minute I will take on this. That, I was with RIS, start of my career. And when I was about to leave RIS, it was in 1995, we organized an international conference on women participation in development. And I was the chief coordinator for organizing this conference. And I must say that the proceedings of this conference have been brought out in the book form, and I'm one of the co-editors of this book. The title of the book is Women and Development. I am stressing and development, and I will come to the interpretation of that to what is being discussed today. And then, the other eminent editors were Dr. Mrs. Krishna Ahuja Patel, who was a very eminent woman activist of those times, as also a woman thinker, and also, Dr. Yas Uma Devi, academician who had been working on women issues. After that, of course, I moved on to IDBI Bank, and in bank, I have been more a practitioner than as a researcher, but as a finance institution, we have been, instrumental in implementing most of the schemes that are being announced by the government, whether it is the backward class communities, or whether it is women entrepreneurship, or whether it is like agriculture, marginal farmers, and things like that. So my own experience as a development financier is that I have handled both the SME sector as also the large corporate sector, and I have interacted with many women entrepreneurs. In the retail, the finance, my experience was that it is very safe to lend to the self-help groups. This is my experience, and there were virtually negligible NPAs there. In fact, in one of the sessions, it was mentioned that I think from your organization only, SEWA, that virtually there are nil NPAs in the self-help group assistance credit. So, but whereas, we used to lend so many mortgage loans also, there used to be, NPAs there. So whereas these were unsecured, but still there were no NPAs. So that shows that when we extend assistance to the women-led self-help groups, they perform and they deliver, and they don't let the bankers down. So I think this explains the commitment of women self-help groups. And in fact, I used to enjoy discussing with them their problems and all. And apart from this, I also used to discuss the problems of the large corporate, where the chief finance officers, women chief finance officers used to come, women managing directors who used to come and discuss with me. When I would discuss with them what is their project, what are the project cash flows, what are the future cash flow projections, whether it is viable or not, I would find that they are down to earth. They understand the problems and they are committed. As a bank, IDBI, Development Finance Institution, as you all know, it has undergone difficult times. But then, we never faced any difficulty when it came to a corporate which is being led by a woman entrepreneur. So this also is a second credential that can be attributed to the commitment of the woman. So I thought, this I will mention to you both as a researcher and as a practitioner. And I have learned a great deal today, in fact. I think keeping in view the time constraint and the fact that Ambassador Shingla Saab is here, we are eager to listen to his valedictory address. I think I will not go through what was all discussed, but I would say that 2-3 important points that I emerged is that when I said that the book name was Women and Development, this was the year 1998, in about 25 years, we have transitioned from women and development to women in development to women-led development. So you can see in 24 years, this transformation has taken place. And I can see I am a witness to that also. So there is a progress. Things are not pessimistic. We can be optimistic, and a lot of schemes have been announced by government. A lot of progress has been there. And Government of India has, over the last 10 years and more than that, especially in the last 10 years, has announced so many schemes favoring women entrepreneurs, favoring women, as a segment, to see that their interests are taken care and they are encouraged to participate in a greater way in the development process. I think they have all led to their increased participation and their increased initiatives. in taking risks also. And the results are visible today. So this is one of the important points that has emerged. The second most important is that, yes, there is a progress, but it does not mean that there are no bottlenecks, there are no problems. The problems persist. Women are still vulnerable whenever there is a crisis. They are the most affected. So how do we see that we have policies, we have strategies which insulate this vulnerable group from any shocks? This is another thing which we need to then third is access to credit. How is that, the financial inclusion, of course, has received great momentum in the last 5-6 years through Jan Dhan and so many other Mudra microfinance schemes. But then, that is not sufficient, adequate to meet the requirements of women entrepreneurs or even the marginal women self-employed in many business activities. So how do we see that we increase access to credit at reasonable rates of interest and at a reasonable period? Because most of that is available for very short period. The cash flows may not be adequate to meet the short-term credit requirements. So I think we need to take these factors into account. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why SEWA Bank also emerged to meet the gaps in this segment. But I think although the commercial banks, the public sector banks have been trying their best to meet the requirements, but I think the inadequacies are there which we need to address. Then the care industry, both in terms of the child care or the old age people, or even in terms of the care infrastructure relating to whether it is water, sanitation, and all those, have been discussed extensively in 2 sessions. And the findings are that we lack a lot in these areas. We need to do a lot, but I feel that there is a great deal to learn from the experiences in other countries which we have done better. I think this is one platform where we have the opportunity to learn from each other. And one thing I liked about this event today is that in every session there was one self-employed woman entrepreneur who came on the dais and shared her experience. This I have not found in any event. I think this is very unique, and I must appreciate the idea of the SEWA. So I think these are the things which will go a long way. Perhaps my suggestion is that we should prepare a policy brief based on the proceedings of today's event, and then some important findings, recommendations we should recommend as a part of the T20 to the G20 summit declaration. With these few words, I think I close my remarks. Leave it back to the. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tadas. Your insights have been very valuable. Moving ahead, I would like to call on Ms. Sanjita Mitra, who will be sharing the highlights of today's discussions with us. Sanjita Ben is the National Coordinator at SEWA Bharat, a national level federation of self-employed women's associations based in New Delhi. And she directly oversees the development of new SEWA institutions in 8 states to strengthen the national movement of SEWA. She was also instrumental in setting up of 2 microfinance cooperative societies, one in Delhi and one in Bihar. And previously, before joining SEWA, she was associated with the business advisory services at Price Waterhouse Coopers for over 10 years. Sanjita Ben, over to you.
Thank you, esteemed speaker. First of all, I must thank an invisible team who has been helping to capture all the highlights, like the invisible home-based workers, but they were under the leadership of Renana Ben. And secondly, I'm really proud because we are not talking about women as beneficiary, but women as propellers of growth, which is a big journey that we have to overcome. In all the sessions, I would say that there was an underlying message. Please listen to the women. When you form policies, please listen to the women. And you also have to get feedback whether the policies are running, and that time also listen to the women. So today our women was at the dais, so they should be at every part of the decision-making process. This was one underlying message. I think it came across all the sessions. And one phrase which was repeatedly used was mindset change. So whatever policies we make, whatever budgets that we make, I think we have to think, how do we change mindset? Like we have talked about mudra in one session, that how many women have taken mudra loans. But then when we had the member, Vandana Ben, she said she found it very difficult with the documentation process and she did not attempt for the mudra loan. To find the ground reality is very important. Then only we'll have solid accelerators towards women's growth. So I have 10 minutes, no? I'm very scared of her. So the highlights, and I will give this to this team. Here is, we talked about women-led development is one of the main priorities of India's G22 presidency, and a cross-cutting theme across all engagement groups. Economically empowering women and closing the gender gap is an important driver to achieving Agenda 2030 of SDGs. When women work, economies grow. However, large number of working women are in the informal employment, 58% globally and 67.5% in developing and emerging economies taken together. Then we talked a lot about the care sector. The care sector is growing rapidly and creating work opportunities for women. At the same time, care is a barrier to women's work participation. Data highlights a huge gender gap, with 42% of the working age women being outside the paid labor force, in comparison to only 6% of men, largely due to unpaid care burden borne by women. I think many of us are resonating to this. An important component of the envisioned care infrastructure has been to provisioning of clean water and sanitation, as well as access to affordable and quality primary health care. As indicated in its name, women-led development, it is clear that ensuring women as beneficiaries is not adequate. Women must be involved in decision-making process. All proposed policies must be examined through a gender lens. The Brisbane Action Plan, which put front and center the goal to reduce the gender gap in labor force participation rates by 25% by 2025, was agreed to by the leaders in 2014. This focus on women culminated in the formation of Women's 20 Engagement Group in 2015. There is a need to keep up the momentum that the journey of women's empowerment has taken through the G20 process. Then we talked about livelihoods, where the highlights were like women's work in the informal economy is underreported and undervalued. For women's economic contribution to be truly visible, measurement through labor force surveys need to take into account economic activities such as women's home-based part-time work, work in family firms, etc. Large-scale, regular and gender aggregated data is necessary. Then we also talked about training, skilling, etc., where women need to be trained on-site with recognition of prior learning. Skilling, reskilling, upscaling with certification at every level is crucial, as women who are often employed as helpers and ancillary workers. With ecosystem shifts and opportunities being created in STEM, it is crucial that women accessing education in STEM are placed in jobs. There was a discussion on agriculture. So agriculture is a major employer of women. Women represent 37.1% of agricultural workers globally, with the share increasing over 50% in several low and middle income countries of Asia and Africa. Hence, agricultural policies across the global south need to change to recognize women as farmers, even if land is not in their names. This will allow agriculture itself to be more productive. We also talked about micro enterprises. Women-owned micro enterprises, mostly nano size, do not have access to the means required for growth. With over 90% of the women-owned enterprises having an annual turnover of $12,000, they form 20% of the total enterprises in India. To promote women's entrepreneurship, it is important to invest in women's entrepreneurship incubators and accelerators. Dedicated Women Enterprise Development Fund is essential. Now, bridge institutions which help women to become credit willing and credit ready need to be created and strengthened. There was a lot of discussion on digital. So digital technologies have become a necessary part of the world of work, with increasing job opportunities for women, which are hybrid or online, such as gig or platform economy work. Platforms or corporations should contribute to a pool of funds used for robust social protection architecture for women employed in this sector. There is also a need to advance towards educating women in data analytics, machine learning, and the use of artificial intelligence. For women to be able to avail these opportunities, the digital divide needs to be addressed with widespread education in digital literacy and capacity building in the use of digital technologies. 30% of the women use internet on the mobile phone in comparison to 51% men, resulting in 41% gender gap. Closing the gender gap in access to digital device will be a crucial first help. Intermediaries like digital sakis need to be part of the digital economy to facilitate better access and usage of digital infrastructure. And I think if the digital sakis are women, it will be more helpful. Financing for care infrastructure needs to be made a priority. This was on care infrastructure, sorry. Financing for care infrastructure needs to be made a priority in the agenda of G20 leaders, without which women-led development will not be a sustainable and realistic goal. India has a widespread network of Anganwadis. The scope of this program must be expanded by upgrading to also become creches. This will require additional skills support and skilled staff in the creches, as well as extension of the operating hours. Additionally, a sharp increase in the budget set aside for the National Creche Scheme will encourage more civil society organizations to set up creches. SEWA has set up creches in Gujarat. There are over 130 million elderly in India today, yet very little emphasis on elderly care, leading to heavier burdens of women, especially after the pandemic. All community health centers and hospitals should be required to reserve an appropriate number of beds for elderly. There is also a need to institute universal social pensions to provide a financial safety net for those no longer capable of earning an income. The lack of basic social infrastructure is a crucial barrier impacting women's productivity. Reaching safe drinking water, toilet, drainage to every household, irrespective of your tenure status, will ensure a major part of the required care infrastructure. The COVID crisis made it very clear that social and economic cost of health shocks on women's lives. To help women overcome such health shocks and become resilient, buffer interventions are required, such as direct income support, provisioning of family and child benefits. Furthering the agenda of women-led development. Building on the Brisbane Action Plan, which marked a commitment to improving women's workforce participation in the G20 India presidency, we are centering women-led development and are charting pathways towards achieving SDGs. We expect this theme to find a permanent place in the G20 as a priority this year and further developed during the upcoming Brazilian and South African G20 presidencies. You have given a copy, and there is a request, Mr. Singla, that we have captured all these points, all the issues and recommendations, and we hope this will make the SDGs faster, and it will also lead to a nurturing people-based economy, which is also environment friendly. And we have a request that please take it to the G20 leaders and please ensure that it becomes part of the G20 community. A direct request.
Thank you, Sanchita Ben, for so succinctly capturing today's discussions. I would now like to call upon Dr. K.E. Sitaram. He's a senior consulting specialist for capacity building and training projects at the Asian Development Bank Institute, and is concurrently a visiting professor at the Center for Spatial Information Science, University of Tokyo, Japan, and a special advisor to East Japan Railways Company for India High Speed Rail. Thank you for all your support in this event, sir. I'd like you now to share your reflections on today's sessions. Thank you.
Today is a special day. It's the World Water Day. So allow me to chant something in praise of water. Yopam pushpam veda pushpavan prajavan pashuman bhavati. What this chant says is, whoever understands the link between water and all aspects of life will be nourished, their life will be better, their progeny will be better, and they will be wealthy. So it's very auspicious that it happened that we chose the World Water Day to have this Women in Development. And women and water go together. As we have had just the previous panel, we talked about WASH. I spent many years working on water and sanitation. But here I want to touch on 3 aspects. With the permission of my wife, I'm present here today. Normally I discuss with her what I would talk or appear. She usually makes sure that the necktie and the dress, everything is cleared by her. So with her permission, let me use 3 letters, which in Sanskrit we use to describe womanhood. 3, Sa, Ta, and Ra. I will rearrange it in another order, because my mother's name is also a recombination of the 3 letters, Sa, Ra, Dha. Her name is Sharada, which is also the embodiment of knowledge. So the first part that we spoke about is the role of women in family and society, which is not monetized, unpaid, or underpaid. When I was young, I listened to a famous economist called Assar Lindbergh. He did not get the Nobel Prize, but he talked about the social framework in developing countries, which allowed what we now call as the safety net, which was informal, but was primarily coordinated by women and women network, which provided rescue during times of difficulty in society. Whereas in the Western and the European world, these were monetized and they had a national insurance or other safety nets, which were monetary, and money was converted into service. Many of the developing countries had this as informal and within families, and they were collaterals which were callable, and the monetary value of them were humongous. We were all thinking that we need to go to the safety net system of monetary systems. He at that time cautioned, don't ever dream of that. They are not yet sustainable. They are also impractical. What we are trying to say here is that the important role of a woman as the mother, as the head of the household, cannot be monetized, or if monetized, we will be always underestimating it. So that inspiration is what I'm learning from here. We need to be careful when we try to replicate a system. We may be undermining the entire foundation of family and society, which is the undercurrent for society to function and the world to perform. So the motherhood cannot be monetized, or should not be monetized in my view. So that's for the letter Sa, which is unconditional love that the mother gives to a child and nurtures this child. The next part that we spoke about is the labor that a woman gives to society, which opportunities are not provided because of social stigmas, where we deprive opportunities for women for education, for mobility, to travel, and so-called safety, personal safety, violence, and so on, where there are no frameworks to protect them, to give them equal opportunities to report and get their benefits. Now, this comes with a caveat that rules and regulations are easy to declare, but so difficult to implement, because we are in a society where we exploit the weak or exploit the underprivileged, and that is how profits have been reaped. Now we look to somebody else as a third party to provide examples, but often we can look within. So here again, societies like India and Asian cultures have inherited a system of respecting womanhood in various ways by providing them roles in society. One of the important roles in society I learned, my father was a school teacher, is the woman as a teacher in a society. The mother is the first teacher for every child before the child goes to the school. So reforming society through education is so important. So I like to really congratulate women over here who are playing a role as a teacher. We can give policies, but unless mindset change comes, policies cannot be implemented. To have the mindset change, we have to work on the child in everybody, not that only when they were a child. We have to touch the child in everybody. So we need the motherly way, the teacher, how the teacher nurtures the young child to transform and change the mindset. The third aspect that I would like to touch about is using the word ta. So this is about the unique quality of women. My wife has taught me many, because we work together with school children and spend a lot of time teaching children and helping them for behavioral change. We were inspired by an eminent scientist in Thailand, Dr. Artong Jumsai, who built a school like that. And we also tried to build a school in the Philippines. So we learned from that, one of the important qualities to bring to every child and a human being is frugality. Live simple. Simple living and high thinking. Conserving water, conserving environment, not polluting. And this is a quality that feminine in nature. And how to bring that into society is very important, because that provides sustainability. Sustainability is not going to be achieved by giving more money for the future. Money does not come from the sky. We have to generate revenue and we have to recycle. That means we have to reuse everything, and society thrives on the circular way of economy and nature. Nature is circular in nature. That means what we get from nature, we have to consider it is on a rent. Like how we get an apartment on a rent, we have to return it in the same condition as we got it when we started the rent. That's what the landlord asks. The same applies to nature. So frugality and conservation is something that we need to practice in society, and this is the feminine aspect of society that we have to bring about, how to recirculate the systems that sustain the society. Now, all these three put together, to me, provides the construct to take the next step forward. As we spoke about, the role of women in society is not about having more female persons in every part. I would like to argue it is to feminize the concept of functioning society. Man is already inside the word woman. It is the man who needs to rediscover the feminine quality inside him. Every man, every human being was born out of a woman. The life was given from a womanhood. It's to rediscover the feminine aspect in every work and walk of life that we do. This is the inspiration that I have received from today's excellent discussions from many eminent speakers. And I feel that India and this country having the presidency at this time is an opportune moment, because whatever I have said is not my idea. This is what I have learned from the scriptures and the various texts that our forefathers and our society has given us, not for this country alone, for the entire global society. So let me end with these last words, which means we want to learn from each other, nourish each other, and benefit each other. It goes like this. Sahana vavatu, sahano bhunaktu, Saha Vidyam Karavavahai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sitaram. Your valuable insights have enriched today's discussions. The next speaker we have today is Mr. Shombi Sharp. He is the UN Resident Coordinator of India since November 2021. He has devoted more than 25 years of his career to promoting inclusive and sustainable development internationally. Within the organization, he mostly served as United Nations Resident Coordinator in Armenia after holding several leadership positions at the UNDP. Prior to joining the United Nations, he began his career in development with the International Not-for-Profit Care International in Zimbabwe. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. I'd like to call upon you to start your special address for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Shringla, Mr. Tadas, Ms. Mitra, and Dr. Ram, it's wonderful to be with you all here on the dais, and especially welcome to all of you who are spending your time with us today on this very important issue. It's my pleasure to wish you welcome. Aap sabko UN House mein aakar bahut khushi hui. UN House mein swagat hai. It's always an honor to have you with us, and this has been a special day, an entire day. मुझे आपके समक्ष आकर खास खुशी हो रही है क्योंकि आज की चर्चा नारी शक्ति के अहम मुद्दे पर है. And I think that it's been very inspiring. I haven't had the opportunity to be here the whole day with you, but I think that, you know, the spirit, what I have gleaned from what's come through the discussions today, tells us that even though we live in a time of great turmoil, uncertainty, there are a few core truths that provide us that sort of lighthouse to see the path ahead. The first truth is that we know, the evidence is clear, advancing gender equality, women's empowerment is the single greatest multiplier that we have in our tool set that provides the greatest return on investment in terms of development approaches. And that's to achieve the aspirations of all of society, of women and men, of girls and boys, our national aspirations. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, really means it when he says that gender equality is the unfinished business of our time. And it links to all of the other issues, our ability to address all of the other issues across the entire spectrum of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that leads me to the second point, which is that gender equality is, of course, a core human rights issue, first and foremost. That goes without saying. But it is also simply smart economics. There's no mystery there. It's not rocket science. It's actually quite simple. Any system that's not using its resources to their maximum potential will underdeliver. I have some economics training in the background. You look at I'm looking at Chris, our economist there. You know, the concept of marginal product, right? It's quite simple. So your productive production function will be suboptimal. What I always like to tell the men and the boys in the audience, though, is that the great thing about gender equality as we approach parity in that production function is that your marginal product, the marginal product of men and boys in this equation actually goes up. So you actually benefit from the fact that you are bringing something special to the table by being at the table. But unfortunately, now we remain in a situation where the marginal product of men is quite low because, frankly, we have too many men, too many of that resource in our production functions. So the point is very simple, getting to parity where our relative production functions, our relative marginal products equate. And that's when households, when communities, when businesses, and when countries can achieve their full potential. And we've heard already, some examples given, but We know that when women have ownership over resources, women are investing those resources in different ways. And those ways tend to be more balanced. They tend to be more sustainable. They tend to be longer term focused on the longer term as well. And again, in households, in businesses, at the national level. We've seen some of the best COVID responses from women-led countries. We see in peacekeeping and peace negotiation processes, when women are at the table making decisions, voice being heard, that those results are longer lasting, more effective. We know that the potential is enormous in the economic sphere. It's estimated something like $12 trillion can be added to the world economy by advancing women's economic empowerment. Here in India, it's been estimated that accelerating the quantity and the quality of women entrepreneurship can add 30 million new women-owned enterprises and provide 170 million jobs. And this is so critical to leveraging India's amazing demographic dividend opportunity, with 1 million young people entering the labor force age cohorts each and every month. I've had, the best part of my job here is the opportunity to travel the country, to states, to villages, and to see firsthand how usually women are transforming lives on the front lines. Anganwadis, Asha workers, Kudumbashri, you name it, and SEWA self-help group members, and the 2 million, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 2.5, yes. Really transforming communities and transforming lives. This is something that really sticks with you. But to achieve, for women to achieve the data and what is self-evident, we need certain conditions for women to achieve full potential. And these are simple things that women and girls need to be able to study, to be able to play, to work, to travel, first of all, with security, without the threat of gender-based violence, without the threat of domestic violence, first and foremost. Also, to have equal access to the basic necessities of life, the things that allow us to be fully human: education, health, sports, digital connectivity, of course. And ensuring that so for example, with education, I know we have very good results here in India in terms of, say, STEM education, but translating that education into decent work, into labor force participation, into jobs, so very important, and leading to equal participation and leadership of organizations. So, India has embraced the SDGs to an incredible degree. I mean, I've been so impressed, more than any country I've seen, in terms of organizing framework. And there are so many incredible tools, dashboards, and the SDG India Index, and really it's world-leading stuff. According to India's own data, SDG 5, gender equality, is the one among most sort of lagging behind. So to close these gaps is the urgent matter of the moment, to close the digital divide, to close the labor force participation rate, equal pay, the unpaid care economy. These issues truly could not be more important. And with technology, with financial technologies, we know that we've seen this leapfrogging, turning crisis into opportunity. COVID-19, on the back of India's incredible digital public infrastructure, allowed financial inclusion of women in particular to move forward at incredible rates. So lastly, I think this is an unusual moment in time, and I couldn't think of a better place for us to be having this conversation, and a better moment to be having this conversation, than right here in India. As the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said in Mumbai when he was here visiting a few months back, India is it's our greatest hope. India will be the make it or break it country in achieving the 2030 agenda. It's quite simple. We estimate upwards of almost half of some global targets are here in India to be met. And there are so many important flagship programs and efforts being undertaken, government efforts, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and so many others. I won't take the time to go through the list. And with the greatest youth generation in history, with the fastest growing large economy, lifting millions of people out of poverty in recent years, hundreds of millions. We see the path to lift hundreds of millions more out of poverty. And again, with this world-class digital public infrastructure tech stack, the basis of which financial inclusion, pandemic response, climate action can be made. All of these ambitious climate commitments, the Prime Minister's Panchamrit commitments, for example, all of this is giving us so much room for optimism, reason for optimism. And then finally, of course, and as Ambassador Shringla will share more about, the timing is amazing with India's G20 presidency, coming just before the Global SDG Summit, literally a handshake of days from the one to the other. And India prioritizing women-led development and other very related issues, digital transformation, just green transition, climate justice, all of this links together. And so it's wonderful to be here with government. This is a fantastic sort of trinity: government, civil society, the development sector as well, coming together in this space. And I look very much forward to India's leadership and momentum bringing to the table of the SDG Summit in September, the global stocktake, bringing incredible momentum. And then also after that, beyond, India's incredible offer in terms of South-South cooperation and bringing the lessons, the development best practice here in India for the benefit of other countries is something that is also changing the world. So thank you very much. I'll conclude there. Bahut dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharp. Your words of wisdom have been truly insightful and very inspiring. Now I'd like to move on to the last segment of our session. Last but not the least, I'd like to invite Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla to give the valedictory speech for the evening. Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla is the Chief Coordinator of India's G20 presidency. Prior to this, he was the former Secretary of the Foreign Secretary of India. In a 4-decade-long Indian Foreign Service career, he has been ambassador to the United States of America, Bangladesh, and Thailand. He's an experienced multilateral diplomat, having worked on 2 UN Security Council tenures, served in the India mission to the UN in New York, and as permanent representative to the UNESCAP. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir, and I'd like to hand it over to you.
Thank you. The chair of our valedictory session, Mr. Tadas of the RIS, Dr. Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, DG of the RIS, Renana Jhabwala ji, Sanjita Mitra ji of SEWA, Dr. Sitharam, Mr. Shombi Sharp, thank you for hosting us in your wonderful premises. My good friend, Dr. Rajendra Govinder from South Africa, who is here under a RIS fellowship. Friends who are here in person and who have joined us virtually, Namaskar and good evening. Having listened very carefully to the most knowledgeable and interesting speakers before me, I came to the conclusion that this is one session where I should do more listening and less speaking. But since I'm here, let me say my little bit. Sure. Yeah, I was talking about saying my little bit. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here on this topic of women as active participants in propellers of economic growth, focusing on livelihoods and care infrastructure. Very important subject. The one fact that we have established is that we have moved from women's development to women-led development. I think that is important not only from the point of view of our meeting our national objectives, but also from the point of view of international commitments, including the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So, and of course, it is no coincidence that among our priorities as part of our G20 presidency, women's-led development is a very important segment. We've also very carefully noted many of the recommendations that have emanated from today's session of the T20 side event, very eloquently put forward by Sanchita ji, and I will certainly pass it on to the right people, and we certainly do believe that this will feed into the process that will lead up to the summit. Let me also, take this opportunity to applaud the work done by SEWA Bharat. We've worked closely in the past on many different areas of activity, including in Sri Lanka and many of our other neighbors, and we're very happy that you are taking the lead also in the T20 process and the women's process under our G20 presidency. Well, let me just place our G20 presidency in perspective. We are in the 4th month of our presidency. In the 3 months that we have completed, we have hosted about close to 40 meetings in about 30 different cities of India. We do have a very large number of meetings yet to go, but it's been a good start from our point of view. We've had 2 ministerial meetings, the finance ministers and central bank governors meeting last month, and the foreign ministers meeting earlier this month. Among our themes, broad themes of the presidency or priority themes of the presidency include green development, climate finance, and lifestyle for environment or life, accelerated, resilient, and inclusive growth, accelerating progress on the SDGs, technological transformations and digital public infrastructure, and multilateral institutions for the 21st century. And needless to say, this is of course, these are those which are besides women-led development, which I already mentioned. It is correct, as was pointed out, I think, by Mr. Sharp, that our presidency comes at a critical time globally. And of course, we are looking to see how we could contribute along with our partners and stakeholders in the process to the overall providing solutions to global challenges of the day. We've also, I think, taken a conscious decision to broad base our G20 presidency by not only hosting as few events in Delhi as possible, taking it out of the capital into all parts of our country. You will find that among the various cities selected for meetings of the G20 are places that have had very little exposure internationally. I think that not only helps in providing stakeholders in every part of our country to the G20 process, but also in many senses brings international exposure to many of our cities, also gives us an opportunity for urban transformations and many of the initiatives that are taking place as a result of this broad-based pan-Indian hosting of our G20 presidency. And as part of our Jan Bhagidari approach, we are reaching out to the grassroots levels. So you will find that schools, colleges, universities, we have a very nice University Connect program, which the RIS is hosting. We have already held 26 such meetings in universities across the country, and we hope to achieve up to 75 such outreaches in all parts of India. So, students are part of that. There are many quizzes, competitions, different ways to involve people across our country. So it is not going to be a remote exercise in the capital, but it will be one that every state and union territory and every citizen of our country would be a part of. We have, internationally, I think everybody knows the sort of delicate and difficult situation that exists. The MD of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, when she was there for the finance ministers meeting, did say that there are about 350 million people in about 80 countries who are facing food security issues. In other words, there are severe issues of food crises. But at the same time, she said that about 60% of low-income countries were either in debt or in risk of debt distress. So it's not the best situation economically. The macroeconomic situation doesn't look the best. Of course, a silver lining to this is that 4/5 of the growth that is going to happen in this year is going to come from the developing world, and 15% of this is being contributed by India alone. Today, I think we feel that we have come out of COVID relatively, I would say, better off, despite the devastating impact that COVID has had. We are a resilient economy. We are the fastest growing large economy in the world. We've also got established best practices and experiences in areas like digital transformations, renewable energy, that we can share with the international community and the developing world. So we have that prospect which we hope to take through the G20 and broad base it, obviously with our other partners. We have also tried to reach out to make our G20 process as inclusive as possible, as the Prime Minister has stated at the Bali summit in Indonesia. In that process, we have consulted collectively our partners from the developing world. The Voice of Global South Summit, which was held earlier this year, enabled us to reach out to 125 developing countries, not only to hear from them directly about their own views on the current global situation, but also their concerns and their expectations out of India's G20 presidency. And I think that those voices are important for us, and we intend to articulate it in the G20 under our presidency. And of course, our own theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future resonates with the overall idea of working for the global common good in an inclusive manner as possible. So, friends, while digital public infrastructure experience is seen as attractive to many countries, we are also looking forward to sharing our experiences in the area of women-led development in the world. And as I said, many of the recommendations that you make, many of the views that you've received today will also feed into that process. There is greater focus today on the role of women as drivers of growth and the agenda of change, not just simply as beneficiaries of development. India's presidency, of course, can further this goal by enabling action-oriented synergies in the G20 process. Today, India has over 17,000 women in elected offices and over 10,000 women in the defense forces. The Prime Minister in a recent speech recalled some of the steps taken by India in the past decade to ensure women are active participants in the economic development process. He noted that India had managed to improve its adverse sex ratio, and the numbers of girls in high school or beyond have tripled in the last 9 to 10 years. So the last decade has seen a lot of progress in an important area, which is, as the UN resident commissioner pointed out, Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao. I mean, that concept. The enrollment of girls in science and technology, engineering and maths, again, that point that was mentioned, or STEM subjects in India is 43%. The number is higher than in many developed economies. Women have been significant beneficiaries of the Mudra loan scheme. Again, I think Sanchita ji mentioned that. And of course, we have noted about the documentation part. I'm sure our concerned agencies have also taken note of that, with up to 70% successfully availing of microcredit. So that's also an important factor, that women are accessing the Mudra scheme and microcredit under that scheme. Under the PM Awas Yojana, most houses are registered in the names of women, and this gives them social and financial security. As many as 56% of the account holders under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana are women. I'm just sharing a few statistics to put things in perspective. I'm sure they've also been discussed earlier in the day. Under the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala scheme, 96 million cooking gas connections have been provided to low-income households, giving women access to clean cooking fuel for the first time. But friends, under India's G20 presidency, we are working collaboratively under various tracks to ensure gender equality, equity. We have had discussions on this through the W20 or the Women 20 process, and other tracks which will feed into the G20 leaders declaration, and that includes the T20 track, as policies and commitments that foster gender equality and women's economic empowerment. As G20 president, we are seeking, and I'm using the word seeking, outcomes, because G20 is a consensus-based process. You need to have everybody on board in order to get outcomes that you desire. While as president, we have the advantage of taking the initiative and setting the agenda, but everything needs to be, have each and every member of the G20 endorse that process. So we are looking at inclusive employment, gender digital gap, financial inclusion, skill development, health and social protection. These are some of the areas that we're giving priority to under women's-led development umbrella in the G20. Empowering women also furthers our commitments to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. To amplify the importance of women-led development, India earlier this month had organized several events on the sidelines of the 67th session of the UN Commission on the Status of Women in New York. And this session was dedicated to the promotion of gender equality. And we did see that there was enthusiastic support to our endeavors in New York. In other words, we were trying to socialize many of the ideas that we have in mind for our presidency through the UN process and through the UN SW, and I think there was a fair amount of traction for what we were proposing through the UN Commission on Women. India believes in human-centric development, and we stand ready to help anybody, anyone who reaches out to us in this regard. And of course, this is in keeping with our, as I said, larger ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. We, as I said, would be more than happy to take into account the recommendations of this conference. Once again, I want to congratulate the organizers, SEWA Bharat, the RIS, Asian Development Bank for taking this initiative, which has been both timely and useful in identifying strategies and ideas on the way ahead in our, as part of our G20 presidency's women-led development initiative. Thank you very much for your attention. Namaskar.
Your valuable contribution and insights have certainly enriched our understanding on today's topic, sir. Thank you so much. As we come to an end of this very insightful and I think very deep learning event that we've had today, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of everyone here, specifically to the speakers on our stage today, Mr. Shringla, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Tadas, Dr. Sitaram, and Sanjita Ben, for gracing us with your presence here and listening to us patiently and learning from what we have learned and also sharing your insights. Moving ahead, I'd also like to thank the esteemed speakers who joined us throughout the day and our audience, both in person and online, who stuck with us throughout the entire day, took out time from their very busy schedules. It has been an honor to have such esteemed personalities join us from various fields to learn from you and to share with you. A big thank you on behalf of SEWA Bharat to RIS, Professor Chaturvedi, Beenaji, and their team at the DG office for helping us get through this. And to the ADBI team, Dr. Sitaram and his team in Japan, without whom this would not have been possible. The UN India team, Radhika Batraji, Yang, Shraddha, Shachi, you guys have truly been a big part of our support. It would not have been possible without you guys. And lastly, to all the volunteers from SEWA Bharat. I'll name a few, I will not cover all names, so forgive me. Monica Ben, Anjali Ben, Asta Ben, Archana Ben, Nandini Ben, Sonal Ben, Punar Ben, Priya Ben, Shalini Ben, Simran Ben, and so many others, without whom this room and everything that's happened around today would have not happened. And I will be remiss if I did not thank Renana Ben for her leadership and her guidance for conceptualizing this event and for constantly guiding us to keep in mind what our work and our vision is. Thank you all.